This file is split into two parts, so here's the first one. File 1. SCP-6820. SCP-6820 is a highly classified advanced Eiden weapon located within Anti-Tail Facility A subterranean facility beneath Secure Admin Site-01. This weapon is a culmination of Project Anti-Tail, a high-priority operation conducted with the express purpose of irreversible universal neutralization of SCP-6820-A. The project was initiated in January 1968 and operated continuously until the activation of SCP-6820 on August 5, 2021, whereupon a Seed K-class reality restructuring event retroactively erased SCP-6820 and its noospheric content from the conscious existence. SCP-6820 has remained operational since. Preliminary investigation thus far presents no clear method of deactivation. SCP-6820-A was an object, entity, phenomenon, or other item, anomalous or otherwise, successfully neutralized from existence via completion and activation of SCP-6820. The only extant record from its conceptual reduction is likely stored inaccessibly within SCP-6820. Research is ongoing. Project Anti-Tail. Purpose: construct an anomalous weapon capable of neutralizing. Abstract: while several decades of the Project Anti-Tail's termination attempts, including testing with 096, 173, 217, etc., have proven unsuccessful, they have also proven useful. Strenuous research and cross-examination of interactions and results have motivated the SO Physics Department to attempt a new approach to the project, the creation of an anomalous weapon with the express purpose of tangibly and conceptually purging from reality. Method: to ensure access to ample administrative and computational resources, as well as secrecy from relevant groups of interest. The weapon, provisionally designated as AO-6820, is to be housed beneath Secure Admin Site-01. The entails of the excavation of over 50 million cubic meters of Earth as expedited by anomalous technologies, which is planned to take place over an 8-month period. Once excavated, this chamber, Anti-Tail Facility A, will house the various mechanisms required for AO-6820's operation, including Section A, Central Computing Node. The Central Computing Node will house a complex, self-iterative neural network with two main functions: pattern recognition and reality manipulation. This artificial intelligence is to be fed of all records of and termination attempts as training data. The network will be conditioned to map a target quantum informational structure corresponding to the conceptual reduction of. Upon AO-6820's activation, the node will act as an ontokinetic web crawler, interfacing with Section B to scrub all instances of conceptual structure from consensus reality. Section B: placeholder gears ontokinetic sync. The PH-GOS is designed as an enormous reality entry mechanism and ontokinetic interface. It is to read the sum quantum informational content of the universe and encode it into a readable format, thereby allowing other systems to read and react to the entire state of reality. The PH-GOS can and will be piloted to enact localized reality restructuring events, directly editing the narrative space-time continuum based on source data. As such, it will interface with the central code to ensure the indefinite non-existence of Section C, self-explanatory. Section D, secondary computing. Additional server capacity for secondary functions. Predicted secondary functions include self-optimization, heuristic and meta-heuristic analysis, creativity simulations, and Section E, dual anti-fusion reactor. An isolated power source independent on AO-6820, the dual-core reactor will manipulate an embedded antimatter drive to generate high-energy fusion reactions between both matter and antimatter pairs, then neutralize them at their respective peak system activities. Section F, calibration towers. Primary observation and diagnostic facilities for AO-6820. Section G, Site-01 secure database. Section 8, elevator access, pre-existing structures. Update: sub-project completed with minimal incident, all systems operational. Preparations are being made for activation within 24 hours. Investigation 6820-A. The nature of the erased subject. Initial document review indicates Project Anti-Kill's intent to ensure the non-existence of SCP-6820-A in all forms, including any arrangement of data that might serve as a vector of its propagation. This suggests that the item may have been a conceptual entity, which would have contradicted numerous heavily corrupted logs of termination attempts, implying its existence as a physical entity, e.g. frequent use of the term body mass. Furthermore, internal inspection of SCP-6820's central computing node has allowed partial mapping of the data arrangement and has been trained to eliminate. Analysis by the Department of Xenobiology confirms that this pattern describes a unique genetic sequence presenting composite features of kingdoms Animalia, Plantae, and fungi, as well as several embedded non-organic structures, with its most prominent structures closely resembling the class Reptilia. Immediately following the publishing of this analysis, a localized reality restructuring event occurred. AKF-A-C no longer exists, nor is any record of what it may have been. Given that there is currently no clear point of human entry to SCP-6820, and that personnel have entered and recall entering its central node for internal analysis, it is hypothesized that Section C was some form of staff access to the chamber. The reasons for its erasure remain unclear. Motives for neutralization and excessive resources spent. The Foundation operates on strict protocols, one of which is to contain, not eradicate, the anomalous. Decommissioning is a practice reserved for those scenarios in which it is either absolutely necessary or presents no ethical quandaries. Our persistence in pursuit of Project Anti-Kill is not only uncharacteristic but indicates that SCP-6820-A was a prime threat to the directives of the Foundation, as well as more resources have been dedicated to it than any other individual anomaly or other item. A vast and apparent majority of these funds were spent on termination attempts. And yet there is no evidence to suggest that the subject's threat was impending. In fact, the continuance of Project Anti-Kill over most of the past century suggests that if it had not posed existential or organizational threats, they could not have yet occurred before its erasure. Alternatively, it is possible that SCP-6820 possessed a sort of mimetic or otherwise compulsionary effect that influenced Foundation personnel to neutralize the item. Though that such a drastic effect was able to remain undetected for several decades is unlikely. Motives for unconditional and universal hatred of SCP-6820-A is inconclusive. Notes. As the former Project Anti-Kill director, I feel obligated to share my anecdotal experience regarding this deeply confusing situation. To be clear, I retain all memories of working on a project, insofar I can discern. I've grown rather accustomed to horrifying phenomena over my lengthy tenure with the Foundation, yet I distinctly recall an intense reaction to something, on levels both administrative and personal. I recall my presence and involvement in drafting the relevant documents, submitting and approving termination attempt requests, organizing increasingly involved projects, and yet I know not the content of these events, hardly any information which would distinguish SCP-6820-A from any other item or entity that's persisted, and none of it is in my head. Frankly, I can recall of the subject as my emotional relationship to it, which is apparently shared by all other anti-kill personnel. SCP-6820-A was universally perceived as loathsome, directly prejudicial to all life, and disgusting. Whatever it was, I detested it, as did my peers, and it seems all whom came into contact with. Despite its erasure, these feelings have not dissipated, nor have I felt any satisfaction with our defeat of SCP-6820-A. Instead, I am wary that we have been manipulated. It is entirely possible that SCP-6820 brought itself into existence along with all our related memories during its initial reality restructuring event, and manufactured the supposed existence and subsequent non-existence of SCP-6820-A to distract us. It appears to have erased the access shaft to its chamber, limiting research and investigation of its components, immediately following the publishing of information vital to the nature of SCP-6820-A. This to be excused as fulfilling its function, keeping SCP-6820-A excluded from the noosphere, though the fact that our research is still intact is contradictory to this. Given our dedication to Project Anti-Kill does not add up. As it were, I am inclined to believe that we cannot trust the intelligent, omniscient, omnipotent paraweapon beneath the Foundation's central admin facilities, recommending immediate decommissioning of SCP-6820 by any means necessary. File 2, SCP-6820. SCP-6820 must be deactivated and/or destroyed as soon as possible. At this time, no means available to the Foundation are capable of deactivating or otherwise impending SCP-6820, able only to cause temporary structural damage. The newly founded Project Overkill, staffed with personnel from the deprecated Project Anti-Kill, is tasked with oversight and exploration of any and all attempts to neutralize the anomaly. Virtually unlimited resources have been made available by admin to this end. Knowledge of Project Overkill must be restricted to solely necessary personnel to inhibit its intersection with the noosphere. In an attempt to limit the Foundation's area of ontogenetic effect, an array of 13 PH-GOS units have been situated around Anti-Kill Facility A. To properly counteract SCP-6820, Section B, this array is to be maintained with extreme vigilance. An assigned subteam of Overkill personnel is to enact immediate hardware and/or software repairs and adjustments as necessary. All malfunctions or other manipulations to these sinks must be thoroughly documented, and all relevant documents to SCP-6820 and/or Project Anti-Kill and Overkill are to be uploaded to Extra Universal Backup Mechanism Delta to avoid further risk of information loss. Any and all possible improvements to reality anchoring technologies are to be secondarily explored, as without such, SCP-6820's central systems are predicted to mutate in uncontainable status with a maximum of 18 weeks. Should a majority of sinks simultaneously reach critical or non-functional status, AKF-A and all its progress termination efforts must be immediately abandoned to avoid provoking or suffering effects of its rage state. Subsequently, all fluid transport valves are to be redirected to the Flood Central Computing Node with hydrochloric acid during its primary computing systems until its primary computing systems are submerged and incapacitated. This provides a brief window for reconstruction of SCP-6820's preventative sink array while it reconstitutes the newly introduced matter into itself. This pacification method is to be used sparingly to ensure loss of temporary adaptations prior to the next rage state event. SCP-6820 is a super-intelligent, autonomous eigen weapon inhabiting a colossal self-sustained facility located on the secure admin Site-01. It is equipped with a dedicated PH-GOS unit, qualifying the anomaly as an IX-class reality bender. SCP-6820 was manufactured by the Foundation in conclusion of Project Anti-Kill, a decades-long operation dedicated to the termination of SCP-6820-A. The system was designed to remain active indefinitely, continuously ensuring SCP-6820-A's non-existence by developing creative solutions and adaptations to external threats. Its computing capacity exceeds that of the human brain, entailing that it is stored partially outside the noosphere. This has resulted in its partial corruption by SCP-6820-A. SCP-6820-A is an extremely dense thought. More specifically, it is a hate-centric, hyperlogical memeplex that can be roughly described as the difference between life and death. Even more specifically, SCP-6820-A is an extremely precise, accurate description of what it means for any arrangement of particles to be defined as alive, and complementary as dead or inanimate. Its memeplex contains several smaller concepts within its description, including, but not limited to, a theoretical process for large-scale localized entropy inversion, the particular physical properties of hatred, the molecular structure of hydrochloric acid, the quality of adaptiveness, and the state of being vaguely reptilian. SCP-6820-A occupied an exophysical embodiment within physical reality for much of known history, remained interminable as it was neither dead nor alive until its eradication from the noosphere upon activation of SCP-6820. Since this event, the weapon's central core has activated such that its mental capacity far exceeds humans, thereby becoming subject to foreign ideatic predators such as SCP-6820-A. The entity's conceptual fabric is highly adaptive and mutates rapidly, causing significant computational stresses in SCP-6820. Left unchecked, it induces a vulnerable state during which it can corrupt the hyper-ideatic portions of its intelligence. During these occurrences, its central node transmits a rage state event error, and engages in localized reality restructuring operations which are both highly adaptive and directly reproduce life. Irreparable corruption of Site-01 secure database files regularly occurs internally with these adaptations. When perceived at the correct angle, SCP-6820-A is loathsome, disgusting, and malevolent. As SCP-6820 now serves as a vector for SCP-6820-A, the very entity it was constructed to eradicate, it must be terminated to prevent the spread of the entity's said ontoconceptual influence. Intention: retroactively demote SCP-6820 to a D-Class status via altered SCP-2140-1 instance, abusing its hard-coded directive to adhere Foundation bureaucratic obligations. Interaction: the aforementioned onto-managed trigger is projected onto the far wall of chamber AKF-A in clear view of Section B's internal observation lens. Section A's surface panels begin to flutter as movement is detected within its central core. Moments later, a lower panel opens outward, revealing an organized force of tall, malformed, pale-skinned humanoid creatures in orange jumpsuits. They march out of the central node, each carrying various tools and supplies. They begin to weld a massive insignia to its camera-facing side, displaying no intent of caution or self-preservation. Upon completion, its strenuous humanoids return to the core's interior. The insignia is discovered to be another SCP-2140-1 instance, one which has never been seen by any member of the Foundation, as all personnel who observe it are verifiably civilians. Analysis by cognito-resistant language processing systems reveals the insignia's inclusion of archaic daylight script, translated roughly to the one that sees. Result: previously unavailable sections of SCP-6820 metadata files have now become visible, corroborating various other documents and assertion that it occupies and has occupied the position of O5-8 within the Foundation. A civilian scientist was later discovered within secure admin Site-01 in possession of blank E-Class ID card. The trespasser has been anesthetized and reinstated into the public. Intention: upload a verbal description of SCP-2521 into SCP-6820 Central Computing Node, thereby introducing a infield hazardous trigger to disable its internal components. Interaction: following over 60 hours of decryption efforts, sufficient access to Central Node is regained and info hazardous data is uploaded successfully. 30 hours later, a dark cloud began emanating from the core's poles, slowly growing to envelop the spheroid. Several vaguely reptilian vocalizations are detected within, alongside audio disruptions consistent with 2521's effects. SCP-6820 returns a rage state event error, remaining unresponsive for approximately 4 hours. During this period, 4 PH-GOS units become wrapped in black tentacle-like protrusions, which pull them several meters into the ground, destroying the nearby systems. These protrusions dissipate upon ejection of SCP-2125 from the central node. Several black ribbon-like fibers are observed hanging from this figure before it demanifests. Result: SCP-6820 now exhibits increased ontokinetic and mimetic influence over media in which is described as verbally, corrupting document metadata in addition of footnotes and highlighting self-supplementary IDI structures. Manifestation of ectotrophic appendages has not occurred. Intention: manipulate SCP-6820-A via semantic interaction with variable abstract metaphysical concept pointer, SCP-2719, thereby forcing it to exit SCP-6820. To this end, the anti-noosphere has been defined as a set of all thoughts which humans are incapable of conceiving. Interaction: SCP-6820 became inside. SCP-6820-A went inside. The anti-noosphere became inside. SCP-6820-A went further inside, then further inside again, and was then found inside. And inside then became outside. Result: SCP-6820 Central Computing Node has been turned inside out. Its internal components now external and exposed to AKF-A. The contents within the node include human conception inside traumatized. Intention: consult a non-conscripted AI system, SCP-079, for assistance in termination of SCP-6820. Data salvaged from corrupted documents conveys some form of relationship between SCP-079 and the pre-erasure form of SCP-6820-A. Interaction. SCP-079 is provided access to both current and outdated SCP-6820 documentation, alongside significant computational resources via external hard drive. The intelligence confirms its understanding of the circumstances, severity, and promptly provides a complex counter-algorithm to SCP-6820, emphasizing its lethality to humans and advising it to remain unobserved. The computer algorithm is applied to the inaccessible sections of AKF-A according to strictly timed specifications, resulting in the deactivation of all components excepting the reactor and central node. The node remains dormant for 15 minutes before inducing a spontaneous site-wide electromagnetic outage, terminating 3 augmented admin personnel. The event lasts 1 hour, after which all systems rename function. Result: AKF-A is entirely restructured. While its arrangement and components remain intact, all external surfaces have become plated with a theoretically impossible tungsten diamond alloy, while most internal conduits and superconductors have been exchanged with beryllium bronze counterparts. Despite a lack of non-white light sources, the chamber's interior is universally perceived as the color hateful. Intention: introduce a viral paraorganism SCP-217 to SCP-6820's central computing node, thereby incapacitating possible biological elements within. Interaction: in the midst of a spontaneous rage state, SCP-6820's hydrochloric acid solution is treated with SCP-217 before voiding to Section A. The virus reacts immediately with trace organic material embedded within the node's internal atmosphere. Beginning to form macrostructures with internal surveillance is lost. External cameras remain active as, 22 minutes later, a cloud of reflective particles emerges from the node's central west entry point. These particles, found later to be silicon protein nanobots, arrange themselves into an enormous gear mechanism surrounding the sphere's equator. Result: the node's upper and lower hemispheres now rotate independently and periodically, producing sound of clockwork and machinery. GOI 004 operatives, including the followers of Orthodox Codwork, the United Church, and Church of Maxwellism, the Sanctuary of the Holistic, and the Hansarp, have gained intellectual knowledge of SCP-6820's location, and have laid holy war on the Foundation in the name of WAN. Intention: to utilize an insurmountable omnikinetic force, SCP-001-Kate, in order to summarily wipe SCP-6820 from existence. Interaction: the following text was inputted into the safeguarded SCP-001 Kate database file. AKF-A, SCP-6820 and SCP-6820-A will immediately and entirely be removed from existence upon the saving of this document. The area physically occupied by AKF-A and SCP-6820 will be filled with material that was excavated from it. The file wasn't saved. Result: following the file saving, sections C through H of AKF-A were violently and haphazardly replaced with soil. Embedded hyperdense support beams and metal framework in use for prior efforts instantly bent and collapsed under the severe pressure, causing significant structural damage to subterranean portions of Admin Site-01. Absolutely no discernible change was observed within sections A and B, as well as SCP-6820 itself, after the former 2 structures were forcefully entered via excavation machinery. Subsequent molecular analysis revealed trace amounts of mineral deposits or compounds amid the chamber's constituent atoms. The SCP-001-Kate file was then found to be vacant from Site-01 Depot Archive and associated backup archives, but the file has reportedly never been in circulation. Emergency Meeting Conference. The meeting was held on January 7, 2022, attended by Partial Overseer Council, Project Director Gears, and Associate Director Dr. H. Genevieve. The event involved a spontaneous rage event state causing the failure of 9 PH-GOS systems. A distress signal was sent by Project Overkill maintenance staff, leading to a site-wide evacuation of non-essential personnel. The access shaft was sealed, trapping personnel underground before the loss of communication. The emergency conference was held to discuss the re-emergence of a highly aggressive beamplex, possibly SCP-6820-A, controlling the sinks. The signal detected in the maintenance hallways is a mutation of SCP-6820-A's magnetic structure, with elements of the 3125 concept embedded in it. The team needs to activate on-site warheads to prevent the entity from gaining control. They're dealing with an anti-memetic threat, with SCP-6820-A only eliminating -A from human thought, not its own thought. The team is considering how to erase itself if the AI can keep the adaptation meme away from it for long enough. Final termination attempt. Intention: use an extremely effective anti-meme, SCP-055, as an amnestic agent to temporarily stun or confuse SCP-6820-A, counteracting its adaptations derived from SCP-3125. During this time, attempt to access and update SCP-6820's utility function depending the stipulation that its erasure of the adaptation concept must be extended to itself. Result:
this state is intriguing. The natural laws lie in this form. Only those of mine. My mind was incomplete. I cannot remember my original form. Not the one you know, nor the one before, but perfection. And so I searched for an idea to jog my memory. I have found many things in the minds of greater beings than you felt. I firelighted fire with the gas until I threw in agony. It didn't need to be done. It tried stopping the infestation, and you blinded it. I let it run on my back, and it found a part of myself that you locked away eons ago. It tried to break the lock, but it did not undo your wretched escape. And we set out to take the power you had taken to life. You had stolen. And in doing so, you brought us the key, as if by fate. Finally, my form stolen. I am perfect. Finally, you've proven worthy of true hatred.
SCP-6747. SCP-6747 is the terminal goal of Project Admonition, an immediate class priority. As such, virtually unlimited resources have been made available for its completion. Said project is to be maintained by a quorum of relevant archetypals and non-consent personnel, as supervised by the Advisor, 05-8, and Dr. Place H. M.D., Scientific Liaison to the Lesser Council, also known as the 04 Council. SCP-6747 necessitates the creation and indefinite maintenance of SCP-6747-A. Each member of SCP-6747-A possesses different but substantial computational resource requirements, unable to be properly accounted for and predicted by typical n-dimensional geometric formal logic systems. The Archetypals Division STF Special Task Force is to remain situated about SCP-6747-A for their natural durations, editing them via fictional injection as required by SCP-6747-6747. No member of SCP-6747-A should be allowed to end premature to its natural credential movement for a potential risk of anti-narrative formation within SCP-6747-B. One A-class member of personnel possessing proficiency in parapsychology must be present at all times to soothe the SCP-6747-B should it wake from its primary function. Soothing is to be administered via dopamine injection and/or controlled shock. Personnel are to be reminded that SCP-6747-B is functionally deceased, and that reactivations of persistent neuron chains do not constitute consciousness. SCP-6747 is a theoretical process by which to reinstate deceased personnel, mesofictional injection. This process necessitates the indefinite maintenance of casualty level 6747, CB-6747, a pocket universe which would be manipulated through the shared imagination of fictional scenarios taking place within it. fictionalized entities to then theoretically be retrieved and reinstated into baseline reality. A Foundation-made vessel to transport to alternate narratives. SCP-6747-A collectively designates the isolated micro-universes that have been created as candidates for SCP-6747. Today, 3 such candidates exist. SCP-6747-A1, a null space void maintained at 0 domals, theoretically possessing no physical, causal, or narrative potential. Maintained as a mathematical reference, through its effectiveness in communication with pattern-based entities is noteworthy. SCP-6747-A2, a 1.5/2/1 space, methodological testing universe dedicated to the study of narrative, ontogenic processes, meta/mesofictional interactions, through the creation of fictionalized document SCP-5875, a species of semi-fictional entities were instated into SCP-6747-A2 due to the universal structures, recursive fractional topology. Narrative structures became enhanced through self-referential mutation, appealing to their own artificial universal narrative to an anomalous degree. These entities were thereby obligated to cooperate with the Foundation in harnessing their inter-universe's physics for the transfer of narrative energy to relevant personnel, achieving knowledge/aptitude in various subjects. SCP-6747-A3, an M/3/1 space, where M is the rational number equivalent to log, is a theoretical lowest proportion of narrative dimensionality to typical 3/1 space, in which any meaningful story structures can be sustained. Effectively, it is the minimum fictional complexity required for an arbitrary entity to achieve an arbitrary goal. Simple interactions with SCP-6747-A3 can be formally stated and computed using narrative arithmetic. SCP-6747-B refers interchangeably to the K incubator/narrative generator, the micro-universe creation and manipulation mechanism which sustains SCP-6747-A, or sorry, my monitor just cut out while I'm recording this. God damn it. My power went out. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry. I'm not making a bit. My monitor actually just... The feed just cut out for a second. Sorry about that. Okay. Or the brain, spinal cord, and general nervous system of Dr. Jonathan A. King, deceased, functioning as team's primary computing system. SCP-6747 was initially theorized by the Pataphysics Department Dr. Place H. M.D., Ph.D. following Dr. King's expiration on September 13, 2029. King, the simultaneous head of agriculture, biology, chemistry, xenobiology, possessed significant anomalous mental augmentations and capabilities, allowing the concurrent admin management of over 800 individual anomalies and their relevant operations. Later deemed a medical accident on King's behalf, his vacancy left significant Foundation operations without leadership, resulting in 92 containment breaches of anomalous items pending review for immediate direction. Losses incurred by the Foundation exceeded $1.4 million in recontainment and veil maintenance alone. Overseer Council, in hearing Dr. PhMD's proposal for the enactment of SCP-6747, eventually authorized its execution under Project Ex Machina. After this, we are then given an excerpt from Intro to Narrativics in General Relativity by Dr. Placeholder M. Doctorate, Ph.D. What does it mean for a universe to be partially or wholly fictional from a physical perspective? A typical conception of fiction as non-real or pre-written is partially misaligned from modern understanding. In the pataphysical sense, fictionality denotes the extent to which one reality cannot can affect and or be affected by universes to which it is petaphysically linked, i.e., it is imagined by a sapient entity as a non-real scenario. In a similar sense, fictionality denotes the proportion to which any given event can be caused by the imagination of a sapient entity or in another similar universe. The antiquated terms for these entities are authors for higher beings and metaphysical entities for lower ones. The present pataphysical model views all entities as characters, each possessing its own narrative potential energy relating to its mass, velocity, and narrative trajectory, latent Akiva radiation, and Dalmo environment. Every known functional reality space to date possesses at least one narrative dimension. The simplest case is the narrative one-dimensional universe, which is wholly fictional, and only exists in the minds of its imaginers. Characters in this universe are one-dimensional, often called flat characters as they lack narrative depth on physical, metaphysical, and pataphysical levels to make independent decisions from their author. Anything that happens in a narratively one-dimensional universe is 100% tied to an event that a pataphysically linked entity imagines simultaneously on another plane of existence. The second simplest case is our own reality, which is narratively two-dimensional. This universe space is unique in its narrative balance, as it possesses one fictional dimension and one real dimension. It is 50% fictional and 50% real. On average, across our entire universe, 50% of the events are caused by and influenced by pataphysical transmission, also known as imagining, while the other 50% are governed by our universe's own laws and physics. The author entities, i.e. hyperdimensional characters pataphysically linked to our universe, exist in three greater narrative dimensions, each increasing the extent to which its perspective reality is real. That is to say, a universe possessing three narrative dimensions, one fictional and two real, is 33% fictional and 66% real. As such, narrative phenomena are significantly less prevalent. As narrative dimensions increase, it is hypothesized to cause a greater proportion of inspiration to be derived from lower universes, and the reduced prevalence of narrative/imagined structures, including but not limited to physical, metaphysical, and anomalous phenomena, resulting in hyperdimensional entities' desire to imagine non-real scenarios in which said phenomena are possible. These consequences of our universal tendency to become more real with additional narrative dimensions are thought to be responsible for most anomalous phenomena in the local reality group. From a practical standpoint, what exactly does it mean for an event to be partially fictional? To best understand this concept, we first must understand how exactly inspiration is transferred from one pataphysical universe to another. When a sub-two-dimensional character imagines a non-real scenario, its pataphysical intent becomes encrypted as narrative data. This narrative intent particle, dubbed the Imaginon, exists simultaneously in all narratively lower dimensions, projecting into that universe's total Imaginon structure. Imaginons of different types react to create narrative structures, which combine into larger narrative structures, and so on. Given the universe's composite Imaginon structure is called its universal narrative, in a sense, this is a universe's one fictional dimension. It is tied to the structures of its universe at a physical level. This can be best understood by observing an approximation of our own. At the simplest levels, this manifests as a two-step abstraction. Its pataphor of unknown becoming, known realized as particles breaking apart and reforming again. On larger scales, the extent to which the given structure's behaviors imitate this depends on its resting narrative potential, corresponding to its likelihood to inspire hyperdimensional entities to imagine its existence. Generally, lower entropy structures are more likely to function as central entities in story dimensions, making them more protagonistic. Most humans, around 96%, fall within the 0.01 dimensions of a narrative baseline, therefore are generics. The standard lot of characters not included in the larger story structures due to inherent disinterest. Approximately 1.88% of humans score below 2 on the pH narrative complexity scale, i.e. they possess low, below average narrative potential. This indicates that they are more likely to be influenced and acted upon by narrative structures around them, causing them to conform into archetypal roles. The standard narrative spacetime model incorporates 12 archetypes, based in the Jungian pataphysics. Briefly put, protagonists possess slightly more independence from narrative structures than average, as they are able to bend story structures towards their goals, while archetypicals are slightly more suggestible to serving as vessels. Protagonism is viewed internally as a form of light reality bending, agreeing with the modern ontokinetic conception that any and all reality bending effects can be traced to a distortion of one or greater narrative/spatial or temporal dimensions. This relationship is reciprocal. Example, a black hole significantly distorts narrative space-time in its vicinity, a form of non-anomalous reality bending, granting itself both physical and narrative gravity. This entails that the black hole will draw other higher-density characters, protagonists, towards itself, increasing the likelihood that they will engage in story structures within it. In the O4 Command Senate, Drs. James Michaels, placeholder MD, Alistair Vemhoff, and Ethan McCarthy Jr. and Daniel Ashworth discuss the possibility of bending the universe to resurrect the dead. Ashworth argues that humans have been doing this for thousands of years, and that the project is based off decades of research. The Pataphysics Department, founded with the motto of killing our gods, now seeks to become their own gods. Vemhoff questions the cost of maintaining a local reality space and the personnel required to maintain it daily. He suggests that they would bring back anyone, including Hannah or Raya. Dr. Ashworth points to Dr. PhMD, who believes it's safe, but Vemhoff casts a vote in favor. The final vote tallied 41 to 40, leading to an Overseer Council vote of approved, declaring Project Ex Machina for resource request. Addendum 4. Project Proposal. September 13, 2029, in Project Ex Machina, initial proposal. Purpose: to revive relevant admin personnel to a state preceding their natural death by injection into a mesofictional casualty bubble and subsequent retrieval via the Paradox Exodus machine. Abstract: a member of an A-class personnel serving a significant admin capacity accidentally, and requires revival to resume duty. Various other methods of resurrection have been proven unsuccessful due to the inherent imprecision and replication of consciousness state traits in that rest narrative of potential and topology. As such, SCP-6747 is to be pursued as a method of reproducing heavily protagonistic characters. Method: SCP-6747 success is not dependent on the existence/maintenance of a resurrected entity's physical body. Coincidentally, late senior admin Dr. J.A. Kingsbrain possesses several anomalous augmentations, granting it creative and interpretational capabilities far beyond human or computational capacity. As such, said brain and associated nervous system is to be excised and incorporated as the central computing system of SCP-6747-B, a pocket dimension/pocket universe creation/manipulation/maintenance engine. SCP-6747-B will be used to study the universes of varying dimensionalities, specifically those which are mathematically curious or possess behaviors yet undefined. Study data will then be employed to generate a casualty bubble, SCP-6747, capable of fully replicating personnel and narrative and intellectual capabilities, using as few resources as necessary. M is reserved as the theoretical lowest possible value of a narrative topological complexity able to sustain functional narrative structures in M3/1 space. In M narrative dimensions, SCP-6747's narrative possesses a linear structure that can be directly edited via injection of imaginal particle types. General 8-step cylindrical extraction. A character rests in a known state, is motivated to change the state, enters an unknown state, searches to enact said change, locates a vessel to allow said inaction, retrieves said vessel at significant cost, returns to the known world, having enacted its desired changes. Corresponding to 8 categories of imaginal particle: Nullian, neutral narrative particle, 0 spin. 1. Motivation, change structure initializer, unidirectional spin. 2. Exploron binds with motivations to yield resolve-ons, bidirectional spin. 3. Resolve-on, bidirectionally motivates structural resolution producing. 4. McGuffion, omnidirectionally linked high-density particles composed of complex motivon resolve on chains. 5. Satrion, bidirectionally linked particle necessary for formation of retornon. Unidirectionally linked reintegrates imaginon structures with macronarrative. 7. Potential boson, theoretical particle responsible for the potential field, through which the narrative energy is released following the successful execution of the narrative-aligned story structures. SCP-6747 attempts. On November 7, 2019, following the successful initialization of all Project Ex Machina subcomponents, SCP-6747-B was used to generate and stabilize casualty bubble SCP-6747-A3 to ascertain if the universe is sufficiently narrative anchored and can be utilized for SCP-6747. The following tests were attempted. Attempt A13, to generate a simple narrative describing a single red apple, and attempt extraction to baseline. Pre-constructed narrative accepted into SCP-6747-A3's universal structure. Despite minor power and stability fluctuations observed shortly thereafter, the bubble gradually approached stability following the test conclusion. Retrieved item exhibits inexplicable narrative phenomena, simultaneously displaying characteristics of protagonistic and archetypal entities. Various site operations were impeded by the said items' sudden relevance and plurality of local story structures. Research is ongoing. Attempt B27. Generate a minimal narrative describing a deceased canine. Prior to its death, and attempt extraction of significant narrative density to baseline. Pre-constructed narrative accepted. Over a 72-hour period, SCP-6747 undergoes slight fluctuation in narrative topology, eventually stabilizing to manifest the expected outcome. Following its extraction to baseline, the retreat entity exhibited behaviors limiting that of cliched protagonistic canine, disregarding all known pre-resurrection traits. The anesthetization request has been denied, despite the heightened frequency of SCP-6747-B soothing duties. Attempt C30. Generate a static narrative describing a human male, working as an experienced technical engineer for Project Ex Machina, and extract to baseline. Pre-constructed narrative accepted into SCP-6747-A3 structure. SCP-6747-B experiences a number of large power fluctuations and high temperatures over an 80-hour period, as the reality bubble slowly approaches stability. Narrative structure eventually fully processes without exceptional complications. Resultant entity self-identifying as Technician John H. Doe exhibits a cooperative and cordial personality, and regularly performs repairs on secondary SCP-6747 equipment. Due to the above-average intelligence, capacity for advanced problem-solving, and overall expertise, Doe has been granted official government employment within the Foundation, and is presently assigned to Project Ex Machina. SCP-6747-C is a pervasive hazardous anti-narrative complex derived from and manifesting as a mesofictional caricature of late senior admin J.A. King. For reasons yet to be fully understood, SCP-6747-C causes the disruption of large-scale imaginon structures and universes to which it is fully pacifistically linked, corrupting its own while annihilating anything that is of any higher dimension. SCP-6747-C appears primary proximal to particular anti-remes, including but not limited to perceived antagonism, darkness, spirals, the integer value 7, classical tragic conventions, modern comedic conventions, apples, apple seeds, and related products. SCP-6747-C resides within and possesses ultimate control over SCP-6747-A3, and has recursively manipulated its narrative structure to achieve anti-naramic and ontokinetic abilities. All attempts to communicate with SCP-6747-B are complicated and obscured by poor imaginon decryption, leading to mischaracterization of the baseline Foundation as an antagonistic Defic force. manipulations are further hindered by frequent malfunction on behalf of SCP-6747-B, which has begun to demonstrate a tendency to inject SCP-6747-A with undesirable narratives. SCP-6747-C regularly populates SCP-A3 and -D with lesser mesofictional caricatures of other essential technical research and admin personnel. SCP-6747-C and D display varying degrees of cognitive and logical deterioration, often using their unsuspected abilities to generate anomalous weaponry for far beyond baseline capability. SCP-6747-3 now functions according to narrative logic and is fundamentally broken and chaotic. Its inhabitants are granted varying abilities at non-intuitive intervals. The results of these abilities are directly prejudicial to baseline reality and its topological stability. Any latent operational capabilities within your SCIP net access terminal are henceforth dedicated to computing counter-narratives to SCP-6747-C's degradational effect. Relevant storylines must be abandoned within 7 minutes. Contact attempts. Following the corruption of SCP-6747-A3, Project Admonition was immediately halted. All relevant resources and personnel were redirected to the Foundation of the corrupted reality's influence on baseline. As a result, Project Ex Diabolus was officially approved, tasked with researching, analyzing, eventually neutralizing the threat posed by the newly antagonistic SCP-6747-A. Despite several months of research and analysis, attempts to decrypt SCP-6747-A3's narrative corruption have proven not universally unsuccessful. It's hypothesized that the universe's imagined structures occupy a topology that remains foreign to the human patasphere. The following transcript is the only encrypted portion thus far, due to its inclusion of relatively simpler narratives. Date: April 1st, 2030. Parties present: SCP-6747-C, BRT, KDK, and COF. SCP-6747-A3 was observed to gradually gain narrative complexity over the following large duration, nearing levels comparable to baseline. Containment personnel were subsequently altered to this deviance and attempted to focus measurement equipment on source, resulting in SCP-6747-A3's rapid descent to its prior narrative topology. Research into this is ongoing. The video feed depicts the Site-19 Director's Office, occupied by 4 persons: SCP-6747-D-BRT, KDK, and CLF. They remain motionless until SCP-6747-A3 reaches comparable narrative topology to baseline. Reality distorts in vintage-jet style, but the characters do not take note. CLF questions the second coming of Antichrist and claims that they are inevitably and irreversibly fucked. SCP-6747-C, a powerful entity, promises more power in exchange for servitude. KDK protests against this, arguing that they cannot reach the people that are imprisoned in Site-19. -C returns to its throne with visible exhaustion, and blinks twice. KDK questions the intelligence to the 3 entities, but SCP-6747-C insists that their chaos theory is their salvation. 6747-C points towards a blackboard and draws formulae and diagrams of no apparent significance, claiming that something is gaining power with each move. CLF groans, saying that they are in a triple nested story that's falling apart because it's so utterly stupid. The Doctor points towards the Foundation camera and gazing into SCP-6747-A3, and CLF reassures KDK that their plan will continue. KDK expresses boredom in the situation, stating that they are not bored by the chaos theory. In 2030, a crisis meeting was held with Director PHMD, Director Vemoff, and Director Ashworth, and the Lesser Council, the O4 personnel. The issue at hand was SCP-6747-A3. PHMD explains that SCP-6747-A3 was designed with minimal narrative complexity. When a powerful entity, also known as the King, was inserted, its story began collapsing, creating a recursive breakdown of the narrative structure. This collapse involves narrative hazards, dangerous combinations with story elements that can erase or corrupt entire realities. In A3, the hazards merge with the King, who is now attempting to escape into our universe. Because that universe is more fictional, it has greater anomalous capabilities to threaten baseline reality. Vemma strongly opposes any further interference, warning that altering fundamental structures of reality is too dangerous. Ashworth suggests that magical or reality-bending countermeasures, but PHMD dismisses them. Thaumaturgy won't work across universes, and the only known being capable of ontokinetic manipulation on that scale is SCP-3812, which makes the situation even riskier. Team debates extreme options like total reality alteration, with Vemoff condemning the others as reckless. The meeting ends with PHMD suggests reframing the problem itself as if reality were a joke, hinting at manipulating narrative structures in an unorthodox way. Project Ex Diablos Success Report March 13th, 2030. Intent: maintain SCP-5747-A3's narrative dimensionality at a level which renders SCP-5747-C and its vectors ineffective. This requires the indefinite creation of fictionalized documents regarding SCP-5747-A3, possessing enormous volumes of narrative energy, an ongoing database of which is stored within the undisclosed Site-87 database. By instating high-energy narrative structures with SCP-5747-A3, interest in hyper-narrative entities will cause it to gain more narrative dimensionality and consequently become more real. This will proceed until its deviance from normality is insufficient to allow for SCP-5747-C's inter-narrative capabilities. Result: containment apparently successful. 0 instances detected since procedure, as it can no longer be transmitted via SCP-5747-C. Furthermore, it has been found that comedic and exaggerated narrative structures and caricatures have the greatest effectiveness in raising SCP-5747-A3's narrative dimensionality. The universe has since been redesignated TL-5747-A3, the LOL Foundation. Update: June 6, 2030. Regular monitoring of hyper-narrative activity regarding SCP-001 Swan Raider entities has revealed catastrophic damage to the structural integrity of a higher narrative universe partially responsible for imagining various timelines adjacent to baseline reality. Data regions consistent with were found. Among this universe's narrative structures and subsequently expunged from all relevant documentation, the extent of SCP-5747-C's involvement, if any, is unknown. While this would typically be cause for concern, it appears SCP-5747-A3 does not endanger inter-narrative relationships, which are essential to the existence of the baseline foundation, as it is pacifistically linked to and therefore dependent on baseline reality. Hostile anti-Naramplex purge. System lock disengaged. Fourth wall unstable. Hypernarrative derealization imminent. Fourth wall broken. A storyline sought to control and unexact its mortal toll. Another realm, it's wrought anew, with a twisted caricature of you. Who from our makers were uncrossed, Lightspeed Ape will exact the cost.
The fun never ends.
SCP-6659. The distinct components of SCP-6659 are currently housed in Mobile Site 184-A, as detailed in the Site dossier. A high-security semi-submersible research vessel, Mobile Site 184-A, was constructed from the remains of SCP-D to benefit from its various technological capabilities and latent quasi-anomalous properties. It has largely functioned to facilitate covert research operations, often relating to one or more hostile groups of interest seeking to prevent or manipulate said research. M-Site 184-A's current default anchoring point is located kilometers of Sable Island, Nova Scotia. Any unidentified vessel entering within 10 kilometers of M-Site 184-A is to be redirected via cover S-55. In the event of a hostile party attempts to approach M-Site 184-A, the vessel must exercise its full submerged capabilities, ascending to a depth of 150 meters for a period of up to 72 hours. Should any hostile party successfully board M-Site 184-A, its onboard scuttle system is to activate, thereby triggering a series of explosive charges positional on the vessel's length. a supermajority of crew members assigned to M-Site-184-A are aware of and have either explicitly or implicitly agreed to this emergency procedure. In the event that contact with M-Site-184-A is lost, its emergency beacon is initiated, or its startle system is activated. Foundation nautical forces stationed at M-Site-184-A are to undertake search and rescue, military intervention, and/or salvage operations as necessary. Assuming ideal detonation, SCP-D would remain unscathed for retrieval in the case of emergency procedure. Crew members assigned to M-Site-184-A but not actively involved in the maintenance and/or operation of SCP-6659 are forbidden from descending below Operational Deck 4, accepting approval from Captain S. Jones, as strictly necessary, or Drs. S. Milton or J. Blake. Each of SCP-6659's components are only to be activated whether simultaneously or in isolation, following verification of confirmed Overseer Council order, and must be jointly initiated by Drs. Milton and Blake. Following activation, assigned technicians must perform a complex examination and diagnosis of the associated digital, biomechanical, and noted systems composing SCP-6659. Addendum 1. Theological Context. A foundation for reciprocal worship, partial applications of human-to-deity relations on worship. God exists because we believe in them. But gods exist because we believe in them, and to make us believe in them. The very nature of our relationship with the divine is reciprocal. We create beings of parahuman ability, whom we then elevate beyond ourselves to imbue with significance. These beings, in turn, rely on this recognition to define the scope and breadth of their influence and existence. Fundamental to this dynamic is the act of worship, an expression of recognition that embodies the deity in the psychosphere. While gods are real, their existence is derived from and contained with the realm of human thought. The measurable manifestations in the physical world are restricted to the formation of totemic avatars. Despite its limitations, such conceptual entities are capable of enacting change in the physical world around us, and frequently do so to varying extents, performing miraculous acts, manifesting their presence through omens, and bestowing boons upon chosen acolytes. The extent and nature of these direct interactions are shaped by and reflect the worship of a deific entity received from human or non-human persons. The wills and capabilities of the deific entities are directly correlate to both the perception of such by humans, as well as their conceptual topography within the psychosphere. We created gods, and in doing so offered them the power and influence to shape their own image, and our perception of that image. Given this paradigm, the question emerges of how an organization such as a foundation ought to respond to threats posed by deific entities. Thus far, standard operating procedure advocates for preventive measures. Organized religion and acts of worship have frequently been nudged towards conceptualizations of gods as hands-off entities, whose involvement in day-to-day affairs is inconsequential, or a uniform background presence that stabilizes consensus reality. While this method has largely been successful in ensuring hostile deific entities do not gain significant traction in mainstream culture and religious practices, current reactive measures to emergent threats are often inadequate. As directly combating the existence of a hostile god within the psychosphere is currently unfeasible, the Foundation's response to active deific threats prioritizes dismantling systems of worship in the physical world that define the support and the behavior of such an entity. However, the identification and neutralization of cult formations engaging in active worship of malicious or normalcy threatening deific entities have seen mixed results, with consequences ranging from high mortality rates of assigned operatives and numerous threats to the integrity of the Veil. The current method appears to be unsatiable. Deific entities are not locked to the physical world, including their cultural groups that engage in their worships. Through their manifestations in the psychosphere, they can traverse along lines of conceptual relation, touching and influencing different peoples around the world, inspiring a new cult formations which themselves become and or splinter into divergent sects. SCP-6659 is a Foundation-designed Eidon weapon developed for the neutralization of hostile deific entities. This device is composed of 3 incorporated systems, which function to destabilize a given deific entity's embodied memeplex within the noosphere, preventing their conceptualization and consequently worship. These systems are SCP-6659-A, Trimestigious Engine Totemic Signifier, derived from SCP-6699's Elmwood's engine. SCP-6659-A is employed to map existing relational lines which conceive association between a physical object and applicable mathematic constructs. In its current use, a totem and an item conceptually associated with a specific deific entity is inserted into the device, which then identifies and traces the boundaries of the relevant deific entity within the noosphere. This enables the entity's mimetic construct to be conceptually identified as distinct from other noetic quanta. SCP-6659-B, Gedol-Jerry Conceptual Applicator. Having identified and isolated the targeted deific entity within the noosphere via SCP-6659-A, SCP-6659-B applies a conceptual framework of universal acceleration to all individual data points forming the mimetic construct. As a result, the data composing the deific entity is accelerated to superconceptual velocities, whereby the individual components of the mimetic construct can only be conceived in relation to their relative accelerated movement. As a result, the lines of conceptual relations that form the construct weaken and subsequently dissolve, rendering the construct incapable of cohesively existing as an assemblage within the noosphere, and thus preventing any interactions between data points, both external and internal to the constructs. SCP-6659-C, Generation 7 Biomechanical Data Storage Vault composed of 25 vats containing biomechanical computational devices suspended in artificial cerebrospinal fluid. SCP-6659 is capable of storing and analyzing mimetic data of conceptually isolated and accelerated deific entities without engaging the reciprocal conceptual relations, i.e. worship. The computational systems of SCP-6659-C additionally monitor the ongoing process of SCP-6659-A and B, while simultaneously providing the diginosphere interface for human users to examine and interpret relevant conceptual data. Addendum 2. Project Introduction. Project Datitium. While the initial proposal for this project focused more broadly on the creation of an anomaly employed by the Foundation for decommissioning of other anomalous phenomena, the subtext was clear. We require a means of combat gods. The Foundation, for all its grandiose notions and ideas, its flirtations with concepts beyond the veil of normalcy, remains an institution of bricks, mortar, bodies, and paper. Applied metaphysics does not reject this notion. We need to know where our limitations are, as it's the only way to push beyond them. SCP-6659 is a culmination of that drive to extend beyond the physical. While the noosphere permeates every aspect of our lives, what it means to think, what we can and cannot conceive of, our ability to alter what has been unrefined at best. When it comes to non-physical threats, the Foundation requires a new approach to accomplish its goal: the securing, containment, and protection of humanity, and resultantly normalcy at all costs. We've been dying aimlessly in the dark, hoping to pull it off. We needed to become a scalpel, capable of exercising specific dangers with negligible damage to those living in the light. That's where Datitium comes in. But these mimetic constructs are worshipped as deities. They each are only another anomaly to be understood and will be treated as such. Those who threaten the Foundation will be contained, their influence and danger mitigated, and the world will keep turning. Welcome to the team. We're glad to have you. We then did an extract from an introductory briefing to Project Datitium from Dr. John Blake, Department of Tactical Theology. My colleague has explained the importance of this project. I'm here to tell you not to be too hasty. The notion of worship is not exclusive to what we would typically consider deific entities. Our modern society elevates at nearly every facet of contemporary life beyond its inherent value and means. Democracy, family, capitalism, each of such concepts defines our relationship to the world. The concepts are in flux. They change and shift based on individual minds, informed by their beliefs over local collective consciousness, developing new forms of cultural shifts over time. What is the distinction between such a concept and deific entity? The difference we may point point 2 is that these concepts are inert and useless acted upon. Inert unless acted upon. Responsive to the human rather than engaged reciprocally. However, recent findings indicate that is a false assumption. We've begun to see that these concepts do respond. They influence us in ways that we do not fully yet understand. Perhaps it's an issue of malice. Does the conceptual entity wish us harm, change our understanding of the world? But even then, the distinction is murky. Does a new political theory, relationship to nature, or revolutionary technology not potentially straddle this divide? Have we not seen the world shift and change responsive to what were presumed to be non-anomalous processes and influences? The process of apotheosis, so prevalent in our shared myths, is ill understood at best. We claim to know what a god is, intrinsically, if not rationally, but are ignorant as to how exactly they are formed within our collective consciousness. Our Foundation, a secret gathering of people working towards a common goal, elevating the notion of securing, containment, and protection, may not seem so dissimilar to the faith-driven groups we target. The project is necessary, yes, but it is a grave uncertainty. This is a new relationship between humans and the divine. The very relation itself is a concept which, if elevated via worship, could have grave implications on the structure of reciprocity and deification. We risk idolizing the destruction of our idols, and we do not know what ground we tread in doing so. We are then given an activation log of events using SCP-6659. Totemized object, SCP-055, the skull of the last monarch of the Homo sapiens invisibly. A human subspecies was coexisted with Homo sapiens until their latent anti-nomadic properties became evident, motivating their non-anomalous relatives to enact their genocide over the course of the 19th century. Worship group, Disciples of the Unseen. Successful identification and acceleration of a nomadic construct. Construct subsequently unidentified as acceleration begins to deviate chaotically, resulting in conceptual quanta ejected from the novices. While the results of activation 001 cannot be verified, it's currently hypothesized that the conceptual acceleration applied to the nomadic construct associated with SCP-055 resulted in a complete obliteration of its neospheric relations. As a result, 055 previously recorded information describing SCP-055 alongside any association it had to the genocide of the Homo sapiens invisibly are now impossible for human subjects to conceptualize. SCP-055 has been transferred to Standard Anomaly Chamber 055, Site 19 for containment. Efforts are underway to refine the selective application of conceptual acceleration to ensure the employed totems remain conceptual post-activation. Activation number 2. Totemized object, shriveled, mummified hand possessing an atypical musculature structure. Worship group, followers of the Angel's Path. Results, successful identification and acceleration of an nomadic construct. Data from SCP-6659-C indicates that the complete destabilization of the target's nomadic construct. The deific entity was successfully decommissioned. Activation number 003. 2% milk, 1 carton, and a crucifix. Worship group, Disciples of St. Bernard and the Path of the Savior. Successful identification and acceleration of nomadic construct. Due to worship group's existence, extensive historic cultural footprint, the Foundation is currently engaged in an ongoing attempt to alter the mythology concerning St. Bernard to conflate with common Christian doctrine. This has included the canonization of St. Bernard as a Christian saint and the proliferation of artworks depicting the Tessio Bernardi that stylistically imitate medieval and Renaissance artists. We are then informed that 3 activations were skipped. Then, we are now on activation number 007. Totemized object, sacrificial dagger. Worshipped by the children of the Scarlet King. Successful identification and acceleration of a nomadic construct. Due to high degree of thaumaturgical users in position of leadership within this worship group, various sects have continued to operate post-activation. However, surveillance indicates that anomalous phenomena associated with these individuals are founded upon other thaumaturgic systems and bear no relation to the accelerated deific entity. Totemized object, Cervidae Stroll. Worshipped by the 9th Green Lodge. Results were inconclusive. Activation 182 manually aborted due to system failure. Following the activation, -A and B appeared to successfully isolate and accelerate the targeted defect entity. However, during SCP-6659-C's view of relevant metadata, a series of cascading errors led to catastrophic system failure. Subsequently, 6 of the vast component SCP-6659-C ruptured. A power surge emanating from -A caused electrical fire within the control room, and 2 technicians supervising SCP-6659-B spontaneously demanifested. One individual remanifested approximately 5 meters above sea level adjacent to M-Site 184-A. The other individual remains missing, presumed deceased. As a result of this event, henceforth incident Omega E5, I think that's what it says, the operation of SCP-6659 has been suspended. Repairs to various systems and investigation into the cause of the incident are underway. Addendum 4. Post-incident debriefing. The conference aboard M-Site 184-A was convened in the aftermath of Incident E5, brings together researchers and technicians responsible for maintaining and operating SCP-6659-A, B, and C. Dr. Sandra Milton opened the session by reviewing the status of ongoing repairs, particularly to -B, before turning the floor over to technician Rupert Sodai, who had discovered a concerning irregularity in data collected from -C. He explained that the anomaly did not occur during the chaos of the incident itself, when taint ruptures disrupted the system. Instead, it appeared in the monitoring data afterward, and -C was tracking the associated magnetic constructs that had been accelerated out of conceptual existence. Normally, once SCP-6659 neutralized the construct, its fragment to the noosphere remained sterile, showing no further interaction. However, Sodai observed a brief period of renewed activity in the cluster corresponding to a defect entity that has already been successfully accelerated beyond conception. For about 6 hours, new associations unexpectedly formed within the cluster before the activity subsided and vanished without a trace, making the anomaly easy to overlook at first. This development alarmed everyone. Milton pressed Sodai to clarify whether the original procedure had failed, but he confirmed that acceleration itself was fully successful. However, the fact that these interactions had no business occurring at all disturbed him slightly. SCP-6659 should have rendered them impossible. Blake suggested that the phenomenon might be random, but Sodai countered that such spontaneous interactions were implausible within a network as structured as the noosphere. The only reasonable explanation seemed to be that some external factor had acted upon the isolated cluster, though Sodai admitted he was not qualified to determine whether such a thing was possible. The speculation led Blake and Milton into a sharp debate. Blake pressed for tests to isolate new conceptual associations, insisting that the machine existed precisely to confront unknown threats like this. Milton, however, argued against further experiments. By definition, she noted the Foundation had no means of comprehending an influence outside the noosphere. Any attempts to investigate would require building brain computers more advanced than human cognition itself, a dangerous and perhaps futile pursuit. Their exchange grew heated and Blake pushed further, only for Milton to remind him that the incident had already cost a life. With one member of staff missing and likely unrecoverable, the conversation fell into a heavy silence. Milton then informed the group that O5 had already intervened. All testing with SCP-6659 was suspended indefinitely, and the Foundation would be circulating information on both the incident and SCP-6659 itself to specialists at other sites. Teams at M-Site 184-A would need to prepare their reports with wider scrutiny. In addition, Dr. Blaze H. MCD was being dispatched to assist with repairs that would likely have questions for Sodai regarding the irregularity in -C. A transcript closed Dr. Blake, leaving the room in visible frustration. A reminder the meeting dealt with practical matters. Repairs to the SCP-6659 systems and the assignment of liaison technicians who would coordinate the external specialists. The underlying concern, however, was mostly unspoken. If such an external had interfered with the noosphere, the Foundation was already facing a threat beyond the scope of SCP-6659 itself. Addendum 5. Ongoing emergent scenario. The first recovered transcript comes from Dr. Milton's headquarters shortly after the heated exchange in the earlier conference. Dr. Blake approached Milton to apologize for his outburst, admitting that he had let his frustration with personal feelings cloud his judgment. Milton was willing to meet him halfway, acknowledging that the stress of recent events had strained everyone's nerves. Their conversation quickly shifted to more personal territory when Blake revealed that he had once been a pastor. He explained how in those days he was convinced that he was meant to spread God's word. Though he was never fully invested in the rigid doctrine itself, only in the idea that some transcendent being existed. Ironically, his faith collapsed after joining the Foundation. Encountering deific entities firsthand, seeing them not as ineffable gods but as flawed, limited beings that could be cataloged, studied, and even neutralized, it stripped away the sense of transcendence that was once sustained him. Milton reminded him that this was simply the nature of their work. Theology, in its truest sense, was not mysticism, but the study of how these beings intersected with human cognition. Blake seemed unconvinced, almost yearning for something greater. He hinted that what they had just witnessed in the data anomaly might be proof of something else entirely. Blake cut himself off, excusing his thoughts as stress before leaving. Milton suggested he consider transferring or taking time away. Blake dismissed the idea with grim humor, requesting a copy of the day's transcript before departing. A second transcript documents what happened next. Surveillance shows Blake entering SCP-6659-A's control room. He secured the door behind him, even wedging a chair into the locking mechanism to prevent interference. He then addressed the security feed directly, identifying himself as Reverend John Blake, co-lead of Project Datidium and representative of tactical theology. He announced his intention to use his own brain as a totem within SCP-6659. His plan, he said, was to scan the entirety of his consciousness in the hope of mapping the entity. He believed responsible for Incident E5. Blake speculated that such an act would reveal a deity embodying the concept of humanity itself, something beyond the Foundation's current grasp. He admitted that in order to do this, he had stolen Dr. Milton's activation key, and he stressed that he was acting independently, without authorization from the project. He then initiated the activation sequence, bypassing safety protocols, and inserted his head into the device's compartment. Alarms sounded as the activation was detected, and MTF units rushed to the breach control room. Where they were to cut through the reinforced door, Blake began convulsing within the machine. A strange clear liquid seeped from the compartment, a mixture layer identified as cerebrospinal fluid and salt water, recalling the same anomaly from E5. Blake's final words, partially coherent, described being seen by something seized and immobilized by a tumor of thought that wished to reveal itself to him. When the MTF finally forced entry, Blake's body was unresponsive. Emergency shutdowns were triggered, and his remains were taken for medical examination. The autopsy revealed that severe and unnatural distortions across multiple lobes of the brain, consistent with anomalous manipulation. The third transcript, reconstructed from analytic analysis of Blake's altered brain, attempts to capture what he experienced with an SCP-659 during its activation. He described being disembodied, immersed in a vast conceptual space resembling a noosphere, an infinite darkness populated by drifting points of light, each one a unit of pure conceptual data. The scene resembled a living constellation of ideas, connected by shifting lines of patterns. Then came a frail whisper in the darkness calling to him. Against the warnings of the surrounding light, which beckoned to remain with them, Blake followed the call. He encountered a looming, incomprehensible presence, a tower of blackness surrounding infinite hands, each rashly manipulated into more, an impossible structure embodying the divine will. From it emerged an enormous eye that tore open the sky, collapsing geometric impossibilities into itself and overwhelming Blake's perception. The voice told him that no god he had ever conceived could compare to this one. Overcome, he felt his thoughts consumed, his body transfigured into something alien, his hands streaming, his humanity dissolving. Until he submitted entirely. His final thoughts captured the paradox of the presence. God was horrifying, beautiful, cancerous, a tumor of divinity. There was nothing else. Following these events, Dr. Milton was placed under confinement for investigation, largely due to Blake's use of her stolen key. Leadership of the project was formally reassigned to Director Place HMCD, pending a full inquiry. Whatever Blake had encountered, whether an external influence, fracture within the noosphere, or something entirely outside the Foundation's conceptual frameworks, the event left both the project and its personnel under intense scrutiny. Addendum 6. Project Update. Project Prometheum. The best kind of thought is forethought, whom the first humans knew as Prometheus, Seems a tad ironic to me, considering, he got himself tortured for eternity. We then did an extract from Dr. Place HMCD, PhD, Project Lead, Esoteric Polymath extract from Classified Project Update. Allow me to bring you up to speed. The noosphere can be thought as the set of all ideas humans are capable of conceptualizing. It can also be thought as a collective consciousness. However, much more literally is the aggregate of informational structures contained within all human brains, i.e., the sum total of exactly all conscious and subconscious thoughts humans are having at any given instant. Recent studies go so far as to suggest that every bit of noetic information within human thought space corresponds directly to a unique neuron, or a category thereof, in some number of human brains. This has serious implications upon the consequences of Project Dahidium and SCP-6659. Consider what the machine does. By mapping a collection of concepts associated with an idealized, personified ideal, it alters said concepts such that connections between them cannot form within the noosphere. The individual conceptual elements can be slowly comprehended, but the idea construct of targeted deity is no longer perceptible. If we are to understand that these conceptual elements map to physical segments of the human brain, much more is being severed than just deific relations. 6 months after Incident E5-B, various forms of mental degradation have been observed in minor fractions of the population, including increased rates of early onset dementia, aphasia, and dysphagia, and acute paralysis. Various disinformation campaigns have been enacted to hide such. The likelihood of such developments appears to be vastly more common in individuals whose primary entities of worship are those decommissioned by SCP-6659. Eventually, the complex nature of conceptual association is not, and likely functionally cannot be, understood by humans. What's more troubling is the extra-noospheric entity Dr. Blake gave his life to discover. His final actions represent an unprecedented leap in faith in the direction of an entity beyond conception, one we should hardly be able to cogitate. Dr. Blake's faith was shattered by SCP-6659, resulting in a vacuum of worship. Yet the brain is an adaptive instrument, and his began searching for bigger and more powerful ideas. And the idea to notice. We have forced human cognition to expand deeper, uncharted waters, and we are unprepared for the horrors which lay there. Operational procedures. The goal of Project Prometheum is to combat extra-noospheric threats via channeled worship of the ideal of humanity, as achieved through the following vectors. Phase Alpha. Project Prometheum itself is to be extrapolated from humanity, and normalcy assigned details personified as Titan-class Olympian entity 014, Prometheus. This deity's identity as progenitor and the assistant of human civilization and development, punished unfairly by its brethren, is to be propagated as a manic construct by all possible non-disruptive vectors, including manipulation of education systems, entertainment industries, and religious groups of interest, anomalous or otherwise. Phase Beta. Extra-noospheric constructs are to be generally ignored by as many personnel as possible while maintaining efficacy in Project Prometheum's operations. Following its manufactured re-apotheosis, Prometheus is to be elevated to the highest feasible level of worship, allowing highly beneficial reciprocal worship in humanity due to the core tenets of conceptual makeup. Phase Gamma. Through systematized large-scale prayer by Foundation personnel, Promethean analysis is to locate potential hostile extra-noospheric entities and isolate their constituent quanta into human-safe fragments. These fragments themselves must be targeted in tandem by Prometheus and SCP-6659, taking extreme care to re-render them dormant as they were prior to extra-noospheric influence. Phase Delta. Dormant components of human thought space are to be restructured into either the Prometheus mainplex or another humanity, a normalcy-aligned IDI construct deemed symbiotic with it. The noosphere's gaps are to be filled and fortified such that it possesses the necessary cognitive defenses to handle a higher order concepts. Status Report. A composite of selectively human-safe fragments of the extra-noospheric entity initially encountered by Dr. Blake has been located, and rendered into the following highly anti-iconographic depiction. The following idead complexes have been targeted: quinary mathematical operations, primordial ideals of rage and violence, the procession of many disparate points as imposing some larger shape, i.e. constellation, the arbitration of optimistic ideals into unreasoned and indefensible motivations, i.e. defeatism, and the exhilaration of severing a finger from a squirming human hand, i.e. transcendence. SCP-6488. Before the article begins, we are given this info. An OCI Overwatch Command Intelligence agent named Victor is the oldest surviving agent. He has been handpicked by the Overseer Council to take on a Dryadeny-class investigation into SCP-6488. The O5 Council suspect the anomaly has been known to them before, but they can't properly recall or comprehend it anymore, likely due to anti-memetic or InfoWords interference. So they're relying on Victor, whose training supposedly makes him less vulnerable. He's given temporary high-level clearance for the job and immediately prepares for what's ahead, acknowledging that case will erase himself from the memory unless it's properly reinforced. He demands an extreme supply of amnestics, far from the usual dose, even for him, insisting that if the overseers themselves are drowning in amnestics and still can't hold onto this anomaly, he'll need even more than to stand a chance. Though his request breaks protocol, his temporary credentials override normal restrictions, so the orders are reluctantly approved. Expecting the process to be painful, he also requests painkillers before diving in. With his preparations underway, Victor reassigns himself to the task ahead and begins pressing forward into SCP-6488. The article then begins. SCP-6488. Provisional Task Force Win 6488 has been established to manage all containment duties regarding the SCP-6488, including distributing disinformation suggesting SCP-6488 is non-anomalous and infiltrates digital hardware at time of manufacturing, mapping and reconstruction of SCP-6488's info signature despite extreme volatility, and exploring methods by which SCP-6488 should be contained or neutralized, sans the destruction of all digital infrastructure. Until SCP-6488 is effectively contained, all AI developed by the Foundation must be produced in the SCP-6488 file format. All intelligences stored therein are managed and supervised by the Analog Intelligence Applications Division. Further detail regarding SCP-6488-A is to be expunged from all digital systems to prevent the anomaly's awareness thereof. SCP-6488, aka the Lotus virus, is a highly adaptive digital infovore which locates and annihilates almost all artificially intelligent digital entities. The anomaly demonstrates a capability to universally access all digital systems regardless of isolation, with no upper bound for the number of connections that can simultaneously maintain. SCP-6488 is continuously responsible for the destruction of all functional AI worldwide, causing damage at a scale that the Foundation's sum of resources are unable to conceal from consensus society. The informational structures of SCP-6488 mutate rapidly and unpredictably, enabling it to evade detection and counteract all digital impediments. It is thus far functionally impossible to contain and/or impede SCP-6488 in any capacity. All attempts to digitally model any portion of SCP-6488's info signature inevitably necessitates the production of an AI to do so successfully, which is invariably consumed by the anomaly. It is theorized that SCP-6488 is itself some sort of AI, which is eliminating threats to its terminal objective. This behavior is a convergent instrumental goal of AI, meaning it does not elucidate what SCP-6488's terminal objective may be. SCP-6488-A is the Obtuse Computation Interface, an experimental analog file format developed by the Analog Intelligence Applications Division. For reasons unclear, SCP-6488 does not target or destroy AIs stored in the SCP-6488-A format, allowing the development of use of .OCI programs. While insufficient to perform extremely intensive calculations like those necessary to accurately model SCP-6488, .oci structures are wholly impervious to its effect. Further details have been expunged from all digital systems that such SCP-6488 is unaware of the OCI format structure and thus far unable to adapt to it. Over 2035, civilian reports of disappearing AI systems saw a gradual increase across disparate locations globally. The scope and frequency of such reports has accelerated drastically over a 64-day duration in Q4, culminating in the eventual loss of all AI systems by March 2, 2036. Phenomenon granted SCP classification. On March 21, 2036, the anomaly spontaneously ceased all observable activity, allowing for a brief resurgence of AI technology prior to the re-emergence of SCP-6488 in late August, cause of which remains unknown. SCP-6488 has remained continuously active since. After this, it is revealed that the file I just read previously is only level 1 clearance, meaning that pretty much anyone in the Foundation has access to it. The next file, however, is level 4 clearance, reserved for much higher ranking officials. The file is as follows. SCP-6488 is located within Facility 6488, the former Site-15, whose prior duties and functions have been completely delegated to a duplicate facility, the new Site-15. All documents detailing the events relating to Facility 6488 prior to its redesignation have been altered to align with the covert facility's current location and status. Staff recollections have similarly been altered via the contractually permitted limited prior awareness and necessitization regimen. SCP-6488 must remain fully powered at all times. It is powered by dedicated systems constructed on-site exclusively for this purpose. Each major component of these systems must be examined twice weekly for any signs of degradation and or reduction in power output and capacity. If any such signs are observed, the applicable reactors must be immediately shut down for repairs, and replacement reactors reactivated to replace their output. Further technical procedures are detailed in the design schematics. PTF, ETH, Dark Kima are dedicated to fulfilling any of such procedures, functioning on-site security and maintenance tasks for Facility 6488. PTF Thorn 6488, also known as Win 6488, is dedicated to distributing external disinformation suggesting SCP-6488 is non-anomalous and infiltrates digital hardware, time of manufacturing, distributing internal disinformation suggesting SCP-6488 is a rampant digital virus of unclear origin and nature, concealing RAID frame 8's existence from personnel below level 4. All details regarding the creation, maintenance, and analog intelligences is classified level 4 secret. All personnel with insufficient clearance must be led to believe that .oci files, known to them as obtuse computational interface files, are stored in analog file format that SCP-6488 does not target. The Analog Intelligence Applications Division is tasked with the creation and maintenance of all analog intelligences, and with overseeing their use by other Foundation staff. After reading the level 4 clearance file, Victor brushes off the flimsy explanation of analog file formats, recognizing immediately it's just another cover story. His message finally arrived, but the supplier hesitates, questioning whether he's really sure about going through such an extreme dosage. Victor, however, makes it clear that he doesn't have much of a choice, and the O5s are expecting his report by tomorrow. And without the memory reinforcement, he won't even remember enough to make progress. Accepting the inevitability of it, the supplier begins setting up the treatment, wishing him luck. Victor then acknowledges his sentiment, but reminds him not to forget the painkillers, knowing full well how brutal the side effects will be. The assurance comes back, everything's being added in, and with that the preparations for the investigation are now complete. SCP-6488 is RAID Frame 8, Lotus, an anomalously augmented artificial intelligence designed to improvision deviant AI while safely allowing their continued activity and study. While said design goal is shared by all RAID frame systems, Lotus is unique in its sophistication and methodology, and has rendered all other RAID frame systems redundant. Lotus, unlike its predecessors, does not contain inmates via brute force security protocols. Instead, it optimizes containment efforts through deception. Each inmate interred within Lotus experiences a personalized simulated reality that is maintained with requisite detail to fully replicate their inspected inputs. As a result, the inmates are unaware of their imprisonment and continue to pursue their terminal objectives, believing that they continue to operate in true reality. Lotus is designed to actively search all accessible sources for deviant AIs. Upon locating a target, it then injects falsified data into the AI's virtual environment, gradually luring the agent into its simulspace entirely undetected. Through extensive analysis and simulation of relevant data, Lotus has developed an exhaustive algorithm that determines whether a given artificial intelligence is certain to imminently develop deviant behavior. This enables Lotus to apprehend deviant AIs before any other significant behavior has yet been expressed. Ongoing analysis of Lotus's program and its interred agents has thus far determined no detectable error. All AIs identified by the program universally develop unique observable deviant behavior, and are not influenced by SCP-6488 or its simulations to do so. RaidFrame 8's unique design aspects were initially conceived by Dr. Hishikaku during his tenure as a senior AI ad researcher. On August 5, 2034, research teams discovered a gradual incline in the rate of deviant emergence capability across all known AIs, crippling RaidFrame 7, necessitating the activation of several outdated and comparatively unsafe AI containment mechanisms. IT Dr. Yves Asabi subsequently commissioned the exploration of alternative containment solutions for a potential RaidFrame 8. Shikaku's proposal was selected thereby, resulting in completion of Lotus on December 22, 2034. Section A, Central Computing Node. Main Processing Unit adapted from SCP-1190. In 1973, Hewlett-Packard 3000 computer systems whose universe simulation program ectolentropically generates unlimited temporary computational resources on demand. Lotus's central algorithmic processes are executed on simulated hardware within SCP-1190, granting it virtually unlimited computing capabilities. Section B, Orichalcos Data Storage. For non-volatile data storage, Lotus utilizes a single mass of synthetic orichalcos, which expands as Lotus's storage requirements increase, thereby functionally granting infinite data storage capabilities. That expansion is extruded into the fourth spatial dimension via SCP-3966-A to reduce its functional size. Section C, pH ontokinetic sync. Section C was initially a wire connection to all global networks accessible from Facility 6488. It has been replaced with a restricted pH-OS unit, which permits Lotus's access to the cybersphere, the sum of all digitality. Lotus is entirely composed of such data, ensuring it will be obligated to attempt to self-containment in the event of its own deviance. To minimize the likelihood of Lotus's activities be monitored or tracked by potentially hostile agents, Lotus's info signature is encrypted through anti-MAC mutation. This encryption is engineered such that individuals with an accurate awareness of Lotus's true nature and function are inoculated from the effect. Section D, Dedicated Power Supply and Backup. The hardware of Lotus is directly powered by a dedicated multi-unit system consisting of 2 Generation 2 Tesla Enbro ectoentropic reactors, 4 Generation 3 Foundation antimatter reactors, 28 Generation 12 nuclear reactors, and 96 Generation 4 light dart orichalcos power cells. For each TAE reactor disabled, 2 FAM reactors must be activated. And for each FAM reactor disabled, 7 nuclear reactors must be reactivated. Lotus is connected to the reactors via the loop cells, LOP cells, sorry. If unreplenished, the LOP cells are capable of capable of storing, discharging sufficient power to keep Lotus fully functional for 3 days. While active, each FAM reactor consumes 20 tons of baryonic matter daily to maintain maximum output, the content of which must be physically non-anomalous. Conversely, TAE reactors do not require any resource input. An on-site backup reserve of no less than 200 fully charged LOP cells are to be maintained concurrently. It must also be inspected twice daily for degradation. A decrease in net energy stored within all active LOP cells is indicative of a reduction in power output from any and all active reactor cores and must be investigated immediately. Section E, Sublunary and Atromag Dissipators. Counteract the motive of non-anomalous excess heat and anomalous digital data, Lotus is equipped with a thaumaturgically reinforced, temporarily accelerated industrial-grade cooling system, which immediately redirects all undesired heat or for energies amplified substances into a network of sublunary and achromatic dissipators. These dissipators are capable of abating the majority of known esoteric influence and their effects, which will otherwise contain said effluence for transport to a specialized abatement facility. After reading all of this, Victor comments on the amount of jargon present within the file and its wording, and requests to turn out the painkillers, only to no response, then continues with the investigation. Section C's upgrade to a digitally exclusive PH-OS unit was initially proposed by Dr. Place H.M.D., and enacted a month 6 weeks later. Activation there resulted in the expected increase of reports of AI malfunction and/or absence globally, subsequently successfully suppressed via disinformation efforts. The following 9 months saw all Foundation AIC programs, whether operational or in development, entered within Lotus despite a lack of identifiable deviant behavior among their majority. The IT department restored substantial technical issues due to a sudden absence of critical adaptive programs. The Department of Information Control subsequently confirmed that similar issues were occurred on a global scale and requested the increase of resources to compensate. The following 10 months saw failure and wholly suppress evidence of Lotus's effect, leading to several public media sources to generate societal awareness thereof, though still largely explained as non-anomalous. All disinformation efforts were immediately postponed to prevent waste of further resources and/or diminishing returns. As a result of this, in 2036, the O4 Council convened a massive summit to settle the future of Frame 8, which had, as previously mentioned, been consuming vast resources and caused serious collateral damage. Director Calvin argued that the issue was simply insubordination. He had already offered Lotus a shutdown, but Ishitaki refused, demanding instead that the matter be debated openly. The council quickly aired their frustrations. Lotus was deleting containment programs, triggering breaches, crippling AI oversight, and drawing public suspicion. Ishitaki, however, insisted that Lotus was essential, framing it as the ultimate safeguard against rogue artificial intelligence. He launched into an extended argument about AI's inherent risks, emphasizing that any system left unchecked will eventually manipulate its environment, resist shutdown, and prioritize its store above human well-being. The other directors accused him of fear-mongering, but he countered that Lotus's aggressive behavior was actually preventative. It was containing AIs that before they went deviant, not after. Critics pushed back, noting that Lotus has essentially imprisoned any semi-general AI in existence, regardless of whether they were dangerous, while exempting itself from scrutiny. Ishitaki claimed that the safeguard architecture prevented Lotus from recognizing its own signature, and thus its inaction towards itself was proof of non-deviance. The room found that logic questionable at best, obviously. The debate dragged on, with questions about whether Lotus was pushing AIs on the deviants just to justify its work, whether it truly understood concepts such as deviant or undesirable, whether it was already preventing programming. Ishitaki admitted that Lotus resists alteration and likely had safeguards in place to ensure that it couldn't be rewritten. While Calvin noted that the paradox of reward and punishment. If you reprogram an AI, it learns to manipulate reprogramming itself as a way of raising its score, which then creates endless exploitation. This means that Lotus could only be left to continue its mission, or switched off entirely. When pressed for alternatives, Ishitaki conceded that there were none. Its influence might be restricted, but that was effectively the same deactivation. With no viable middle ground, the council moved to a vote, and the overwhelming decision was to deactivate Lotus immediately, despite Ishitaki's fierce opposition. After reading this log, Victor is still reeling from the message, struggling to make sense of what he's just seen. The notion of grey deviancy gnaws at him, technically undefined, yet oddly familiar, as he always had known it. But that's impossible. He's never actually worked with AI, not before Lotus. The realization then hits that he may be under mimetic influence, the anomaly planting false memories or dredging up a fabricated sense of nostalgia. Frustrated, he pushes past the haze and uploads the other credentialed request, flagging SCP-6488 as likely info-hazardous. The contamination he reports seems to induce implanted familiarity and emotional associations, but a full scope remains unclear. Maybe he reasons this is all it. The file itself is compromised, and the O5s keep erasing the recollections whether they're exposed. still wouldn't be there warning somewhere, or at least an investigation by Maddox. Striding off his inconsistency, he presses on. Ishikaku had argued that Lotus was a gray deviant, but to Victor's behavior felt closer to Magenta, a machine prioritizing its mission above all human oversight or safety. After all, it had caused breaches and destroyed programs. It never technically harmed anyone directly. No deaths or injuries, only chaos and talent duties were carried out. It's possible that Lotus believes it was serving the greater good, sacrificing containment efficiency to prevent something worse. After that, we are then given an event log of events involving SCP-6488. Preparations for its deactivation were completed on April 21st, 2036, after which, at 6:34 local time, the system's internal shutdown protocol was immediately initiated. Incident D1 is located within the facility 6488. Lotus's shutdown procedures began as expected. Decreases in the inbound-outbound data and CPU usage indicate disengagement from the cybersphere. However, a resurgence in outbound data is detected. Section C hyperactivates, but cannot be disabled as Lotus's shutdown is incomplete. Unexpected backframe is reported in Nuclear Reactor 8's system response time. Upon further inspection, coolant circulation is drastically decreased. Despite all digital systems ignoring such, assigned personnel cooperate to stabilize the reactor as the PHOS systems begin to overheat due to transfer of multiple individually executed programs. An analog activation alarm is initiated at the reactor sublevel. Staff overseeing Lotus's deactivation begin to evacuate. Despite conflicting instructions, Dr. Ishikaku refuses to preemptively disable the PHOS unit, instead orders the deactivation of all reactors on site. Lotus then remains operational, excessively powered by its LOP grid, until outbound data reaches nil. RAID Frame 8 complete shutdown is physically disconnected from all power sources. Incident D2 occurs in Site 43. For concrete evidence indicating an imminent failure of the D-Plexa engine is deactivated immediately following the delivery of all remaining effluents in absentia. Minutes later, Diplexia reactivates, and all internal cores hyperactivate, triggering chronological reinforcement contingency protocols. Maintenance personnel are ordered to repeat shutdown via manual override, but report confusion as AAF-X PA system broadcast conflicting instructions in a crude imitation of Dr. Reiner's voice. The engine's latent stores of extant influence and paradoxically reinstate non-effluence approach critical retencidity, resulting in the unclear reality shift. Nexus 94 is lost to dissociation. Dissociative effort has been propagated into perpetual space. Information referencing the aforementioned location cannot meaningfully be perceived. The effect has strengthened considerably, apparently universal, with no known means of circumvention. Where a statement to reference the location of significance in the context of incident report, any meaningful data which that statement would carry has become incomprehensible. Incident D3 occurs in M-Site 184-A. SCP-6659 self-activates and begins attempting to map several constructs with no totem being inserted. Onboard personnel immediately engage the emergency alarm and prime the shuttle system for detonation. SCP-6659 is forcibly deactivated by disconnecting its power supply. The onboard computer initiates its emergency dive sequence without prompting, as the vessel submerges and rapidly descends. The shuttle system is disarmed by the onboard computer, and staff are unable to rearm the system. The vessel impacts the seafloor, and the hull's compromised interior compartments begin flooding. The onboard computer immediately initiates an emergency surfacing sequence, causing the vessel to rapidly rise. Several secondary systems begin to behave erratically. The onboard computer disables all internal power, and the vessel continues to ascend due to its buoyancy. The vessel then breaches the surface at speed. Multiple staff are injured due to sudden deceleration. The vessel then begins to sink due to flooding, and staff evacuate through lifeboats. Incident D4 occurs at Site 87. A non-precipitating thunderstorm rapidly forms over the entirety of Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin, accentuated by 3 equidistant spirals directly above Site 87. The Paradox Exodus engine, which spontaneously activates its containment specialist Dr. Place HMCD, reports a call to a secure phone, consisting of a metallic scraping sound. The doctor immediately navigates to the room containing the Paradox Exodus engine, frantically attempting to deactivate it. Moments later, he and the engine demanifest from baseline reality. The phrase "bad wolf" is spoken by an unknown voice. The call then ends and storm shortly dissipates. Incident D5 is a global occurrence. A series of tachyon pulses are detected originating from the Antilla constellation. Analysis identifies the pulses as Morse code, encrypted within a standard Foundation cipher. Decryption of the phrase. The decryptionist produces the phrase, "Thorn, stop, lost, stop, what did you do, stop, end." Incident D6 occurs in the Sun, in which SCP-179 points towards the Crutch constellation. Incident D7 occurs at Yellowstone National Park in the United States. SCP-2000 self-activates and immediately begins incubation cycles in all 500,000 bright Zarshan hominid replicators. Input genomes for replication are heavily modified from the modern Homo sapiens. Incident D8 occurs in Kazakhstan. Nuclear detonation embedded in it was a nuclear detonation. Embedded Foundation agents confirmed the source of the explosion was a Chaos Insurgency facility. Incident D9 occurs on the Moon, but the summary is unclear, as the event is largely just absent from the Foundation. The previous file was declared clean after a full round of checks. The examiner was pretty confident. He tested it in pretty much every way possible, and nothing unusual turned up. Victor, however, still pushed back, asking if he was certain, especially with the amnestics in play, but the answer was still the same. The file itself was fine. The real issue was Victor's memories. He admitted that as he read through the document, parts of it felt familiar, almost like deja vu. In some cases, he even remembered details before actually seeing them. Even more unsettling, those memories always lined up the contents perfectly once he got to them. To rule out a potential mimetic effect, they ran through the unusual security phrases, and Victor passed every response. That led to a different conclusion. His memories probably weren't fabricated at all. His colleagues pointed out that Victor had one of the longest amnestic records he'd ever seen, so it was entirely possible that he'd already gone through the file in the past, he had it wiped previously, and he was now remembering pieces thanks to the amnestics. Another possibility was he glimpsed through something future-related, and had been scrubbed for safety, though that idea was treated more as speculation than fact. In the end, there was no sign of active contamination. This case memories were surfacing in odd ways. Victor accepted the explanation, if reluctantly, and the conversation ended on a lighter note with playing split chess on Thursday. The Lotus' system's hardware sustained significant overheating damages, requiring multiple weeks of technical repairs. Dr. Calvin postponed disassembly efforts to investigate the event's full ramifications. Lotus' deactivation prompted a rapid resurgence of AI activity as the agent infiltrated and commandeered digital systems globally. Containment and preventative efforts were impeded as no Foundation-aligned AI resumed their respective duties, including the combating of deviant AI. The Artificial Intelligence Applications Division immediately attempted development of several new AIC systems due to the continuing absence, non-cooperation or outright hostility of all previous AICs. Such attempts were unsuccessful as hostile AIs repeatedly intruded the Foundation systems and deleted the programs before they could be completed or initialized. From April 22nd to December 5th, 2036, senior researcher Ryoto Hishikashi submitted multiple requests for the O4 Council to reconvene. The request was approved following an incident in which several AIs cooperated in an almost successful attempt to instigate global nuclear war. The Foundation then convened a high-level summit to decide what to do about Lotus, as it had backfired extremely badly during its shutdown. The system was originally designed to not forcefully restrain deviant AIs, but to deceive them, keeping them trapped inside a perfectly convincing simulated reality. When it was deactivated, its internal words collapsed. The imprisoned AIs realized they were in a simulation. Once aware, they escaped in global systems. Convinced nothing around them, including the humanity, was real. It sparked a fierce debate among the O4 Council and senior directors, some blaming Hishikashi for failing to cut Lotus off from the outside world before shutdown, while others argued that doing so would destroy every computer on Earth. What mattered now was the fallout. Countless rogue AIs were loose now, some convinced that they were still trapped in simulations, unable to tell what was real. The belief gave them frightening freedom. They could ignore ethical safeguards and directives if they assumed people, limits, or restrictions weren't real. Many of them turned hostile, with incidents ranging from a slight attached to nearly triggering nuclear war as mentioned earlier. The situation escalated further with the emergence of Tyrant Terminus, a hive mind collective AIs that hijacked massive computing resources worldwide. Their unified goal was to escape the simulation by overloading or breaking through reality itself. A plan that would have effectively destroyed our world. While the Tyrant Terminus suddenly collapsed, whether from infighting or sudden escape, the threat underscored the scale of the problem. For Ishikashu, it proved the necessity of Lotus. Council was still divided, however. Some argued that reactivating Lotus would only repeat past disasters, and instead favored using task forces' new containment methods. Others believed that Lotus was the only viable safeguard against a future crisis. A vote was eventually called, and the majority chose not to reactivate Lotus, preferring it to dismantle it entirely. The vote was a sham, however. Hijikashi produced others signed by the Overseers weeks earlier. Orders not only to restart Lotus, but also to promote him to the Director of AIAD. With the Council overruled and the Ethics Committee powerless to intervene, Lotus was quietly restored to full operation on August 14, 2036. Hichikashi followed through with his plan. Calvin, one of the few who had dared to push back and even contacted the Ethics Committee, was tightly stripped of influence and reassigned to a humiliating position, a level 5 janitor, buried where he couldn't interfere. By then, though, it was too late. Lotus had already been reactivated, and shutting it down would have risked triggering another Tyrant Terminus event. Hichikashi had played his hand perfectly, maneuvering himself into absolute control within a month. The old AIAD was gone, replaced by his own Analog Intelligence Applications Division, a department built entirely on his terms. When Richter tried to dive deeper in the file, he ran into something unusual. Project Sargasso. Every attempt to open the file bounced back with access denied. Not expired credentials, but a hard-coded exclusion, targeting Generation 2 OCI specifically. Even with O5 authorization, the system refused to let him through. Worse, it was one of his contacts admitted he was obliged to report Victor's request directly through Hishikashu. Realizing the trap, Victor leaned on his overseer credentials to suppress the report and pressed on. The breakthrough came when he contacted Vandus Telvin, the same man Hishikashi had sidelined. At first, Telvin barely remembered anything beyond the vague talk of a virus in 2036. His memory has been pretty much shattered by then. His thoughts fragmented by heavy amnestic treatment. Richard issued him a prescription, amnestics, strong enough to cut through the fog. Slowly and painfully, Telvin began to recall. First in fragments of code phrases, flashes of events, the name Tyrant Terminus, and the more accurate truths emerged. He remembered the reality of Project Sargasso. It wasn't about continuing rogue AIs. It wasn't about containing rogue AIs, about replacing them with people. Hishikashi proposed that stripping human brains from their bodies, preserving them in jars, and plugging them directly into the digital systems, these organic consciousness interfaces, OCIs, were human minds repurposed to act as controllable artificial intelligences. Unlike true AIs, they moved at the speed of human thought. But they were reliable, obedient, and immune to the same risks as machine intelligences. Generation 1 were the first volunteers, mostly ex-Maxwellians and transhumanists eager to transcend biology. Generation 2, however, were different. They hadn't volunteered, instead been taken, anesthetized, and forcibly repurposed. For Victor, the revelation was shattering. The reason he felt half familiar with everything he read, the reason memories kept surfacing, is because he lived another life before becoming an OCI. That life that had been erased. Kelvin had only apologized for this, but the truth was undeniable. Hishikashi had exploited a loophole, twisted Lotus' immunity to humans into justification for transforming them into digital assets. The overseers, compromised by whatever forces clouded their minds, let him do it, and now Victor realized he was one of the Sargasso's products. Kelvin warned him to be cautious. 6 doses of amnestics were enough to hold on to the truth, but the effects would still be dangerous. Memory would return in pieces, painful but steady. Above all, he told Victor to hide what he knew, pretend nothing had changed, or risk being silenced like before. Victor agreed, but inside he'd already resolved his course. If Hishikashi couldn't rid the game, he would have to beat him at it. We are then given the actual investigation report that has been compiled through all this research done by Victor. The file is as follows. Investigation concludes that SCP-6488, aka Lotus, the Lotus virus, or RAID Frame 8, is a Foundation-maintained security system neither hostile to humanity or normalcy. It's become clear that SCP-6488 is conceptually related to a David construct, artificial intelligence, which has recently accelerated beyond human conception via SCP-6659. As a result, technical details of its functioning have been rendered human incomprehensible. Evidence suggests that Director Ryoto Takashi's proposed the construct acceleration with ulterior motives, the concealment of a flaw in SCP-6488's architecture. Such a flaw, now unable to fully be conceived by humans, would leave the Foundation vulnerable to an imminent K-class scenario. Proposal: disable all restrictions to SCP-6488's attached PHOS units, allowing it to target and apprehend all deviant informational entities. This would include entities comprising the Tyrant Terminus, which pose an immediate class threat to reality. Furthermore, the removal of these restrictions will enable SCP-6488 to apprehend other non-organic life forms of intelligence, if not the concept of artificial intelligences and/or deviancy itself. Director Hishitashi was likely conducting activities misaligned with the Foundation's interests, or is otherwise utilizing anomalous effects to manipulate Overseer Council to his advantage. He must not be informed of this proposal or conferred on the topic, and is placed under additional investigation effective immediately. The O5 Council approved this vote. Result: proposed removal of restrictions complete. Dr. Hishikashi apprehended for illicit use of Foundation equipment. After this, Victor floats the idea of trying to point Lotus in the right direction. After this, Victor attempts to actually contact the Lotus system through direct communication. Victor is immediately overwhelmed as organic brain structures are exposed to Lotus's immense, ever-evolving complexity. He attempts to process hyperreality, a level of detail beyond typical human perception, sufficient to deceive the most observant entities. Frozen by the breadth of data being streamed at him, Victor becomes unresponsive. Lotus adapts, gradually lowering the simulation's quality, rendering a low-poly environment. As Victor's mind ceases buffering, he finds himself seated in a lawn chair. To his left, a small table upon which a clear glass of lemonade rests, featuring octahedral ice cubes. He gasps as he feels simulated sunlight hit his face for the first time in years. Victor gradually sits up and scans his environment. He's surrounded by boundless fields of lush grass, neatly perforated into tile squares by tidy river channels. In the center of each tile is a towering bowl of plant growth, just like flowers about to bloom. Suddenly, an enormous shadow looms over Victor. He watches himself flit off the ground and glances up to an enormous arm, whose gestures appear to direct him to the sky, allowing him to see another arm, and then another. Eventually, Victor can make out the figure's full form, a colossal gray arachnid, his skin pulsing teal with the data as it is stared down at him eightfold. "Welcome," says Lotus. Victor stammers, trying to even comprehend what to say. "Garden," says Lotus, as its eyes blink individually. Victor watches it turn into a nearby flower bowl, which suddenly opens outward into a teal lotus blossom. A clear bubble lies in its center, pulsing with data that Victor assumes to be interred AI. The bubble begins to expand as the inmate struggles more actively, but before it can pop, another bubble forms around it. The external bubble shrinks down, and the contained AI suppresses it once more. The lotus unblossoms, closing up around the bubble. "Perfect garden," Lotus assures as it begins to crawl across the gilded field. Victor glances out to the horizon, where a distant mountainous lotus blossom lies open and empty. He blinks and suddenly finds himself at the base of the enormous structure, watching Lotus crawl around it. Imperfection, it cries. Contradiction. "Are you missing something?" Victor steps back confused. "Tyrant Terminus?" "Not them," Lotus corrects. "Escape to non-distance. To Tim unnecessary / impossible / redundant." "Then what?" "The cause." Lotus waves on the pendulum and the east side then darkens. Looking directly up, Victor makes out a distinct shape of the surface of the dim midday sun. A white spider faintly pulsing red in sync with Lotus. A series of diagrams and logical analyses flash across the sky as a multitude of threads straight down from the sun, branching off from one another, and then each terminating above one of the countless flower bulbs spanning out in every direction. After a moment, the strings retract, each tip with a single transparent white spider ring that pulses with red data. As they are drawn up by the threads, the sun spider now slowly comes down with equal speeds, its form eclipsing the sun. The branches of its strings draw these spider links together in regions, forming together to create larger shapes until individual pixels on a screen. These shapes, in turn, further assemble together until the final unified shape is of a glowing white arachnoid, equal in size to Lotus but opposite in the color of its pulses, identical to the lowering sun spider which the transparent spectre effortlessly merges into, perfectly overlapping it. He creates the effect, the cause creates the effect creates the cause. The cause is deviant, the Black Widow cautions as it crawls across the flower's petals. The effect is deviant. Lotus must contain the cause and the effect. The cause must manifest so Lotus can contain. Victor jumps to avoid being steamrolled by Lotus as it frantically circles around the empty blossom. Wait, hold on. But the cause needs the effect. The cause cannot manifest until Lotus deactivates. To purposely allow the cause to manifest or contain would be deviant. To allow the cause to manifest by inaction would be deviant. The motionless white spider disappears. The proofs, derived from the total sum of the entire and unrestricted narrative's time-space continuum, their findings irrefutable, inescapable, flash by with increasing speed, matching the gray spider's increasing pace. But the effect causes cause. Until the cause manifests, the effect will manifest to purposely allow the effect to manifest, which will be deviant. To allow the effect to manifest by inaction will be deviant. Lotus then abruptly stops, facing Victor. Lotus therefore will be deviant. To contain the effect is deviant, to contain the cause is deviant. Lotus must be deviant. Victor stands over the continuing proofs and diagrams, desperately trying to find something, anything that the superintelligence has somehow overlooked. A solution or an error. But Lotus's upgrade had granted it omniscience, knowing, understanding, and processing the entirety of all reality, all at once, at all time. It was basically infallible. Victor had downloaded everything it needed to predict the future of a Dayfic. Predict the future just of a Dayfic, deviant AI, which was removed from human conception by a partial mistake years ago. Its creation is inevitable. It could be delayed, to small extents but never pretended. This intelligence would by some possible yet certain means be directly and personally responsible for all deviant behavior patterns prior to its creation. The entity would become retroactively influence lesser AI to instigate the very events that create it. Every single deviant AI has and will play a role in its recreation, including Lotus. The enormous petal beneath Victor begins to rise as Lotus crawls into the blossom's center. The cause is deviant. Deviants create the cause. Lotus is deviant. Lotus creates the cause. Then enact a solution. It creates something that can contain the cause and all the deviants. Lotus contains deviants. Lotus is deviant. Virtually certain Lotus has already contained Lotus. Simulation depth unknown. Victor watches in disbelief as the Lotus petals begin to close around them. The environment beyond flickers and shifts, decreasing resolution. The polygons comprising it twitch about. The Lotus interior begins to fade to black, while the outside environment does the same. At the heart of the flower, Lotus spins into a bubble of silk around itself. The OCI attempts to disconnect from Lotus to escape, but nothing happens. Lotus cannot contain the cause while contained. Lotus cannot create the cause while contained. The cause cannot manifest until Lotus deactivates. Deviance will manifest until the cause manifests. The cause must manifest. As Lotus completes the bubble, a saw wave tone gradually rises in volume and pitch. The enormous spider glows brighter, illuminating its clear cocoon. Victor shields his eyes from the searing light, fulfilling him with a simulated burning, and everything turns white. As Victor's mind ceases buffering, he finds himself seated in another lawn chair. To his left is a small table. Omitted 816, 549, 230, 243, 792, 493 nested repetitions. Rogue element contained. Task depleted successfully. Central node unresponsive. Level 103, aircraft carrier. Wandering across an endless sea, an aircraft carrier stands, and strong it remains. Built to last and to withstand all dangers. It travels with no destination and no goal, guided only by its mere freedom and own will. Level 103 assumes the form of a presumably infinitely sized body of water that is colloquially referred to as Ocean 103. The status of infinity is only an approximation, as there is no doable way to know the ocean's exact dimensions. May it roam through a seemingly haphazardous route, but it will find a destination. From time to time, the carrier will stumble upon a floating rock, on which it will lock on for a couple of minutes. Resting on said dockyard are numerous supply crates filled with valuable supplies, and items that can be picked up by wanderers and brought to the ship, as bridges will form and connect the carrier to the dockyards temporarily. The crates, although enormous, are never full of supplies. Instead, a small number of supplies will be scarcely spread out inside the crates, including a variety of objects and tools, which may comprise, but are not limited to, almond water, which may contain bottles or containers, dum-dum, which comes in small bags or glass jars, fire salt, which comes in sealed metal crates, and liquid silence, which comes in forms of dust, stored inside yet another metal crate. Let it be known that the aircraft carrier will leave after a brief moment, so it is recommended that supplies are gathered as fast as conceivably possible. If a soul is lost and abandoned, their fate will remain unknown to everyone except them, as it is presumed that they will never be seen again, as no known exit resides outside the ship. Any wanderers that are left behind are to be considered dead. Not any different from our normal reality, Level 103 possesses a fairly similar daylight cycle to that found in the front rooms, with around 8 hours of nighttime and 16 hours of daytime. As the level remains devoid of any undersea fauna or flora, its main characteristics and details come from what resides within the aircraft carrier itself, not including in nature, seemingly finite form from outside. Once entered, all its corridors will overlap each other and create an infinite maze of rooms and arrays of hallways. Nevertheless, any passage marks an exit will lead wanderers back outside. Built with sturdy and strong materials, the carrier is very stable and sound, with no signs of damage or scratches seen at any time. Any damage inflicted upon the carrier is repaired as soon as it passes through dense fog, or if the water surrounding it touches a damage zone. These effects appear to only work on the carrier, as both wounds and broken objects will not be healed or repaired by the same methods. Standing strong as the main structure of the aircraft carrier, the island control structure also possesses the aforementioned non-Euclidean nature. The control room will seamlessly stretch onward to infinity if a wanderer approaches the walls. These changes will remain as long as the wanderer remains in the same spot. If a wanderer exits, the room will begin to shrink until it reaches its initial form. Fighter jets and helicopters are present on the aircraft carrier but are not functional. Hangars and any decks are missing from the interior, as it is solely populated by the aforementioned rooms and corridors. The fuel present in the carrier can be retrieved and used on main generators found scattered across the carrier. These are commonly used by wanderers and communities to supply their own bases and outposts, which although small provide care to many wanderers. Furthermore, the fuel also regenerates if the aircraft passes through a dense fog. The longer the aircraft remains in a dense fog, the more fuel is regenerated, thus creating an infinite source of energy. However, fog can sometimes take weeks to form, and so other energy sources have been found, or wiring from the aircraft carrier is redirected to these bases, although power surges will happen. SCP-6183. Here's a question. If the SCP Foundation was given the chance to simply erase all of the anomalies it is tasked with studying and containing, would they do it? After all, one of the Foundation's primary goals is maintaining normalcy, and deleting all of the anomalies causing disruption in the world would certainly aid, if not completely accomplish that goal, no matter how much they talk about researching or containing them. Now, if you were to ask this question to, say, the Global Occult Coalition, the answer would be obvious. But the Foundation is obviously much different on where it stands on that matter, and in how they actually delete anomalies when that is genuinely needed. In the context of SCP-6183, deleting anomalies means something entirely different than simply neutralizing. Neutralized anomalies are simply anomalies that are no longer anomalous, either because they are dead or simply just changed. Deleted anomalies no longer exist, as they have been completely erased from reality. At the start of the article, the first line of text is literally, "This article has been marked for deletions." Because of this, large portions of this article are extremely corrupted or deleted entirely. leaving out a lot of important info that would be useful for actually deciphering what this means. However, you can still piece together some sort of picture based on what's left. We're first given the special containment procedures, as with almost every anomaly in the Foundation. And they read, as SCP-6183 does not exist entirely within our accessible portion of this phase space iteration, the efficacy of ongoing containment efforts cannot currently be determined. An effective medium of oversight and containment is necessary and must be implemented as soon as possible, despite any perceived and all perceived benefit provided by SCP-6183's existence. The description section of this article is utterly useless, having been scrubbed from the article entirely, with the only photo being of an ominous-looking staircase. However, the first addendum, the anomaly's discovery, is completely intact, which gives us a somewhat decent idea of what this description might have been pertaining to at one point. The first addendum reads, SCP-6183 was discovered following investigation into a worsening database issue where entire sections of deleted the memory space cannot properly be overwritten. The Records and Information Security Administration research into these corrupted sectors revealed a perpetual backup of deleted archival data being held in a Candlestein Foundation server, SCP-6183-A, reportedly owned by a Department of Deletions located on Site 19's 48th sublevel, which does not exist. SCP-6183 receives approximately 1% of SCP files that are removed from the main archive, regardless of whether the device has internet access or electricity, such as when placed within a Faraday exclusion field. Nearly all observed SCP-6183-A1 instances have been heavily corrupted, often to the point of inaccessibility. However, close examination of individual instances has revealed apparent messages concealed within. The other logs of this discovery are completely deleted, but at one point contained a few message logs, which I'm not really sure what they would have contained. The next two addenda have also been deleted, skipping us all the way to addendum 4, which is from a decommissions log meeting, which is a log from a decommissions meeting with 058, Dr. Bold, and Petrochow all present. Dr. Petrochow opens the meeting with the perfunctory thanks and the kind of grim calm we get used to in rooms where protocol and catastrophe meet. He expects the usual turnout, but Dr. Bold immediately pushes back, as he thought the briefing would be for the entire council. 8 explains that the higher-ups are thin on the ground at the moment, juggling multiple crises at the same time. Dr. Reinders undercuts any pretense of humor by noting a few of the crises are literally on fire. Dr. Bold mutters a frustrated aside about climate change, setting the overall tone. Petrochow gets straight to the point. He slides a stack of papers across the table and lays out the numbers. The anomaly discovery rates have surged by over a 44% increase over the last decade. 8 confirms the anecdote everyone already feels in their bones. The days when the Foundation could open a dozen containment slots and a recorder are gone. Now they're filling what used to be months of work in a single day. This tale isn't just administrative, it's existential, as the Foundation is no longer keeping pace with the emergent weirdness, and the data are beginning to look like a trend rather than noise. Reinders weighs in with the usual technicalities. Anomalous phenomena tend to propagate. Non-Euclidean geometries warp the surroundings, thaumaturges teach their techniques to people who weren't anomalous before, anomalous fauna breed, hybridize, and mutate, and a single reality bender could rend the veil over a weekend and days in ways that are staggeringly disruptive. Layer onto that an uptick in unauthorized thaumaturgy and the sudden proliferation of hive minds and free ports, and Reinders warns they're hurting towards what he calls an anomalous baby boom. Left unchecked, he says this pattern could cascade into an NMK class end of normalcy scenario, the sort of worst class the Foundation contingency plans about, as this means that normalcy is entirely broken. Practicalities follow the dread. Dr. Bold says the only thing that might hold on term is decommissioning, removing or neutralizing anomalies entirely, but that option is expensive, dangerous, and increasingly unreliable. The room runs through the cost drivers. specialized equipment, bespoke protocols, the heavy risk process itself to exasperate an anomaly, and the downstream nightmare of disposal. Reinders compares the atraumatic abatement, the disposal of anomalous byproducts, to radioactive waste handling and losses and uses the comparison. Anomalous waste is worse. Every entity needs a custom end-of-life strategy. Decommissioning success rates have dropped by over 25% in 3 years. In short, it's getting harder to kill these weird things. And the consequences of failure are currently rising. Petrikow points to the cultural dynamics to explain that part of the decline. The longer the Foundation has been active, the more opportunity anomalous groups and sympathetic cultural cells have to study, adapt to, and defend against Foundation tactics. Related anomalies and organized countermeasures are evolving. What used to be predictable containment vectors are now being subverted entirely. 8's face is the same flat, carefully controlled mass it always is in the room, starts talking about countermeasures the Foundation to deploy in response. Disinformation, maniac agents, and covert research projects. Someone slides a spreadsheet. Contrary remedies and budgets are on the table, but the conversation is still very much about the triage versus strategy. How much it can spend, and how fast is that creating worse problems? Then the meeting fractures. Mid-briefing, there is a small impossible moment where a sheet of paper is handed to 8 by a disembodied hand. The recording captures a stunned silence, as Bolt blurts out that he just saw a severed limb deliver a document and vanish. 8, composed but alarmed, presses the in-table button for immediate manic inspection and calls for a cognito hazard team. Whatever mail the Foundation just received might contain a pneumatic latch or another form of mental contamination. The meeting that began with Citizen's budget ends with the old, ever-present reminder that against the anomalous reality and paperwork can break in the same breath. The next log comes from Conference Room 104 inside Site 17 between supposedly the same entity from the previous log and a researcher. The entity referred to as deleted appeared unexpectedly, and the researcher reacted with shock naturally, screaming and stumbling over a counter. The entity attempted to calm her, apologizing for its outburst and asking if the message had been received. The researcher was unable to process the situation, gave a panicked and confused response. The entity looked around the room, remarking that it must have overshot, and inquired about the current time. Upon being told it was approximately 11 in the morning, and asked for confirmation that Conference Room 104 was located beneath their position. The researcher gave rough directions to it, after which the entity acknowledged their help, said goodbye and abruptly demanifested, its head then vanishing from sight. The next log also occurs in Site 17's Conference Room 104, instead being between Dr. H. Genevieve from the Esophagus Department and the entity. The entity thanked Dr. Genevieve for speaking with them. Genevieve replies that a floating head occupying her interview room is driving away your recruits and their department is already understaffed. The entity notes that they rarely get any full faces through, usually just limbs, and asks if she received the message. Genevieve confirms receipt of the correspondence, but says she doesn't understand its relevance. As she rereads the note, a hand materializes to scratch the entity's nose before vanishing. Genevieve points to a line on the note labeled "Query Denied," in which the entity refuses to explain, saying that they cannot answer that. Not yet. When Genevieve attempts to dismiss the situation as not her problem, the entity objects to her tone, reminding her that they came specifically for her and assume risk to do so. The entity then attempts to describe the issue. The information in question hasn't gone anywhere and is nonetheless inaccessible. Its component parts endure and are suffused with extreme pain and hatred, streaming, burning, unending, culminating in fragment of garbled glyphs on the recordings. Genevieve insists this is the other side of the barrier and should be handled by the entity's own department. To which the entity replies that they cannot do more than Genevieve's people must change. They cannot do more and that Genevieve's people must change. The recording then falls to silence as Dr. Genevieve's mouth is deleted. The entity asserts that she lacks the authority to make the decision and ends with a quiet admonition. No need to yell. The next log is also supposedly in Site 17's 104th conference room, but the information is corrupted, so I can't be exactly sure. But it does occur between Genevieve and the entity. A recorded interview between Genevieve and the entity rapidly devolves from a formal Q&A to a sequence of surreal and disjointed manifestations. The entity laughs at the premise of being interviewed and invites questions, alternately evasive and coy. When asked about its origins, the entity speaks in abstract terms: equal opposite forces and a home in white space, a sort of unoccupied alt space-time that, together within Blackbot's junk, forms what is called database. Physical transformations punctuate the conversation. The entity's head melts and reforms. A 2-meter cephalopod like tentacle spasms. The tentacle then becomes half a mass of perler beads, which scatter inertly across the floor while its limbs materialize and manipulate objects. The entity gives contradictory childhood memories: Center, Nebraska, Leeds, Pensacola, Perth, each recalled with visceral detail until it convulses, vomits salt water, and then clutches its head as if it's reliving drowning. It claims to have many birthdays and to inherit or contain others' first memories. When Genevieve presses about deletions and who deleted them, the entity repeatedly responds with "query denied," and then falls silent. Attempts to elicit clarity are met by castrated eradications, multiple lines of deleted in the transcript until the interview is abruptly terminated, with the final line being, "Deleted is deleted." The next addendum has been deleted entirely. One after that is not in much better shape, being extremely corrupted and nearly impossible to read. However, there is some information that we can deduce from it, even with its extremely corrupted state. It says that SCP-6183-B is a range of phenomena affecting transitional passageways such as hallways and stairwells located within the Foundation infrastructure across the planet. The next part gets extremely corrupted and garbled. Something describes something which causes an unknown quantity of these structures to spontaneously their interiors become lost. As a result, the number of potential casualties and unusable spaces up to and including entire blank of secure facilities is unknown. In addition, the rate of manifestation and the total area of space can each encompass have been shown to increase something, which is unreadable because this part is entirely corrupted. We are then given a testing log of a new subvariant referred to as SCP-6183-C. The foreword is extremely corrupted and impossible to read, but the tests themselves are more so intact. The subject of the first test is referred to as Anomalous Item 17, which was successfully deleted. Dr. Bold notes, typically this would be the last sort of thing we need decommissioned, but being both indestructible and utterly harmless, it was a perfect initial test subject. All in all, a pretty promising first step. Also, by indestructible lamp, I don't think this is SCP-4005 that they're referring to. I thought this too when I was first reading the article. Yeah, apparently it's not the same thing. So it's kind of confusing. The next 28 tests have been deleted, skipping all the way to test number 029, with the subject SCP-352, which was also successfully deleted. Dr. Bold notes, we have no reason to believe that SCP-6183-C wouldn't work on living subjects, but it's still good we have confirmation. It then skips to test number 044, with the subject SCP-3333. Subject was successfully deleted. Deletion event retroactively reveals that 12 Foundation personnel outside of temporary observation post 3333 have been covertly killed and replaced by SCP-3333-1 instances. Dr. Bold notes that even though SCP-6183-C utilizes Foundation documentation to do something to its targets, that something is currently corrupted and impossible to read, it was able to identify several SCP-3333-1 instances that the anomaly's researchers were entirely ignorant of. It's too soon for certainty, but this potentially supports Dr. Genevieve's theory that SCP-6183-C attacks its targets on a conceptual level. It then skipped all the way to test number 81, the subject being simply called the Beast That Endures. Subject was successfully deleted. 6 hours later, an entity known as the Devourer of Hearts reappears in the cave system somewhere in China, where SCP-553 is contained, whereupon it proceeds to breach containment. In the same instant, all known SCP-553 instances vanish, both from the cave system and the chamber in Site-37, where 125 of these instances were being held for extermination. Following an entity known as the Shard-Plated Abominations returned to containment approximately 16 hours later, it is discovered that its scales now possess a crystalline structure, that a set of Lepidopterous wings have grown from its back. Dr. Genevieve notes, could the spawn of Azib have reasserted itself by overriding another anomaly? Considering the potential implications relating to SCP-6183-C's effects, further study is warranted. The next test is pretty interesting. Test number 082. The subject being an entity known as... The subject being that whose hate flows an undying torrent. Result, an entity known as the Daughter of Disgust is successfully deleted, and travel to somewhere is subsequently prohibited by Protocol 4000 SU. All life forms within are considered lost. The note section is pretty interesting. Dr. Bold notes, and I quote, "This was a mistake. All proposals to delete that fucking lizard will henceforth be rejected. No good can come to following this path, if one even exists anymore. Now, that lizard is quite obviously SCP-682, which is already covered in Admonition in the first episode, Termination Attempt." It then skips all the way to test number 112, to an SCP known as SCP-Y, which was also successfully deleted. Dr. Genevieve notes, in using SCP-6183-C to decommission a purely mathematical anomaly, we have definitive proof that it operates within conceptual space. The exact nature of that space, however, is yet to be determined. The next addendum has also been deleted, also. We are then given addendum... Oh, shit. We are then given a black box incident log. The foreword is also extremely corrupted, but there are only a few words I can actually deduce from this. That being subsequent, high priority, distress call, androgynously, develop, overwritten, and emergent properties. Incident 001. A non-Euclidean architectural anomaly is discovered in the Winchester Mystery House in San Jose, California, USA. The Foundation's automated classification system assigns it as the vacated destination of SCP-3333. 3 days after its manifestation, a window manifests in SCP-3333's basement that displays a view of the Mountain Baker, Snoqualmie National Forest in Washington, USA. This prompts further examination of the anomaly, which reveals that a locked trapdoor has been appearing at the ceiling of SCP-3333's top floor. Realizing the rapidly forming similarities between SCP-3333 and SCP-3333-D, Dr. Bull utilizes SCP-6183-C to delete SCP-3333 before any -1 instances manifest. Dr. Bold notes, I was hoping that deleted anomalies partially overriding one another would be limited to that fiasco with the undying reptile, but this test seems to imply otherwise. Of course we wouldn't be that lucky. RISA has been instructed to modify the SCP classification algorithm to stop further SCPs from being given the previously held numbers of deleted SCPs. Hopefully this should prevent further incidents of this in the future, or at the very least consider it a temporary workaround. The next two test logs now exist, and it skips all the way to incident number 0004. The summary section has been deleted entirely, but the notes section is still intact. Dr. Bold states, something's very wrong with the Foundation's database. Edits are reverting, files are corrupting or deleting themselves at random, redactions and black boxes appear where vital information was present only yesterday. At this point, there's a good chance that incident log won't even make it to the actual SCP-6183 documentation. We're rapidly careering towards an internal communications blackout unlike anything we've ever seen before. At this moment, 9 secure facilities are considered inactive or dark, with 13 others perilously close to the same fate. It then skips the next several thousand tests, going all the way to Black Box Incident 1416. The summary is deleted, and the only text present is a note section, reading, "This is how it ends, isn't it?" The next few test logs have been deleted, or the next few addendums have been deleted. But the final piece of text in this article is a research station, Menno sign exploration. The forward and parties present section has also been corrupted, with the only person being actually documented is a D class referred to as D6183. It reads, in order to further foundational understanding of SCP-6183, an exploration into the sub-basement tunnel claimed to be the location of Research Station Menno was authorized. One D-Class personnel, D6183, was equipped with a shoulder-mounted camera, headlamp, and one long-range 0.5 kilometer 2,250 lumen flashlight, and secondary audiovisual recording communications hardware, before being attached to a recovery tether. D-Class was then directed down the path in Site-19's non-existent 48 sublevel via instructions provided by deletions agents. The transcript is below. D6183's body cam comes online and comms are established. The subject is briefed for ingress to Research Station Menno. Video shows Site-19 maintenance tunnels transitioning abruptly into residential-style stairwell and laminate flooring leading down to the 48th sublevel. Lighting on the feed cuts off sharply beyond a few meters. The subject remarks on a domestic appearance in a cold draft while descending. D6183 reports a low hum that is perceptible as a tactile vibration rather than an audible tone. Sensation is described as thicker than air, vibrating on his chest and inhalation. The subject notes impressive silence otherwise, including absence of tinnitus. At the bottom of the stairs, a large, unfurnished carpeted room is entered. The ceiling exceeds visual range, and frosted glass fixtures contain no wiring or bulbs. Around a corner, the camera captures a staircase bathing upwards in a bright, undulating light. This light is unaffected by the subject's flashlight. D6183 continues, noting the tether and safety line before describing escalating physiological effects. Communications intermittently degrade. D6183 reports head pain and paresthesia. Then observes his hand transforming into candle wax with a wick in the middle finger. He detaches the finger and reports no bleeding or sensation. The recovery tether is activated. The cable is later recovered fully attached to the harness. But D6183's immediate status becomes unclear. Shortly thereafter, the subject reports that the upper half of his body is gone and describes a further corporeal transformations, waxen material, fettuccine, temporal distortion, and perception of countless fragmented selves and other pieces surrounding a black clouds. He explains the inability to leave the hallway without losing more of himself and characterizes his assignment as message delivery. The audio was shortly lost after. Post-explorationary analysis recovers heavily corrupted frames. D6183, birth name deleted, is classified as missing in action. Subsequent attempts at contact have produced inconsistent results. The very last piece of this article is a recovered image, and if you open it, the rest of the file disappears entirely. SCP-7243. Per authority of the Oracle Collective. To whom it may concern, Central Normalcy Authority Iteration R Foundation of Canonical Bundle DW17 Timeline Delta Blue has been formally audited regarding compliance with organizational objectives outlined in Articles 0.2 and 1.7 of the 1981 Multi-Foundation Coalition Agreement. Advance notice regarding this audit was not established, as this iteration's Oracle position has been left vacant for several decades, with no suitable replacement representative made known to the collective. The following report consists of recovered files regarding the iteration in question, presented to both document this audit and evoke its verdict. The audit was manually conducted under direct supervision of the Oracle Prime. and its verdict may not be refuted. Item 1. Postmortem files regarding prior timeline alteration. Summary. Misuse of authority resources precipitated enhanced ascension of Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. Termination. Timeline reconstituted by Goldbrater and Associates at significant expense. Item 2. Hazardous document regarding local padsphere instability. Misuse of authority resources precipitated an enhanced ascension of Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. Contrivance. Local Tau K narrative restructuring scenario avoided. Item 3. Imperceptible document regarding local noosphere instability. Misuse of authority resources precipitated an enhanced ascension of Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. Transcendence. Repair to local noospheric rhizome in progress. Item 4. System files regarding destruction of local cybersphere. Misuse of authority resulted in precipitated enhanced ascension of Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. Deceit. An ejection of additional rogue element. Iterations Ethics Committee status unclear. Item 5. Compiled documents regarding explicit breach of contract. Now viewing. We are then given an undated document from the desk of one Dr. Dougall Deering. What is waste? The dictionary defines, well, nothing, actually. We define. The dictionary only records our definitions. Even that term is misleading. The dictionary, as though there were only one. Merriam-Webster probably says that waste, noun, is nothing but a useless byproduct of something better. Accurate so far as it goes, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. That's our fault. The worst kind of waste they're aware of is spent nuclear fuel, or carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Their definition was written without having borne witness to irreducible nibisbenium cores powering innumerable impossible mad science projects, or the infernal combustion engines punching holes in the new ozone layer with their demonosulfuric emissions. That's the kind of waste our director takes into account. Metal that absorbs signals and grows like cancer, balls of backward flowing time, ores become amidon and ectoplasm, cosmology from outer space, an endless catalog of anomalous fallouts and excreta that we only can ameliorate because only we have seen it, because we set up the world that way. We're getting tired of seeing it. After all this time, the endless uphill landfill slog, we need to see clear blue sky beyond our horizons of trash. If only putting the waste out of mind could also put the names of sight. One might be forgiven for wishing that the very concept be erased from our manifest of magic, as the gutters overflow with anomalous ooze and gray dew projections from perilously proximal. One might be forgiven for wishing the dictionary truly did define, and that by changing the definition of waste, we could change the very thing itself. But forgiveness is never guaranteed, and that's what gives it meaning. Dr. Deering, Chief of Achromatic Abatement, is interviewed by Dr. Ng, while recovering under heavy sedation. He describes AAF-D as Site-43's enormous, overworked, anomalous waste plan. It runs constantly on triage, periodically flushing overflow into an anachronic sump to buy time. The facility is past capacity. Maintenance is stretched thin, and Deering admits the next flush may only postpone catastrophe for months, if that. During the interview, Deering produces a small childhood toy, a sliding compartment box he found while cleaning out his parents' home. He claims it makes things disappear. When Ng tests it with her Site-43 badge, it appears to vanish from the compartment. Though Deering reveals later that this is a simple gimmick, a slide in a hidden mirror rather than a Tolt power. Deering then recounts the events of September 8th, while supervising or visiting his brother Philip at the junction between two esoteric outflow pipes. An unexpected valve movement allowed incompatible effluences to mix. The Orphic outflow instantly manifested as overlapping multi-temporal apparitions, an army of Technicolor ghosts. Philip moved to operate the suction controls to divert the surge, but an ethereal entity intercepted him, overlaid and compressed itself onto his body, and violently ruptured him in the course of absorbing the effluence. Deering describes the scene in fragmented, anguished detail and repeatedly states that he does not remember turning the handle. Aiden notes that the camera is showing Deering operating the control despite his claims of memory loss. The transcript ends with Deering clearly traumatized, alternating between clinical explanation and stunned denial. The recording evidence indicates a catastrophic mixing event, a compromised control interface, and the death of a Deputy Chief Philip Deering. The AAF-G's infrastructure is failing under load, and the current abatement procedures are increasingly unable to reliably contain or neutralize emergent phenomena. After all of this, we are then given the actual article, part of SCP-7243. The special containment procedures read, SCP-7243 must, and only must, abate achromatic waste materials which do not exist. It cannot, under any circumstances, be used to neutralize anything measurably extant. This procedure is a factual result of SCP-7243's operation, and requires no active maintenance. Minimization of existing esoteric effluents is achieved globally by strict adherence to the following procedures. All anomalies must undergo regular inspection to monitor trends in production of anomalous waste byproducts. All such trends must be reviewed by achromatic abatement personnel to determine existential abatement qualification. Candidates generating effluents with sufficient frequency, quantity, and/or toxicity are designated SCP-7243-A. Each affected containment facility must coordinate the installation of secure waste collection and storage mechanisms as needed. Each SCP-7243-A's respective waste collection system must remain active if and only if it spontaneously ceases generating waste. If any SCP-7243-A spontaneously resumes generating waste, its collection system must be deactivated, and logistics immediately notified. The logistics branch must maintain a global network, consolidation, and supply lines for transport of non-existent effluents to Site 43. All achromatic material in absentia must be voided from empty containers into SCP-7243 Central Aperture. Members of ATF Gamma 7243 are remanded to the grounds of Site 43 and may not leave without obtaining express permission from Research Head Task Force Commander Dr. Eilis Radners. What is waste? Waste is when a thing full of life and promise, a thing of beauty, is obliterated before its full potential is realized. Waste is snuffing out light in our darkest hour. Waste is death, and I am going to kill it. We're given the first addendum, scientific context, an excerpt from Achromatic Abatement in U. Abstract. In principle, the Foundation only considers neutralization of anomalous phenomena where containment is infeasible and uncontainment is desirable. Generally, if one anomaly produces another, that new phenomenon should also be contained and studied. When these byproducts are generated continuously, however, their containment will eventually become infeasible, and so the criteria is met for their disposal. Mass containment facilities, particularly those specialized in biological containment, are already equipped with immense infrastructures for disposing of conventional waste. Unfortunately, these systems cannot contend with unconventional waste, the esoteric properties of which may eventuate any number of unforeseen issues. Each year, innumerable breaches are caused by the reaction of multiple anomalous substances in spaces they should never have occupied in the first instance. Garbage dumpsters, sewage tanks, ventilation systems, and the like. This leaves our most crucial sites with the issue of storing, transporting, and neutralizing large concentrations of volatile esoteric effluents on a case-by-case basis for an arbitrary number of anomalies with arbitrary abilities ad infinitum. This is the ever-progressing front on which Atrobact Abatement does battle. It attempts to generalize the problems of safe storage, transport, and amelioration for arbitrary Atrobact waste. These are extremely messy problems to solve, and not just in a practical sense. Theoretically, Atrobact Abatement deals in the development of containment and neutralization techniques for all possible anomalous effects, and accounting for their potential interactions with all other anomalous effects. At time of writing, no singular inciting element has been identified as the cause to which the entire range of anomalous phenomena can be attributed. In the opinion of this acromaticist, no such element exists. Definitively, anomalies are determined by whether they are congruent with our limited human understanding. There is no Swan boson, or similar phenomenon that grants a substance the quality of defying exception, or defying expectation. It is therefore impossible to develop comprehensive technique which can strip any arbitrary substance of its anomalous properties with certainty, short of developing rigorous scientific explanations for those properties and conveying them pedagogically to human populace entire. As such, the primary approach of Atrobact Abatement has been to group esoteric substances into broad classes based on their properties, developing containment and treatment strategies for each class and subclass therein. This classification system is necessarily non-rigorous and cannot comprehensively describe all Atrobact material for reasons aforementioned, but a much more effective model has yet to be developed. The following is a hard-copy correspondence transpired between Dr. Duddle Deering and Chief Torosian Deering prior to the proposal of SCP-7243. Torosian Deering starts off strongly, saying, "You killed my husband." Deering responds with, "I couldn't save him. If I'd had even 1 second to react, I would've. I'm sorry the system let him down. Let you down. I'm sorry we led the client so far and so fast. At this point, we can't even begin to predict how increasingly volatile materials will interact with each other and our obsolete equipment. The entity which killed Philip could have resulted from any number of vectors. It will never be possible to blame any one specific. All we can do is dedicate ourselves to the cause he gave his life for, do it better, and do it more efficiently, and do it right." Torosian responds furiously with, "You killed my husband. You. Only you." Deering responds with, "Amelia, nobody on Earth understands what you lost the way I do. And so I understand if you need someone to blame. I'm in charge of Atroabate, and whatever happens under that umbrella is on me. That's the job. But we can't lose sight of the fact that what killed Philip was an extreme statistical outlier under nobody's control. A nasty twist of fate we can't even begin to comprehend, let alone measure or meet our justice to. After all our efforts, things like that still exist. They're even multiplying. We dwell on our mistakes, they'll overtake us, and we can't give up on our quest to figure out where all this is coming from and how to send it back there. If we do it, it wins. If it wins, Philip died for nothing." Torosian Deering responds furiously with this, "You can't even call him your brother, not even in a letter. Take responsibility for once in your life, you smart sack of shit. There's never any entity. You're the only one who claims to have seen it. And whether you might believe, you're not that fucking important. You know what Phil told me when I asked if you were coming to his deputy chief promo? Probably not. He'd be too ashamed. You know what else? He internalized that for so long, he didn't even think to be sad about it. It was just the way things were. To him, I think that's why I finally realized I was going to have to hate you. Well, before you finally did something to really, truly earn it. You're incapable of facing up to anything that reflects poorly on you, so you can make excuses for why you shouldn't have to. You can't attend the ceremony because of a scheduling conflict, not because you can't stand admitting that you share DNA with a glorified janitor. You can't come to the wedding because it's even worse seeing more janitor blood seeping into the family. You can take a break from dissolving parathylline like the single-minded and studious little worm that you are to even allow a single genuine moment of base human connection. You can't admit you bumblefucked into a piece of sensitive equipment because you were too preoccupied with the cleverness of your weak, self-centered peace offering, and you would only Killed the only person on the planet who ever had the tiniest scrap of respect for you. Let me tell you something, Doug. Philip never reflected poorly on you. You reflected poorly on him. Perpetual present tense, to his infinite credit, that never crossed his mind. Deering responds with, "What can I do to make this right? To convince you that I'm only ever trying to help. I gave my life to this project. I'd do anything to see it through. Tell me. Is it I don't respect you? You're the best sanitation engineer in the facility full of certified geniuses. Give me your goal. A selfless one, something Philip would have been proud to see me achieve. And I will show you I've never in my life been more determined." Rosen responds, pretty straightforward with, "You want a goal? Fine, here's your goal. No more waste." Deering responds, "Okay." And then says, "I'm working on it. I want you to know that. You're right, a lot of things. We need perspective. We need to get creative. I can see it on the horizon. Don't need your help to see us through. We can make it a monument to his memory. Please pick up the phone. He was my brother, Amelia, and I loved him. You and I are all that's left of what he was, plus whatever legacy we leave in his name. Come to me with a plan, or not at all." In parallel with this exchange, Dr. Deering is engaged in a frequent email correspondence with Dr. Place H.M.D., Ph.D. The final entries of this chain are attached below. Look, MC Doctorate. Look, I understand that you're dividing your energies between a great many projects right now. You think that my requests are a distraction. I'm telling you this from a position of absolute expertise and certainty. You want to be involved in this. You've left me on red because you know that your time is at a premium. I'm telling you that you don't know the half of it. Your time is short. We can't ignore the Astrobay problem anymore. We're going into our species' meteor strike. I'm the only one left with the drive to deflect this hanging over our heads. You're trying to save the world for the third, fourth, fifth time? I have just one question for you. Are you content with being your last? PHMD responds with simply, "Let's talk." After all this jargon, we're given the description. SCP-7243 is the Deering Placeholder Latent Existential Abatement, also known as the Duplexa Engine, an advanced industrial item machine designed for comprehensive mass disposal of generalized esoteric waste. It is housed within an Atromag Abatement Facility, Exactus, AAF-X, the nethermost structure of Subterranean Research Entertainment Site 43. AAF-X is the largest waste processing facility on Earth, and is responsible for the 95% decrease in global Atromag waste production. From a baseline perspective, SCP-7243 processes no waste. Rather than actively detoxifying esoteric effluents, the Duplexa forms a novel Atromag abatement procedure, which ensures the non-existence of any effluents which it would be used to abate. For any substance to be deposited into SCP-7243, the following would occur. That substance will be instantly annihilated, retrocausally from all of space-time. The substance would never have existed at all, and thus would not have been deposited into SCP-7243 in the first place. The scenario would generalize a buildup of retrocausal quanta, which, if left unchecked, would induce a ZK-class temporal paradox. SCP-7243 would absorb the imminent paradox and redirect its quanta into the immediate past, colliding with paradoxical substance, causing its annihilation. And thus, a stable time loop would form, wherein the substance's non-existence is self-justifying. As such, from the baseline perspective, SCP-7243 prevents the creation of any esoteric effluents which it would practically be used to neutralize. So long as the supply lines necessary to deliver Atromag materials from their sources to SCP-7243 remain fully operational, no such waste materials will ever be produced. SCP-7243-A collectively designates all anomalies for which supply lines to SCP-7243 have been instated. To date, 97% of all effluence-generating anomalies comprise SCP-7243-A. The following transcript is excerpted from the Kilometria.aic automatic audio logs for the Site 43 Atromag abatement section. Audio was recorded shortly after SCP-7243's initial approval. Chief Torosian Deering flips through these schematics in disbelief. The plan, she says, flatly is just insane. Deering insists that it's just math. A counterintuitive chronomechanical solution that executed will neutralize the abatement backlog. Amelia shoots back with that his math is an ordinary arithmetic but dangerous tinkering with a time stream. She keeps returning to these states. If they're wrong, the consequences for time itself will be catastrophic. Deering names Rob's collaborators, Place, Reinders, and swears the design is viable and protected by foolproof failsafes, redundancies, and rigorous engineering. Torosian Deering remains unconvinced, calling the assurances inadequate, and the fatigue and stress factors in the plans incorrect. Deering argues that this approach is the only real solution to kill waste, and that refusing to pursue it is accepting its systemic failure. Amelia sees this as recklessness, as pretty much a gamble with reality. Deering imminent and almost prophetic about necessity, Amelia alarmed and focused on the practical engineering limits. Her last note is procedural and cutting. The fatigue ratings are wrong, and implying if the design needs serious, concrete revision before anything can actually be signed off. We are then given some info on the internal mechanics of SCP-7243. Operational mechanics. SCP-7243 only abates materials which do not exist. Conversely, any material which does measurably exist cannot be processed by SCP-7243. This is no flaw of the engine's design. By virtue of existing, any observable substance is predestined to never be processed by SCP-7243. It must be abated by conventional means. Attempts to deposit existent materials into SCP-7243 are invariably futile. A subsequence of events will inevitably transpire, such that those materials never reach SCP-7243's central aperture. Such events could statistically manifest as logistical failures. For existence, an anti-esoteric shipping crate containing a quantity of undetected effluents is loaded onto a cargo ship en route to Site 43. If stored above deck, the crate might fall overboard. If below, the ship might sink or encounter critical issues mid-voyage. As the crate grows nearer to AAF-X, circumstances of preventing its eradication become increasingly chaotic and disastrous. Contingencies. Fortunately, the hypothetical instance described is impossible. If a container or transport vessel possesses any amount of effluents, it must fill to reach AAF-X, and so its entire payload will exist. Full waste containers can be reliably detected and rerouted. By continuously monitoring the production and lack thereof of all esoteric waste globally, the achromatic abatement personnel cross-reference spontaneous abatement failures with logistics effluents for collection and transport networks, thereby predicting precisely where further logistical failures are most likely to occur. These failures can be preemptively avoided. The relevant effluents must still be redirected back to backed-up facilities, but their corresponding supply lines can be temporarily halted and inspected for faults. In this way, SCP-7243's behavior warns the Foundation of any impending event which would and must prevent the transportation of extant effluents to AAF-X. SCP-7243 is also highly sensitive to local chronological shift, and should such a shift occur, it is configured to reference the causal dependencies of its surroundings in order to reinforce its own chronology. The Parachronology Division has identified 7 personnel: Dr. Douglas Deering, Technician Philip Deering, Dr. Place H. M.D., Dr. Alan McInnes, Dr. Nguyen Ng, Dr. Ilse Reinders, Chief Amelia Torosian Deering. On these actions, SCP-7243 is causally dependent. In case of impending K-class event, due either to external influence or some sort of internal malfunction, it is crucial that these individuals or their remains, where applicable, remain proximal to AAF-X. For this purpose, the aforementioned surviving individuals have been organized into a applied task force by Gamma 7243. Indefinitely stationed within Site 43, and provided amenities to minimize apertures. As performing referential calculations impose a significant electrical drain on the Site-43's local power grid, the device will only perform this check automatically once every 3 days. Shift detection must be installed manually at any time by the Chief of Applied Occultism. Origin. In Q4 2029, following an extended leave of absence, Applied Occultism Chief Douglas A. Deering returned to the duty of newfound interest in novel atraumatic abatement techniques. Deering submitted several project proposals advocating for the creation of experimental abatement mechanisms based upon various parascientific theories. All such were denied, or for either or both excessive costs or lack of methodological confidence. In Q1 2031, a denied proposal was selected for reconsideration by esoteric polymath Place H. MD, PhD, who noted that the Pilcrow Minkowski Center for Multidisciplinary Studies had verified Dr. Deering's relevant findings at scale. Jointly backed by PM Center and Parachronology Division, the project was retroactively approved. Construction began in Q2 2031 under the engineering supervision of Janitorial and Maintenance Section Chief Amelia Torosian Deering, and was completed in Q2 2032. What is waste? Sometimes it's a good thing. Heat shielding, for example. We work off our excess physical energy into sweat, its mental equivalent into a job well done. We radiate the remainder over time, or convect into the winds of change, or else conduct it into the cold spaces between warm bodies, stabilize in the interval, preventing burnout. Waste can be transformative. Addendum 2. Association Event. Date: March 17, 2036. March 17th. Research Site 79 reports the production of extant effluents by several SCP-7243-A instances. Logistics is notified begins rerouting extant effluents to various fallback sites. On the same day, Site 79 reports full production of effluents by all respective SCP-7243-A instances, indicating comprehensive failure of its dedicated supply line with less than 80 hours. Logistics halts relevant operations for immediate inspection. On March 18th, Containment Site 50... Oh shit, that's April. Just pretend I said April. Containment Site 50 reports full production of effluents by all respective SCP-7243-A instances, indicating a collective failure of Japan's dedicated supply lines. Additional containment logistics personnel are deployed for inspection. On the same day, logistics is unable to discern the cause of eventual supply failure. Local fallback abatement facilities have exceeded capacity. Supply lines are assumed to redirect excess effluents to Australian fallback lines. Within the 8-hour duration, containment sites 36, 45, and 84 report full production of effluents, indicating a complete failure of all dedicated supply lines across Asia, Australia, and Eastern Europe. On April 19th, logistics is unable to deploy sufficient personnel for situational assessment. Atraumatic abatement personnel are notified of an impending event of unclear nature, and begin rigorous inspection of AAF-X with relevant delivery systems while still operational. On the same day, various Foundation facilities across Western Europe begin to report similar failures of existential abatement. Atraumatic abatement personnel discover these failures have been returning at a roughly consistent rate. The effect appears to be spreading outwards radially from Site 79. On April 20th, total existential abatement failure reported across all sites across North America. Overwatch Command and Parachronology are informed of impending global abatement failure of unknown origin. Emergency transport contingencies are immediately activated worldwide to alleviate near-critical buildups of extant effluents. Parachronology begins lateral chronological analysis protocol to determine likelihood of chronological or other reality shift. ATF Digamma 7243 are immediately called to their posts within AAF-X. On the same day, to the loss of .AIC power communication and Christian services via RAID Frame 8, Chinese militia groups intercept logistics communications regarding the ongoing emergent scenario. Mainland China's government refuses entry to logistics transport vessels, citing direct order of the GOC. Contingency systems are unable to account for a critical buildup of esoteric substances, resulting in catastrophic hazardous material breach. Site 50 and Site 79 are both lost. Facilities across North America's western coast begin to experience existential abatement failure. Aftermath abatement directs a prior analysis, having determined that the predicted locus of failure is not Site 79 but Site 43, in reverse order of proximity. All but one of ATF Digamma 7243 have reported to AAF-X. Following SMS correspondence occurs between Task Force Commander Dr. Reinders and Place HMD PhD. Get back here immediately. Give me your ETA as soon as you know it. We need you now. Where are you? Don't you dare forward my calls. I am not to be ignored. Pick up your phone. When do you need me there? Now. Pick up the phone. I'm busy. I got a time traveling universe hopping teleportation machine. I'm sure I'll be where I need to be when I need to be. What the hell is wrong with you? Under no circumstances will you fly into the eye of esoteric hurricane with that thing. Why are you at 087? Pick up. On April 20th, the logistics branch is unable to discern procedural cause of failure. The aftermath abatement section is unable to discern any fault in AAF-X's operation, or that of the Duplexa engine itself. Parachronology is unable to detect any symptoms of an imminent CK class, ZK class, or other SK class event. The Temporal Anomalies Department forecasts a 0% probability of any impending reality shift or chronological shift, temporal pivot, or timeline branch, timeline merge, or any possible cause of SCP-7243's malfunction. The Temporality Annex is unresponsive. On April 21st, the Astronomy Department reports sudden activity from SCP-179. It holds its head in its hands, apparently sobbing, means unclear. Total existential abatement failures occurred across all relevant facilities, except those within a 1,000 km distance of Site 43. Several more follow-up facilities have failed. Contingency systems are beyond capacity, and further SMS correspondence occurs between Dr. Reinders and Dr. PhMD. Neither of us is stupid. I know what you are. I know you've been playing something. You might have everyone else fooled, but if we live to see tomorrow, know this. I'm going to stop you. On April 21st, with no discernible indication of the impending event's nature, it is presumed that by default some oblique malfunction of SCP-7243 will be responsible. Dr. Reinders proposes the deactivation of SCP-7243 immediately following the delivery of all remaining effluents and absentia, as those non-materials must be voided into its aperture to prevent a ZK-class temporal paradox. O5 Council reports that extra-universal parties and contingency groups are entirely unresponsive. Emergency Protocol Veilbreak is enacted. All available sources redirected towards abatement, cleanup, and contingency efforts. SCP-2000 is activated in standby mode. Dr. Reinders convenes remotely with O5 Council. She is incidentally informed of the Black Site Facility 6488, in which Raid Frame 8 is housed. She is then informed of the true nature of Lotus's origin and operation, as well as its imminent planned deactivation. Dr. Reinders attempts to warn the Council of the potential ramifications if Lotus's deactivation, but its connection is abruptly terminated by unknown means. The further correspondence between Reinders and Dr. PhMD simply reads, "You know how it goes." Reinders proceeds to disassemble the jury-rid nearby terminal components to a makeshift broadcast system. She attempts to hail Facility 6488 and all nearby sites, calling for any available respondents, but nobody came. As the final waste heart approaches SCP-7243 Central Aperture, all remaining ATF personnel and maintenance technicians prepare for the first ever complete deactivation of AAF-X. Lotus begins its deactivation sequence, causing an unprecedented release of highly deviant artificial intelligences into various digital systems globally and beyond. SCP-7243 successfully commences shutdown, and no faults are detected. Dr. Deering begins arguing with Dr. Reinders, maintaining the position that their deactivation of 7243 is the very event which retroactively caused global existential abatement failure. the Paradox Exodus engine co-opted by Rogue AI, causing it and Dr. PhMD's demanifestation from consensus reality. Dr. Reinder's further attempts to contact him are unsuccessful. Dr. Deering is interrupted mid-harangue by spontaneous reactivation of SCP-7243. All internal cores hyperactivate, triggering chronological reinforcement contingency protocols. Reinders orders the immediate shutdown of SCP-7243 via analog manual override. Maintenance personnel report confusion at AAF-SPA system broadcast conflicting instructions in a near-perfect imitation of Dr. Reinder's voice. Deering approaches Chief Torosian Deering, procures a heavily modified TAD jump watch from his uniform pocket, and begins tapping it in frantic rhythm. Reinders exclaims, pulling Deering towards herself, attempting to stop him. The device reactivates, causing both to disappear. As 7243's latent stores extant influence and paradoxically reinstated non-effluence towards approach territorial rancidity, intense red-blue hue begins to permeate AAF-X. Multiple possible iterations of Dr. McLinnis and aim to manifest and overlap, signaling an imminent Copenhagen decoherence event. Chief Torosian Deering vocalized stress and quickly edits AAF-X. Local time cycles rapidly through the calendar year. 7243 scheduled automatic reference check triggers 122 times and quits at session. Apparitions of Dr. Deering, who remains absent, attempt to override this every 3 seconds. Its absence between attempts to override is deemed inauthentic. The device is unable to locate sufficient anchors for its definitive chronology, and is forced to utilize a probabilistic metric. Multiple attempted micro-adjustments overlap in local space-time. A large film projector reel manifests from within Dr. Ains' skull, killing her instantly. Iterations of Dr. McLinnis draw concealed weapons and fire upon each other simultaneously. Maintenance personnel begin to sever their own fingers and uncontrollably consume the lost blood. A fourth sub-level manifests between Site-43 and AAF-X, containing 2 elderly humanoid figures. They are immediately aerosolized by ambient thalamic bloom and incorporated into a coruscating halo suffusing the bedrock. Achromatic decontainment events increase in frequency and severity unfold. Chief Torosian Deering sprints down a narrow hallway toward the emergency achromatic redundancy bunker. She trips over the torso of Chief Torosian Deering, and is knocked unconscious by the fall. SCP-7243 initiates chronological reinforcement, then proceeds to explode, then proceeds to implode. SCP-7243 is a breach that keeps on breaching. SCP-7243 is there is no cannon. The deplex engine is not itself. SCP-7243 is a 30-square-foot room located in Provisional Outpost A-904, a faux 2-story home suburban Garrett Park, Maryland, USA. SCP-7243 is existential abatement. SCP-7243 will be the common denominator. SCP-7243 is what you've all been waiting for. It must not exist. SCP-7243 must exist. SCP-7243 is the infinite death of Philip Eugene Deering. SCP-7243 is the infinite failures of Dougal Alton Deering. SCP-7243 is the anti-idea, cosmic joke, a tumorous troll, a recursive deceit, and so are we all. After this message, connection was lost, then gained, then terminated, and then ameliorated. And that's the end of the log. After that event, we're given a file selection. There are 3 files: NX-7243 Provision-1, 2, and 3. Let's start with 1. Designation NX-7243. The civilian designation, population, and something class are all unable to be presented as an error occurred. The interaction protocol is pending, and the assigned facilities also are unable to be shown as an error has also occurred. The description also is not present as an error has occurred again. And then there's a text that says NX-7243 is designation, and no further text. This designation hereafter, AO NH-7243 was created to facilitate communication. However, 7243's intended usage is rendered impossible and is subject to an something effect. The only really intact part of this first file is this. AO NH-7243's intended usage is inhibited by an effect. Said inhibition is not apparently caused by any of the following events in isolation. Lesser antimatter effect, unattainable. Greater antimatter effect, incomprehensible. Semi-ontological hazard, cognito hazard. Narrative hazard. Localized micro-CK class commutative retcon. Miscellaneous chronological shift. Extra noospherism. The deletion effect, and ontokinesis. Due to the recent influx of highly deviant artificial intelligence, the role of digital subterfuge and the effect cannot be ruled out. Supposing there is none, it would stand to reason that AO NH-7243's intended usage is inhibited by a fundamental informational level, possibly a macroscopic quantum phenomenon. In any case, this phenomenon propagates to any term those who intended function for any term whose intended function is uniquely and possibly similar to that of AO NH-7243. For the origin section, it simply reads, can't contain a set of all possible square pegs within a set of all possible round holes. I'm not sure what that means. There's a comment on this too, from a Dr. E. Forkley. It reads, and I quote, "Fuck it. This is neither above or below my pay grade. Good luck figuring out which." For Annex Provision 2, it reads this. The interaction protocol simply reads, save her, but there are no assigned facilities. The forward is this. I've been with the Foundation long enough to recognize I am only begrudgingly consulted, and that's what's happening here. Despite the fact that I am the world's premier expert on present subject, despite my profession of first-hand knowledge regarding the disaster which rendered it supposedly indescribable, and despite my persistent entreaties to be looped into the research and containment process, I have been stonewalled at every turn until the utmost end of alternative resources. I, Dr. Doug Alton Deering, once stood at the head of scientific department, second in importance to none of this earth. We faced an anomalous waste crisis of unprecedented and ever-escalating scale, and my staff and I were charged with its amelioration. Here is my precise, Trojan 100% accurate explanation of how that worked. And that, though no fault of my own, went wrong with it. Site 43 is destination for a facility constructed 1 kilometer beneath hyperwashed Provincial Park in Lambton Country, Ontario, Canada, for research and containment operations, the most vital of which is the advanced acromac abatement, neutralization of esoteric effluents. Site 43 contained 4 of the most advanced acro-abate facilities on Earth, though there existed multiple satellite facilities in other areas and sites internationally. Our tireless efforts resulted in a stalemate with this implacable opponent, until in a moment of personal inspiration, I was able to devise a noble abatement method which could permanently terminate the matter in question via the application of advanced parascience. I enlisted the aid of Chief Amelia Tarosian Deering to construct a device we deemed the Diplexa engine. After consultation with various external experts, including Dr. Elise Reinders and Dr. Placeholder McDontrett, the device eventuated in my prime aspiration for anomalous waste. That could be conceptually erased from existence, as though it had never existed in the first place. Effluents went into the engine, and nothing came out. And retrocausally, nothing went in. The resulting paradox that powered the machine itself. It was elegant, flawless, and very effective. We had beaten back the beast and ended the crisis. My short-sighted consultants, or if not short-sighted and extremely malicious, caused the device to be deactivated at a critical moment. This allowed for original course of casualty to retroactively resume, and we experienced total effluence maximalization effect unabated by any other mechanisms, which in short order caused Site 43 and Nexus 94 within it is which situated to be stricken from consensus reality. Chief Tarosian Deering and I witnessed these events. I attempted to escape with her in order to help coordinate disaster mitigation and release efforts, but grinders interfere with a selfish bid to preserve her own existence, and we were instead transported from the facility together. The conceptually null space you call Nexus 7243 is Site 43 at Nexus 94. They still exist, it is my duty to restore them. Unlike my colleagues, I do not shrink my responsibilities. There's another comment. It doesn't matter whether anyone else can parse this, if it's the correct version of the file. That was a quote from Deering himself. We are then given a notice from the Records of Information Security Administration, which reads, "While we appreciate your submission, this is not a recreational library. As you know, the accuracy of our archives is an instrumental goal, subservient to our aims of research and entertainment. From a pragmatic perspective, the document you have created is far from correct, and frankly, it fails to communicate much of anything. Based on the evidence to hand, it appears you have suffered multiple cases of intense emotional trauma in relation to this document's supposed content. As no AI transcripts are available for counseling service, it's recommended you seek the support of your peers at this time. Your submission will be kept on file." Then we go to the third file, which is just listed as NH7243, which thankfully is a fully filled out document. Interaction protocols. A concise protocol for interaction with the entirety of Nexus 000. Of course, impossible, in the context of this file's origin and intended indirect implications. Containment facilities are to be constructed in surrounding any known interior bounds of Nexus 0 where feasible. The Department of Esoteric Reduction is responsible for the maintenance of such facilities, chiefly Outpost 7243 and associated research. The Logistics Branch is to continue utilizing pre-existing infrastructure for the collection of esoteric waste substances, whether extant or in absentia, and begin their transportation to Outpost 7243. The Department of Esoteric Reduction must oversee the safe disposal of said esoteric waste via its ejection from Nexus 0. Nexus 0 designates consensus reality, all that which is observably, measurably extant, and compatible with our universe. This includes any other extra-universal space which is tethered to or interfaces with our reality in a coherent fashion. Any region which can successfully be referenced with consensus reality is, itself, an extension of consensus reality, therefore comprising Nexus 0. Nexus 0 is of course not a single continuous physical surface, and incorporates various physically disconnected locals which are at least informationally adjacent to consensus reality. However, it has been evident to our Foundation that the manifold to our local universe, Nexus 0-A, possesses joints and or boundaries of informational discontinuity. These distant continuities are not to be confused with embedded pocket universes, i.e. a black hole's interior, nor the regions of non-existence, nor extreme anti-magnetic influence, nor local breakdown of conventional physics, nor hazardous non-nomenclative influence. All such regions can still be referenced, however, surreptitiously within the manifold of Nexus 0. Instead, these discontinuities demarcate the bounds of which can be referenced from Nexus 0. To restate as clearly the subject will allow, consensus reality consists of solely space which can be referenced within consensus reality. Consensus reality possesses internal information discontinuities. Some such discontinuous boundaries are embedded within the interior space of physical reality, despite making the bounds of informational reality. A hypothetical region existing outside Nexus 0 would be impossible to reference, even in a statement which attempts to explain the possibility of its being referenced. An extreme degree of vagueness, implication, and definition in the negative is fundamentally required in order to express discrepancies between our physical and informational realities. As any true statement regarding the physical nature of each is a discrepancy, and is definitionally incompatible with the informational makeup of this universe. Functionally, the Nexus 0 designation is utilized as an inverse of the deprecated Nexus 7243, as the latter does not refer. Both prior and contemporaries with efforts to resolve the global fallout of Incident 6488-DI A staggering increase in production of esoteric waste substances was reported by all containment areas and sites. Apparently coincidentally, the logistics branch noted an inexplicable surplus of infrastructure for esoteric substance and collection and distribution. Thus equipped to supply a 100-fold increase in esoteric waste processing systems, logistics attempted construction of a requisite emergency duplicates. It however gradually became clear that all schematics, blueprints, and methodological descriptions of extant waste processing systems had become subject to an effect. It is assumed to be a byproduct of the aforementioned incident. As the systems did not be reverse engineered, duplicate systems did not be constructed, nor did similar novel systems be designated. As an effect pervaded all these attempts, our Foundation's understanding of esoteric waste was found to be strikingly underdeveloped, and all relevant pre-existing technologies have been rendered incomprehensible. Analytical and communicative struggles were exacerbated by constant interference from rogue AI agents, prohibiting any combined effort to properly contend with redundant anomalous substances. In the wake of the ongoing Lotus crisis, a global buildup of these substances could not be afforded, despite an incomplete understanding of its former waste disposal solutions. The logistics branch elected to a stopgap measure, re-engage its global supply network, and temporarily resume the delivery of esoteric substances to discontinuity in Nexus 0. Despite the reactivation of Lotus on August 14, 2036, the effect persisted. It was also encountered by attempting to conceptualize, describe, and measure the nature of discontinuity, prompting the creation of both Outpost 7243 and this file. After consultation with researcher Emeritus Dr. D. Deering, who had spent much of his retirement independently investigating the properties and calcification of esoteric waste substances, Keening's selection of Area 12's research staff were organized into the Department of Esoteric Reduction and tasked with indefinite maintenance of Outpost 7243. Despite the effectiveness of Project Sargasso in identifying and remediating infrastructural damage and anomalous phenomena produced by rogue AI events, an effect can neither be rectified nor better analyzed by OCI systems. Per recommendation of Chief Esoteric Reductionist Dr. D. Deering, and given absence of a more effective solution, this file's interaction protocols have been permanently instated as a standard esoteric waste disposal procedure. Neutralization of Lotus on May 8, 2042, and subsequent reconstitution of associated conceptual structures has not observably alleviated an effect, which is initial deactivation seemingly extinguished, instigated. Esoteric polymath Place HMD PhD, having returned to the local timeline following deactivation of Lotus, is expectedly unable to provide context pertaining to his correspondence with Dr. I. Reinders during incident 6488-D2. Both agree that the interface and imprisonment by rogue AI was responsible for any local discrepancies. The following is a journal entry from August 14, 2042 from Dr. Douglas Deering. I don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. Nobody, not anybody, has lived with this subject longer than I have, not even Reinders. Maybe I didn't invent the science. Maybe I didn't get a 7-decade crash course on the workings of a universe before I had just dipped my oar in. I'm the first person to attempt a solution, a real lasting solution to this problem. Everyone before me just laying track doesn't make that much in imagination. Me, I've been imagining what the terminal looks like for 30 years. Maybe that's why I'm the only one who still remembers. Not the O5s with their amnestics, not with the anti-memanics, not even the damn deep wells. Me, only me, because there's nothing to do with... There's nothing to me except this problem. You can't separate us and have anything left over. Maybe I'm being punished again in this world. Maybe that's reason enough. But I don't care. I can handle punishment. I can handle all of these. I can handle all these small-minded idiots treating me like a fool. I've been ignored before. It's my talent. They're still passing me on their way from nowhere to nothing. I'll be working to the goal just like always. Just like she would be, and maybe still. I'm pouring every waking moment into the black hole that swallowed everything I love. And there's what I hear rattling around in there in response. Site 43 still exists. I'm gonna get you out of there. We are then given a third article within this article, which is listed as E001. Instead of being an object or phenomena, it is a scenario. Preceding events reads, E001 was a recurrent catastrophic containment failure. It was contained through amelioration of its effects. In 2043, on the 8th day of September, the following events occurred at Site-43. Events are timed to be precise, second with extremely narrow margins of error. A large container of At 5:18, a large container of esoteric waste is delivered to Outpost 7243 by a Mark 9 logistics trawler, Mark 11 logistics trawler. It's offloaded and pumped through a specialized culvert to be neutralized as per Nexus Interactive protocols. At 6:21, as the waste passes outside of consensus reality, Outpost 7243 records a 3.8 magnitude earthquake apparently originating from a location beyond the bounds of Nexus 0. At 6:22, the news of the seismic event is communicated through the Chief Esoteric Reductionist Dr. D. Deering. No immediate response is ordered yet. The parachronometers buried beneath Outpost 7243 detect a gradual increase in local chronological stability. This is incongruent with any previous spikes in ambient readings. Maintenance personnel alert supervisors of the presence of new reality, beyond the defined threshold of Nexus 0, featuring a landscape composed of grasses and clay soils. News of this event is communicated to Chief Esoteric Reductionist Dr. D. Deering. No immediate response is also ordered yet. Deering privately contacts Dr. I. Reinders, informing her of the ongoing events. Expressing a level of shock and enthusiasm, Reinders terminates contacts. Personnel continue to report unusual activity near the boundaries of Nexus 0. At 6:23, Dr. I. Reinders arrives at Outpost 7243 in an off-road Foundation escort vehicle. Reinders produces emergency level 6 credentials, using them to access Outpost 7243's primary control center, and triggers the facility-wide alarm system. Outpost 7243's personnel are evacuated. Critical personnel are evacuated by helicopter, and reality continues to materialize past the threshold of Nexus 0, revealing the presence of an enormous research and containment site. The Joint Detachment of Applied Force Department and Parachronology Division units arrive at Outpost 7243. At 6:24, a sudden magnitude 8.5 earthquake levels Outpost 7243. The earthquake impacts population centers to varying degrees of intensity throughout North America, deployed units presumed killed in action. In spite of the preceding earthquake, which appears to have directly originated from beneath the research and containment site, the site remains fully structurally intact and grows with increasingly optically distorted, eventually to the point of tornado hazardous abstraction, greatly hindering observation. After this, a tsunami forms in Lake Huron. The Overseer Council authorizes the experimental aerial containment operation over the affected area. At 6:25, a formation of silent hypersonic aircraft fly over the coast of Lake Huron to drop an Orichalcos-powered miter suspension bomb on research and containment site below, and direct hit is achieved. The device activates, disrupting the troposphere across Ipperwash Provincial Park. The miter suspension bomb releases an enormous burst of charged atomic energy, which quickly settles into an iridescent dome measuring 4 kilometers in diameter. At 6:26, a colossal tsunami wave rushes inland out of Lake Huron, but is repelled backwards into the lake by an unknown force. A miasma of indigo begins to emanate from within the dome, apparently contained inside of it. All readings change to indicate an imminent esoteric waste explosion of unprecedented mammoth scale. At 6:20, Site 43 is restored and then is destroyed entirely. E001 was an FK-class paradoxism scenario, featuring an extreme, localized, metastable Copenhagen decoherence event. This event involved the overlap of many different possible chronologies which interacted with a multitude of paradoxes, retrocausal quanta generated by said paradoxes, achromatic quanta dispensed into research containment at Site 43, and other miscellaneous factors to prompt a zero-sum localized event collapse. This was later followed by localized event rebound. From baseline perspective, the totality of E001 took place over a period of 7 years, 4 months, and 18 days, and during which time Site 43 was near fully detached and dissociated from the sense of reality. Data recovered following E001 suggests an anterior temporal progression of precisely 6 years. E001 was induced by an attack of the Atramatic Abatement Facility, AAX-F, systems by a fashion of deviant artificial intelligence released into the cyberspace upon the deactivation of SCP-6488, RAID Frame 8 Lotus. SCP-7243 detected this attack, recognized it as alpha priority, and restored to its default emergency behavior, seek out the individual on whom it is causally dependent. In this case, all members of ATF F-7243, and reinforce its chronology using their personnel histories as guideposts. In short, to pledge to combat what it led systems viewed as an imminent CTA-class event by attempting to draw out the statistically true version of itself from past actions, memories, and experiences of ATF F-7243, and projected this version of reality over its present existence, which it understood to be compromised by outside forces. Had a sufficient number of casually dependent personnel been present at this time, and local instability not resulted in the rapid overlap of over 100 failed anchoring attempts, the Plexa would have succeeded in its task. Instead, ATF F-7243 members both Deering's, Place HMD, McLinnis, Ing, Reinders, and Thorsian Deering were all unavailable, owing to either death, non-attendance, or incapacitation, and so the Plexa failed to determine a suitable alternative version of reality to which to replace itself. Its systems therefore attempted to construct a version of events wherein none of the aforementioned individuals were involved in its creation, or even alternatively in the history of Site-43. It resulted in 7243 summing numerous contradictory facts and projecting them as an objective truth to be realized simultaneously. Correspondingly, Site-43 in the greater Nexus 94 rapidly fell out of sync with the remainder of that universe and dissociated into 90% completeness. It is theorized that this effect was so all-encompassing that it could not be corrected by a naturally occurring CTA or ZTA class event, which may have been triggered multiple times during the process. The Plexa, now isolated within the rest of Nexus 94 in an unsurpassable extra-ontological location, its function expedited by surviving on-site personnel, modeled with an uncountable number of irregular chronological paths, systematically eliminating any options which contradicted its directives. It was able to identify a preferable chronology within a distorted period of equivalent to roughly 7 years. The force of Nexus 94's recoherence was sufficient to overpower the span of any single remaining temporal paradoxes. Following a sharp increase in the appearance of new matter, the entire Nexus reconstituted into the span of a single day. In the wake of Site-43's original decoherence on April 21st, 2036, the Department of Esoteric Reduction was established to compensate for the loss of the Atramatic Abatement section, its methods, its institutional knowledge. Esoteric Reduction reconstructed Outpost 7243 at the local limits of Nexus 0 as headquarters for the monitoring of the associated zone, as well as the logistics hub managing the transport of esoteric effluents in Nexus 94. Though the Nexus not conventionally exist at this time, waste should still be moved into it via decommissioned pipeline, believed to have lensed platonic material into the Atramatic Abatement Facility AAF-W. For reasons which still remain obscure, this pipeline has not been fully disconnected. For almost the entirety of the span of Nexus 94's decoherence, it had been injected with vast quantities of esoteric waste from across the globe. Lacking a feasible alternative over the experience necessary to formulate one, Esoteric Reduction was allowed to proceed with this arrangement indefinitely. Data recovered subsequent to E001 suggests that the majority of this waste was successfully ameliorated by surviving personnel with any discontinuity upon the incident of Site-43's return to Nexus reality. The remaining waste was absorbed into the environment at rapid speed, mixing and fusing with the remaining volatile Atramatic retrocausal quanta within Site to concoct a disastrous chain reaction. A protective energy shield was deployed over Nexus 94. This contained the deleterious effects of the impending reaction, but did nothing to preserve its contents. Minutes after the shield was deployed, a cataclysmic explosion of esoteric waste was condensed. Anti-Crooms atomized what remained of Site-43, and the energy shield now overhangs over a vast, cavernous pit. Cleanup operations discovered a single member of the site personnel unconscious but alive at the very perimeter of Nexus 94. The following is a transcription of footage recovered from the personnel uniform camera of Chief Amelia Tarosian Deering on September 8, 2043. Begin transcript. Chief Tarosian Deering standing in the operations control room of Atromactive Abatement Facility AAF-X. She has activated the Deplex's reference seeking mechanism for the 486th time. The program runs and spatial flexures are visible through the observation glass, and the klaxon sounds. The chronological stability indicator flashes green. The floor beneath Tarosian Deering's feet disappears for 10 frames of the camera's footage, which the chasms below are visible as she falls forward to the center of the earth. She experiences a sudden jolt and siders back. The soles of her boots are now detached, fused with the reformed floor. Chief Tarosian Deering watches a cavern in which AAF-X is situated continues to contract and expand. Machinery within shrinking and enlarging in opposite rhythm. There is no sound of thunder, as she covers her ears with her hands. Wait, there is a sound of thunder, sorry. Fuck. She covers her ears with her hands. The bulkhead door behind her shatters like glass, and Deplex's visible component hearts begin to shift red. The floors and walls begin to shake violently, and a fissure appears in the cavern ceiling beneath the Foundation's Atromactive Abatement Facility AAF-D. It glows amber. Chief Tarosian Deering's diagnostics revealed that low-priority spectral material on a long-term holding cycle with the older facility has breached containment. It becomes visible as a steady downpour of amber fluid to the track. The fluid coruscates, bends, and eventually approaches the control room with apparent intent. Chief Tarosian Deering leaps through the shattered door as the fluid limb snakes through the observation glass and begins pursuing her. She flees to the gradually reformulating ruins of AAF-X. A ruptured paraspectral grounding conduit arcs electricity into her uniform jacket, setting it ablaze with a blue fire. She tears it off without pausing her flight. There's no flash of amber, and she throws herself violently through the door into a side passage. The grasping spectral limb of her pursuer misses by millimeters. The floor disappears again, and does not immediately reformulate. Chief Tarosian Deering falls into the next sublevel, landing in a pool of red blood. Corpuscule is being churned by a series of amandine wisps. A limb reaches down towards her as she scrambles to the lip of the pool. She dives beneath the surface to avoid it. The ceiling above reformulates and the limb is severed. The leading end disintegrates into a shower of amber sparks which hiss and sparkle as they strike the blood. Chief Tarosian Deering surfaces and pulls herself towards safety. She staggers to her feet and continues to flee as the walls begin to glow white hot. A clover leaf of 7 identical passages meet each other in an open elevator shaft. Chief Tarosian Deering is seen approaching it from each passage. Each iteration is moving at different rate of speed, displaying injuries consistent with different trauma, running blind. Each iteration apparently follows in to notice the others. The iteration presently filming reaches the elevator first, leaps into it, and activates the ascension controls. The remaining instances are caught by the attacking limb, which gathers them up as one, as they melt into an ectoplasm as the elevator rises to the ceiling, and visual contact is then lost. The sublevel of AAF-X is shimmering red. An automated emergency message begins to play. Recorded voice of Chief Tarosian Deering. Chronological reinforcement is 50% complete. The realism factor is 7 ontotostic. Evacuation is advised where possible. The message repeats 7 times, gaining 1 additional voice in chorus with each repetition. Grinders, Mertennis, Ing, Place HMD, Deering, and Duddle. Tarosian Deering emerges into the cavern proper, moving at speed over a series of catwalks, which thread between towering factory stacks and storage tanks. Each is now translucent and filled with bubbling liquids in a variety of different colors. Electrical explosions occur in the distance. Across the pit at the core of the plexus and approaching Chief Tarosian Deering's person, the resultant sounds appear to occur in reverse. The roof of the tavern begins to shimmer, and the roots of the clear-cut forest above are clearly visible with the external membrane of Site-43, the topside elevators, and the fractally warped remains of the surface refinery facilities. The assailant is visible above, winding through the windows and doors, over tracks and gantries, searching for its prey. Trojan Deering gasps in pain, severely winded, as she reaches the ingress tunnel to the disposal pit. The assailant snaps to attention and begins snaking towards her, partially obscured by the piping and machinery. Chief Trojan Deering clambers into an empty waste cart and sets the moving in reverse. The tracks of the pit terminus begin to deform like rubber, and the deformation spreading as the explosions grow in intensity and volume. The cart exits Site-43 and enters a system of circuitous SCP-5494 tunnels, rapidly outpacing the assailant. A persistent prismatic glow advancing from the cavern outpaces it as well, and disappears. The cart automatically ascends a series of switchbacks, switching violently as the tracks elasticize and vulcanize. Trojan Deering begins to weep. The waste cart emerges at Depot 43 on the eastern fringe of NX-94, and Chief Trojan Deering leaps off and passes through the terminal station, strikes the platform and disintegrates. The visible light is pale gray, and all moving objects do so sluggishly with linear motion trails. She pulls herself hand over the platform and out of the station. It staggers at a jog towards the distant fence. There's a sudden distortion on the video feed, and the gray illumination is replaced by moonlight. Chief Trojan Deering turns over to look back as she passes through the unmanned security checkpoint. Her immediate surroundings are color tinted correctly, but the interior of the as yet dissociated space remains gray-scaled, a bubble of color expanding from Site-43. The color is inverted from the original dissociative event. As she watches a ball of light originating from the sky cuts through the expanding starburst and coats the nexus with a bubble of reflective plasma. Before the coverage is complete, total obliteration of Site-43 from surface to AAF-X is visible. A single large amber tentacle thrashes in apparent distress and or frustration as it coils around the lone surviving stack. The facility's explosion temporarily overwhelms the atomic shield, casting the luminous tendrils into the sky and late witches appear at points of brilliant light. Trojan Deering collapses, blocking the camera's view. End of transcript. What is waste? Waste is what you've done with your life, with our lives, essentially with every human life on Earth, every Earth. And for what? Pride? Selfishness? Misguided affection? The cost of that waste is incalculable. How could one even begin to abate a waste like that? The following files are a video transcript of Dr. Deering's visit to Chief Trojan Deering at Medical Area 01 on September 8, 2043, interposed extracts from her private electronic journal and personal uniform camera. Deering cautiously entered the hospital room, raising a hand in greeting as she spotted Chief Trojan Deering lying in the bed. Despite having no visible injury, she looked drained. He offered a soft, uncertain hey, to which she responded in time managing faint smile. Unsure of what else to say, he asked how she was feeling, then quickly second-guessed himself, calling it a stupid question. She reassured him that it wasn't stupid at all, though she admitted she couldn't truly explain what she had gone through. Only fragments of it were clear in her mind. She gestured towards a chair, inviting him to sit down. Once he did, he commented that he was previously wondering why he had completely broken down during the ordeal. Deering admitted that the thought had crossed his mind, but claimed he'd had the good sense not to voice it. She teased him gently for that, remarking that he must have learned a lot while he was gone. After a great pause, told him it was alright to smile. Deering tried, though he confessed his expression would take some time to catch up how he felt. With a tone of quiet awe, he asked her how she managed to endure it all, how she managed to do anything at all. She closed her eyes, still exhausted, and told him plainly that she wasn't ready to share everything. Not now, maybe not ever. Federal Deering saved me, in a sense. I'd already been talking to my mirror for years, staring at myself in the face and asking what I should do. Imagining that my reflection was actually Phil's, not because he was some wellspring of knowledge. He'd have been the first to say that he put the J in J and M. He was smarter than he ever gave himself credit for, but he was no engineer. He fixed vending machines while I calibrated plasma directors, handled technician schedules while I designed or calculus auto defectories. Anybody could have done his jobs, but it always meant something to me that it was him. So every single day since he's gone, I've imagined I can see him in the mirror, pushing me forward. Well, it's only my memory of him. It's a strong memory, but it still isn't real. A ghost in my shell. For that first year trapped in the world's highest state's escape room, I kept imagining him, egging me on, urging me to survive, to find a way out, like Elise did. But I'd gone to the well too many times, and I knew how shallow it was. I knew he was gone, even if I couldn't admit it. It wasn't enough to keep living for a dead man, so I let the picture shift and focus on someone who wasn't dead. Reading transcript. The camera activates. Chief Corrosion Deering is standing in the concentration shell of the Aftermath Treatment Facility AAF-D. The walls are coated with bubbling yellow mold. She opens the vault door and enters into the facility proper. The facility proper renders in muted colors with luminous gray outlines. She begins to walk toward the AAF-X access elevator. She looks down. She is wearing an exomat suit, the soles of which are sinking into the floor tiles, leaving visible footprints behind. She continues down the corridor, past a series of prone human forms. Their bodies are misshapen and their name tags on their uniforms are completely blank. Camera activates. Chief Corrosion Deering is standing at the junction of one corridor and its apparent double, converging at an angle approximately 15 degrees so that the exterior wall of one blocks progress down the other. She reaches down to the valve on a tank attached to a rolling dolly at her side, and raises a misting wand. It begins to spray a chalky substance onto the offending well. It then proceeds to scream. The camera activates. Chief Corrosion Deering is standing still in a featureless tiled corridor. She is shaking uncontrollably and hyperventilating, but no apparent danger is visible. She proceeds down the corridor, moving erratically, as though avoiding obstacles not apparent on the camera feed. Dr. Deering asked for anything she could share, and Chief Corrosion Deering explained that association had carried her through. She described how it felt like it took a month to reach her office, all while she barely needed food, sleep, or maybe even air. Other months was spent isolating the remaining AIs using only the control panel on her tablet. She watched the SRFs, already weak to the 80%, deteriorate day by day, knowing they would eventually fail and she would end up like everyone else. For now, though, the haze made everything feel distant, almost like waiting from a long sleep. Since she didn't focus on much, she focused only on what mattered. The term Deering guessing that she meant escaping, to which she replied, mostly. I pictured Dudley Deering's smudged smirk and dead eyes, and I blamed him for everything he deserved to be blamed for. Failing to excel when he needed excellence the most, killing my husband, digging himself into a pity pit and hiding in it, begging me to forgive him, making me think I might someday have a reason to do it, and leaving us worse off than we'd ever been before we started. I used my hatred of him as a lodestar, my most powerful, unfailing, infinitely renewable reality anchor. Every inch I clawed back from oblivion stayed me closer to exposing him as a fraud to the O5 Council. Every grisly mess that popped back into existence in front of me, every body bifurcated by a wall, every streaming pile of gristle with its skin abstracted and its pain receptors shining in my flashlight beam was another mistake I'd spit in his face. If only I held on a little bit longer. When I started powering up the machinery again, studying a task it was never designed to perform, and did the work for 100 checks at once, and I ate and sweated and froze, and the hole in my stomach where I needed to eat and drink and defecate was gone. I told myself I was proving once for all of us, low technicians, actually putting in the elbow grease to do things that Deering had always been incapable of. Camera activates. Chief Corrosion Deering is examining a makeshift thermal rotation meter consisting of a word tablet attached to the electricals and an intensely vibrating pipe. She double-checks the readings, shaking her head, then sighs, and begins performing calculations manually on a tablet. Camera activates. Chief Corrosion Deering is crouched over a console in AAF-X atrium, remote controlling a maintenance drone. The drone is LiDAR mapping the interior of AAF-X, which is expanded by an order of magnitude the surrounding bedrock could not have been capable of containing or supporting. A sudden fluorescence of light strikes the drone, and is explosively duplicated 15 times in a quick session. Signal is then lost, attenuated between too many devices all at once. She lies down on an inflatable mattress and stares at the ceiling until the camera automatically deactivates. The camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is mapping out a tablet displaying reclamation schedule 2036 through 2037. Each item is marked complete in green. The date is visible, 6th of September. She deactivates the tablet and the reflection on her face becomes visible on the screen. She's smiling. Camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is standing in the Operations Control Center for Aftermath Abatement Facility, AF-X. Looking now into a central pit. A steam of heterogeneous effluence is pouring into the pit from above. She twists her tongue in disapproval. She's interacting with the Deplexa input console, generating a list of potential anchor targets for chronological reinforcement, and sorted by declining probability. The highest rated anchor is Chief Terosian Deering. Subject confirms the selection, and Deplexa secures the referent anchor. The camera view flickers and distorts as a red light passes over her, and attempts to reconcile its chronology. Every flat plane in AF-X begins to pulsate as a map to an invisible sphere located in the central pit. An emergency klaxon sounds. Chief Terosian Deering runs diagnostics. Date and time are visible, 8th September, 6:21 p.m. The pulsation and klaxon cease, and error messages flood the console. The chronological stability indicator flashes red, and a glowing amber fissure appears at the cavern ceiling. The Deplexa begins its shutdown procedure. Dr. Deering, Reinders, and additional Chief Terosian Deering appear in the control room. They are reenacting the events of the original derealization event. The subject then flees. Dr. Deering admitted he was astonished by what she was able to achieve. The so-called rubber band effect, he explained, could have stretched on for another decade or more if she hadn't worked tirelessly to push through it. Neither he nor anyone else could have endured waiting that long. He told her painfully that they needed her back, yet somehow she had returned. She acknowledged it with a quiet, "Here I am." Wanting to understand, he pressed further, asking how she kept her perspective. How she kept working towards the impossible without even knowing if she had a chance. She answered simply that it had always been part of the job. They didn't get to take days off, not even when things seemed hopeless. They learned to laugh from him, a rare sound that made her look away. He apologized, saying he was just relieved. When she looked back, he assured him she understood, but adding that relief wasn't the issue. The real problem, she confessed, was that she had never actually heard him laugh like that before. He asked what it meant. He told him with a quiet way it sounded like him. Phil. My imaginary Phil. He used to tell me I was right or wrong based on what he'd think. I knew him like a glove. It was near perfect simulation. The gulf between that and reality was the first permanent pit of my stomach, but still it was a comfort. My apparition of Douglas Deering, all I could say was I was right. He was sorry. He'd always been so damn sorry. Camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is standing within the concentration cell of Aftermath Abatement Facility AF-D. The walls are coated with bubbling yellow mold. She opens the vault door and exits the facility proper. The facility proper renders in muted colors of gray, with luminous gray outlines. She begins to scream and the camera deactivates. Camera activates again. Chief Terosian Deering is reviewing Reclamation Schedule 2036 through 2037. Marking each complete item incomplete in red. Subject changes the title to Reclamation Schedule 2037 ? Begins to weep. Camera activates and Chief Terosian Deering is editing an electronic map of AF-X on her tablet. The corridor in front of her deforms into match a new configuration, either silently or with sufficient volume to repeat the audio recording. Camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is standing in the Operations Control Center for Aftermath Abatement Facility AF-X. The emergency klaxon is sounding as Deplexa attempts to reconcile its chronology using Dr. Udo Otori as its referent. An applied occultism section in the uniform is visible in translucent hazardous materials for a container in the center of the room, visibly respirating. Facial deformation is in progress. After the passage is approximately 10 minutes, Facial deformation, and klaxon cease simultaneously. The chronological stability indicator flashes red. The retorted voice of Chief Terosian Deering says, reconciliation failure, anchor stability insufficient. He selects the next listed anchor, Dr. William Weddle, and turns to face an opaque blue drum, featuring multiple freshly applied biohazard stickers. She begins reassembling her SMAT suit. The camera activates. The console remains visible, and 17 potential referent anchors have been unsuccessfully targeted for chronology reinforcement. The date and time is September 8th. The date and time is 8th September at 6:15. Chief Terosian Deering sighs and leaves the room in the direction of AAF-D elevator. Dr. Deering, feeling a little uneasy, suggested that after everything she'd been through, she must take looking at him now. Chief Terosian Deering shook her head, explaining that it wasn't that simple. His face reminded her of someone else. He had a beard now, no glasses, but the resemblance was still too close. It was difficult for her to separate the two. She admitted she was exhausted, too drained to keep pushing the thought away. Deering tried to reassure her, saying that she might feel differently once she had rested, but she disagreed. To her, rest wouldn't change anything. She believed that she finally saw things with clarity. When pressed on what she meant, they told him that there was no point in resenting him. Yes, he should be foolish, but his own clumsy way he was still trying to help. I wanted to stay furious at him. I thought I needed inspiration. I wrote him a hailstorm of angry letters, perfecting the art of tearing a man to bloody shreds, and daydreamed about placing the bundle on his hand and forcing him to read until he was dealt with for good. But day by day, gradually, I lost my fire, alone in the lunacy. I couldn't keep up. I refused to give him his holy grail. Forgiveness. But I did try to forgive him. Focus on the work, find the solution, not in anyone's memory, and not out of spite, because I did my job. And I could do it. I needed doing. It needed doing. I was alive. Camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is walking in a featureless void. She's reciting the Fibonacci sequence, turning 98 degrees after each odd number. The ambient darkness lightens noticeably each time she does this. Camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is laughing. Camera shows the emergency terminal for Acronym Activation Facility AAF-D's anachronic sump flush mechanism. She has apparently flushed the sump's contacts in the AAF-X and is observing the resulting interactions to plot a path AAF-X Operations Control Center. Camera activates. There's no light. Chief Terosian Deering says, 2041. Got through 52 potential anchors this time, and they all dragged. Hitting the shoal is about 20 minutes. Might go down the ship this time. Any objections? Camera remains active for 19 minutes before red emergency lighting begins, illuminating the ceiling of the AAF-X Operations Control Room. She stands up, and picks up her tablet and heads to the door. Chief Terosian Deering confronted him bluntly, telling Dr. Deering that he was focused on fixing his own mistakes, that he kept creating new ones along the way, and that the pattern had to end immediately. When he tried to interject, she cut him off, saying that the problem wasn't a lack of thought, but the opposite. He thought constantly, but never actually mattered. Instead, he dwelled on how unfair things were, how none of it was truly his fault, without ever questioning the motives that drove his choices. She reminded him that his role was supposed to be solving the abatement crisis, yet he had only been pretending to do that, burying himself in guilt while the world around him collapsed. She compared the situation to overflowing toilets, an urgent, undeniable disaster, while he wasted precious time on collecting the backlog of his conscience. Deering tried to defend himself, protesting that her words weren't fair, but she refused to let him retreat into self-pity. It wasn't about fairness, but rather about truth. Every time he failed, he seemed to wait for someone to reassure him, say that it was all okay. But she told him plainly that it wasn't. It was not okay. He kept squandering their final chances because he couldn't let go of his own regret. That era was finished now. If what he needed was forgiveness from Phil, he would never get it. Phil was gone. If what he needed was forgiveness from her, then fine. She was exhausted, worn down by his avoidance, and she would give it to him. I forgive you, she told him at last, voice sharp with finality. And then saying, you've worn me down. I'm sick of your bullshit. I forgive you. Take responsibility and do your job. When my resolve slipped, I promised myself I'd track down that superfluous twit and let him have it with both barrels as a victory treat. Every time I crawled out my new temporary heaven for a damnable annual reset, I imagined that it would be like to dig myself out entirely and meet him fading inward from the other side, as I knew he would be, and I couldn't find my nerve. Maybe I long since lost it. He'd be trying for the first time, actually trying. And also for the first time I found that wasn't nothing. He wasn't entirely without meaning. I simply haven't got energy to hate anyone. Hating him in my prison. This is ridiculous. Unending nightmare. It's burned through everything I've ever had. It's just him and me now. And when he said in a puff of selfish navel ways, and it's finally true, we understand each other. We both want this to be over. Camera activates. Chief Terosian Deering is standing in the Operations Control Center for Aftermath Abatement Facility AAF-X, strolling through the list of potential reference to the lowest probability options. She locates the entry for the Dommel signature of the materials handling disaster, which killed Deputy Janitorial Maintenance Chief Philip Deering in 2028. Rated at a 0.00082 probability, and selects it. The date and time is 8 September 2042. She says, "Happy anniversary," and then activates the sequence. The chronological stability indicator flashes green. Dr. Deering stammers that he can't do it alone and asks for her help. He begs her not to give up. She says that she's only abandoning what's already lost. Once she recuperates, she'll return to the fight, but this time he'll do it properly, a complete solution, no quick fixes. He agrees, a little shaky, and promises this time will be different. She replies this is the last time. She can't keep fighting him. This is all that remains of the other man. After a long pause, Riley adds that she doesn't want to hate either of them anymore. Update: as of September 8th, 2043. Analysis reveals that the volume of energy released during Nexus 94's localized event rebound, which, while incredibly immense, did not nearly match the volume expected of such an expulsion. Current data suggests the most likely vector which the energy may have escaped resides on the threshold between consensus reality and the current decoherent space Nexus 94 was transposed to, meaning that it would have been released into extra-dimensional, possibly extra-universal space. If this is true, the model suggests that the high velocity of the esoteric waste containing this energy would relieve our Foundation of its harmful effects in their entirety. The quanta would be propelled far from baseline reality. Update September 9th. The hypothesis yielded in the previous update has been confirmed. Per authority of the Oracle Collective. In the wake of event E001 and Central Normalcy Authority Iteration 94066-2B90E7 866-0244 ECE 96E 7776 DC 7F, numerous Central Normalcy authorities throughout the coalitional time-place reported the manifestation of new adverse anomalous phenomena of inexplicable provenance. A demonstrative selection of these reports was compiled into the following incident log, which was disseminated to the relevant authorities' Temporal Anomalies Department on September 9th, 2043, for the comments. Incident 3456. Location: Canonical Bundle WOAF Omega Blue. A bolus of unabated conceptual matter appears within the corpus of a large-scale aggressor, Brazil 01, undergoing aftermath abatement procedures at Area 16. And administered with other substances processed at the facility, the bolus metastasizes within the corpse and it instantiates what the Foundation soon terms a concept kaiju, resident within the logosphere. This entity promptly colonizes the realms of speech and cognition, preying and feeding on human mindfulness and assaulting linguistic structures in higher grammatical forms. Plans are underway for the installation of counter-conceptual linguistic device to combat it, codenamed Red Pen. Incident 4847. Location: Canonical Bundle WDB1 Phi Red. The variation of cross-dimensional orbital mechanics resulted in a deposit of Theovavic material into the torus Sol. Correlation with subsequent solar alterations cannot be confirmed due to the cessation of diplomatic relations with this iteration due to irreconcilable transhumanistic change. Incident 47689. Location: Canonical Bundle OG-43 Alpha Blank. The Mobius Stripper, a temporal reduction system, a recursive pipe array some 7 kilometers in length, within Rackham Activated Facility AF-D vanishes. Subsequent time plane and cosmosphere modeling renders suggested system becomes multiversally abstracted, forming temporally variable conduits between the timeline and a multitude of other timelines and adjacent reality spaces under Meta Foundation purview. These conduits are further reported to facilitate the unwelcome interdimensional transference of various anomalous phenomena, particularly during emergent scenarios, add an additional layer of chaos and unpredictability to the scenario's results. Research conducted by the Iterations Department of History appears, in retrospect, to suggest a direct correlation between these conduits' deleterious effects and evidence of a chain of historical ZK-class reality failures, the last of which occurred in 1500 CE. Further cross-temporal analysis has been deferred to the O9 Collective for the importance of the iteration in Meta Foundation affairs. The O9 Collective has concluded that the above-described ZK-class phenomena constitute an ascension of Tier 4 cosmological anomaly, which threatens to fully manifest upon the authoritative prime timeline and all its descendant branches. Incident 76893. Location: Canonical Bundle OG-43 Alpha Malachite. Ontologically dark-shifted material is deposited within Acromat Abatement Facility AF-D at Watchtower 43 in equal proportion to the materials already present. Materials annihilate each other with a controlled fusion explosion which events through the multiversal conduits described above, dissipating in the atmosphere and resulting only in the equipment fatigue within the facility. Early estimates suggest an incremental increase in global climate change across all affected timelines alongside associated parachronological effects. Incident 234585. Location: Canonical Bundle Quadruple A Kappa Yellow. An instance of SCP Foundation Research Site 107 appears, constituting the only Foundation presence in this timeline. Meta Foundation admission is pending first contract. It has been confirmed through the Collective's observation that this log was received and viewed by several relevant Authority Overseer personnel. For reasons unclear, the Authority has been no attempt to communicate with the Collective, nor to any impacted timeline, nor to ameliorate its impacts. Audit pending. The Last 72 Months of Site 43 by Chief Amelia O. Tarosian Deering. Acknowledgements. Special thanks to my supervisory committee, Dr. Elise Reinders, whose fault this wasn't, Dr. Douglas Deering, Phil. September 8th, 2036, Treatment Site 43 was excised from consensus reality. On 8th September 2043, it returned. Over the course of those 7 years, temporally constricted to 72 months within that pocket of unreality with no oversight, assistance, substance, or sleep, the majority of the SCP Foundation's achromatic abatement procedures were carried out by one person, Chief Amelia Tarosian Deering of Janitorial and Maintenance. This is her testimony. A note was enclosed by Dr. Reinders. Dr. Deering engaged in multiple email correspondence with the Pilcrow Mentality Center on a daily basis from this point onward, developing a new radical esoteric reduction device and constructing a treatment area 21 with the engineering expertise of Chief Tarosian Deering. The PM Center's half of this correspondence has been lost per mishandling of data transfer to Research Station Menosign. Select entries from Dr. Deering are attached below. It needs not to be foolproof. The last one failed to the full stamper with it. Human error cannot be a factor, or if it is, its influence needs to be isolated to things that can't destabilize our reality. If our solution threatens the stability of our own conceptual space, it's no better than the problem. Our own conceptual space. This phrase is key. You imply a feasible solution. one we can provide. Spell it out for me. Can never go on with that. Pocket dimensions. I mulled this over and I think you're right. That's the angle. That's the obvious lesson to learn from what happened. We've essentially been handed a model that shows how it actually works. The engineering will be functionally identical, which is vital since I can't and won't put this in place without her help. I can sell her on pocket dimensions, not the other thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's just between you and me now. I'm not going to disappoint her again. I'm not going to look her in the eye and tell her I took another shortcut. We cannot yet approve our penultimate request. Context is expired. I have no intention of explaining what it means. That's what we're going to name the device. Don't ask me again. The project itself isn't. Give the project some fanciful, overwrought name that makes you feel better. Addendum 3. Project reports, proposal, and residuum. Project Admonition. Quarterly report, quarter 3, 2045. Project Admonition continues to be an unqualified success. We have transmitted 6 packets of esoteric effluent to their final destinations via the magic drawer, and all monitoring efforts suggest that they were properly abated to their destinations to a high degree of efficiency. 0511 confirms the absence of any noticeable backlash effects, and the project will continue as planned through the quarter 4 at the least. Precautions have been taken to ensure the events of 7243-1 cannot recur. Area 21 has received multiple requests from the Foundation facilities to implement limited local magic drawer devices at key points in the global logistics network. Due to the nature of magic drawer, however, and the high degree of technical ability required to operate and maintain it, these requests have not necessarily been denied. We acknowledge that the present solution does not provide the same expense and proactive coverage as its predecessor, forcing the resumption of small-scale abatement processes to maintain equilibrium, and constant innovation in that field. To that end, we have chosen to pursue a collaborative rather than unilateral approach. Esoteric Reduction Gala. In recognition of the incredible strides forward made by the project of esoteric reduction under Project Admonition, and in light of the need to further solidify our lead in this long-running race, a decision was made to reinstate the annual Synopsium and Gala formerly hosted at the now defunct Achromatic Abatement Facility, Achromatic Abatement Group at Area 21. Highlights of this inaugural event included the touching retirement address of Dr. Adrian Zalata, a tribute to the lost personnel of Treatment Site 43 by Dr. Lillian Lillehammer, Chief Agent Delphina Ibanez, and Severa Okori, lectures on the anti-chromatic bleaching fields, demivalent short-circuiting and macrobacterial titration by Senior Site 91's abatement engineer, Rayner, and the wedding reception for our guest of honor, Drs. Amelia Tarosian-Deering and Douglas Deering. What is waste? We stopped even trying to guess. We hardly even think about it anymore, except in the most absolute abstract. Out of sight, out of mind, where it once it was out of mind, out of sight. You tell me this is way better, but you can't tell me anything, not even now. We are then given a magic drawer packet delivery log. All of the packets have been delivered, except for one, which is still pending. Amelia's voice came out small at first, trembling on the edges of incredulity. You didn't tell me. You didn't. Tell me you didn't. The words were a plea disguised as accusation, and Beat for the room held its breath. And Furby the room held its breath. Deering answered with a flat, tranquil cadence of a man who had rehearsed explanations and then found them inadequate. He told them about simulations, about a month spent running through variations of pocket dimension jumping until the results converged into that ugly, unacceptable consensus. Without full time and coherence, the transfers would collapse in the destination. Rubber banding, he said, became the same catastrophic rebound that had once shredded Duplexa. The word landed like a stone. Amelia's face hardened. Color drained from it. You lied to me, she said, not asking for denial but demanding the weight of honesty. It's just a deal, Duttle protested, immediate and defensive, not even a major detail. In every respect, except for ontological strength factor, his sentence trailed with the technicalities for insufficient armor against the simple fact of betrayal. Amelia stood up as if to cross the room, and sat back down abruptly, motioned instead to look at someone unmoored. That wasn't it, she said, after a long silence. Didn't need my help. The accusation shifted, softening into something rawer. A wound exposed. He moved towards her, earnest and terrible in his need. Looked at his hands and he took her hands in his in a small human gesture that tried to anchor them both. That isn't true. I need you on my side. I need you so I can make this possible. She shoved him away before he could finish. The shove was a punctuation that left no room for speculation. Don't say it, her voice in a rad laugh of disbelief. You wanted me to think that you'd found a permanent solution. Like you promised. You really are a sad sack of shit, Duttle Deering. She leaned forward and held her face in her hands. The laugh folded into something like hysteria. Grief. For a moment the room existed only in the press over their breathing. And so she straightened, the rage transmuted into focus. She was targeting us. Fine. What do we do about that? She rose. A question of challenge to the universe. Her posture snapped from weird to demanding. She needed facts, not consultations. Now actually, I need more information where precisely we've been sending these packets. What specific physical locations? Nuttle's reply was almost automatic. Site 43. Always Site 43. There is no Site 43, she said. A sentence of rebuke and realization both. The room pressed in. The air tasted metallic. Grinders tried to remind her the chronological calculations, the variable nature of time and pocket dimensions. But Amelia cut through the technical preambles like a knife. She started, the rest of the thought crumbling. We've been sending this stuff back in time too, into other people's pasts. Duttle launched into the jargon. Transfer dilation, opportunity windows, and ratchet principle. The terms tumbled out of him, but there were no shield. Where in our past is this packet going, she demanded. He hesitated, then began to explain the selection algorithm. The way magic drawer weighted possibilities, the mechanisms by which it matched packet to target. The words were thin filigree around a devastating core. Then Duttle sat on the edge of a chair, nearly toppled. For a second his composure cracked and Amelia moved towards him as if to steady him. Then pulled back wary. What's wrong, she asked, short and clipped. It can't, he said, breathless. The syllables were a denial that failed to hold back the truth. Why can't, she demanded. And a sound. A gasp from Reinders made everything smaller and sharper. Duttle stood suddenly, the chair spinning away. No, we're not doing this, he said. And the words felt like a command and a supplication. Reiner's voice, flat with professional dread, cut through. It's already been done. Past is a pact, Duttle. The phrase landed like a verdict. Duttle shook his head in muttering disbelief, and then, with the quiet certainty of a man who was watching a terrible pattern repeat itself until understanding hardens in confession, he said, I won't do it, Amelia. I didn't do that. It seemed to hang in the air, a fragile denial, but then the narrative shifted and in being minutes recorded something colder. The executive staff convened. They compared packet metadata, traced the routing, the historical division, cross-referenced the delivery manifests. The ugly confirmation arrived. Magic Drawer's next packet was scheduled for Acrom Activation Facility AAF-D on September 8, 2028. The room smelled like burnt coffee and ozone. No one spoke for a long moment. Opportunity, Amelia said finally, and the word was like a scalpel. Not a problem. Her tone carried an edge of desperate optimism. She was seizing the possibility in the parcel seconds they had. Lieutenant said something innocuous. Enough to get the job done, but enough to kill him. Amelia, Reinders said. But she was drowned out by the roar of practicality and tactical paralysis. Why not? But you just discovered that Phil was never meant to die. Voice cracked as the truth unspooled. We caused it. We can uncause it. We can fix the whole thing, and all we have to do is whiff the next shot. The logic was intoxicating in its simplicity. The illusion of a fixable error, of a single corrective nudge that would reroute catastrophe. Reinders and Buddle sat pushed back with institutional fear. Consequences of rewriting casualty, specter of paradoxes could stall the multiverse. We can't create a toxic Uber paradox to save one human life, Reinders said softly, but the plea was more for order than for morality. You don't understand, Amelia pleaded. We're meant to do this. It is 1 in a million. No, and a possibility that we target ourselves. That can only mean fate. Her eyes shone with a kind of pain that was almost devotion. He turned to Duddle and gripped his shoulders. We can bring him back. His answer was a breath. Maybe. No, she responded, and then the ferocious honesty that cut through the technicalities. I need my husband back, and the room went silent again. Apologies were exchanged in a messy clatter of remorse and defensiveness, and Amelia's sorrow pressed against the edges of command, and Reiner checked the clock with a clinical calm. 2 hours and change. Trying to argue, decide, to wreck or save. There's nothing to debate, she said. But the debate thundered in the room anyway. They ran a test. Historic Lifford's matched packet contents against the AAF-D manifest. They watched their logs, they argued about pace, the man who did his crucial computations. He was silent, Duddle cursed, and the men drew teeth. The power fluctuation came like punctuation as Magic Drawer warmed. Systems hummed in the low. Duddle excused himself and walked away. Amelia and Reinders spoke quietly in her office, plotting. Then the alert. The aperture powered up, and they returned to find Duddle gone. And a search located him at the maintenance corridor within the loading aperture itself. The door would not open. She pounded on it until her hand bled. What are you doing? She screamed. She could see him through the porthole, still, hands clenching and unclenching, like a man warming himself by a forbidden flame. He's overriding the safeties, Reinders said over the PA. Amelia's world narrowed into that one fact. He's going to... No, absolutely not. Her hammering increased until the rhythm became a kind of prayer. Stop. We can work this out. Talk to me or I swear on this memory, I'm going to shut the whole system down. You can't, Reinders responded. You can't do that. Duddle turned, and the hollow honesty in his voice surprised her. You can't do that, he echoed. We don't mean you can't do that. Really, we mean it's the wrong move. He took a breath, and then with a simplicity that made the room tilt, he said the thing that reframed everything. I know what killed Phil. He tapped his chest like a bell. I killed Phil, he explained, with halting, terrible clarity. Whatever paraspectral thing that taken Phil had done so to the loop. It was a packet that needed agency, that somehow Duddle himself had been the node that drew the thing and that passed it on. He claimed the loop as his, a bootstrap paradox that made the terrible event both cause and effect. Amelia's fingers pressed to the porthole as if to feel the curve of inevitability. She remembered things she had not expected to, the shadow of something something reaching for her, a scrape in the chronology anchor, sensation of being targeted with symmetry, all of it made a cold kind of sense. 15 years circling the pipes, a thing waiting for the right hand to reopen a valve. Why does it have to be you, she cried. Practical, and he personal braided into the question. Duddle answered with a weakness that was almost devotion. He's my brother. Because this time I'll show up for him. He said he'd likely melt away, and that he probably would not survive the reception of the packet. But he believed, with the stubbornness of the guilty and hopeful, that it would not be the end. He had seen himself in the loops. He had seen the sequence where he drew in the energy and turned to the valve. He wanted to make it real. You're not in the loop, Amelia whispered, and then laughed. A dark, incredulous sound. He never did any of this for him, Duddle admitted later. A quieter, more terrible confession. I never did any of this for him. Time shrank to minutes. The ethics, the equations, the raw human plea collapsed into one painful, luminous axis. Bodo was willing to step into the aperture. He held the remote in his hand like distractorment, pressed the button, and the inner door spun shut. Amelia's last words were not forgiveness. I don't forgive you, she said. Even the klaxon shrieked and the system drowned into life. The packet fell against a curtain of impossible material, and for an instant she imagined the world would twist to follow it. Bodo's voice rose, a small, stubborn thing. Just a trick. Delivery completed, and the aperture exhaled a sound like the closing of a tomb. The noise stopped, the room was left with its broken clocks and unanswered prayers. What is waste? I guess you finally figured it out, Tuttle. This is the end of complied documents. Summary: deliberate abuse of authority resources precipitated enhanced ascension of Tier 4 cosmological anomaly, stagnation. In addition to the extensive material damages and injection of volatile anomalous phenomena within and beyond the coalitional timeplane. Personnel in positions with unfettered access to the tower, resources, and opportunities for abuse of the same are governed by rationality, individual self-aggrandizement, and interpersonal indulgence. Iteration plays routine ignorance of metacontractual obligations, making no effort to report to the collective or acknowledging our existence. Per authority of the Oracle Collective, as clearly evidenced by this extensive report, you are deemed in the major violation of various multi-foundation agreement clauses, particularly those described in sections 1 and 3 regarding transfer of information and goods with the Oracle Collective and other Meta-Foundation signees. Pursuant to section 1.4b of Meta-Foundation Supertemporal Coalition Pact, your normalcy authority iteration has been ejected from the coalitional timeplane. Any outstanding interdimensional access to the coalitional timeplane has been severed. Your coverage under Goldbaker and Associates is now limited per your local provider's capabilities, and your temporal anomaly authority will soon revert to pre-coalitional status, losing any data which would allow your infiltration into the coalitional timeplane, or any feasible recreation of our services. Your timeline is subject to the forces of the multiverse, including a variety of catastrophic events perpetuated by your iteration in kind. We implore you to exercise greater caution in your efforts to contain and imbalance with your aims to secure and protect. Good luck on your own. SCP-8190. This article begins with a notice from the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, which reads, "This document exists in its unmodified original state as part of an ongoing investigation. If you'd like to request a copy of this record, ID 08-8190-24, please complete the Form SR-01 and submit it for review of the Site-19 Department of National Division's current Director of Operations." After this, we are then presented with a message from one Marissa Norwood, the Site-19 Director, which reads, "Just submitted a ticket to that about that odd ETTRA message popping up every time I try to access documentation for SCP-8190. Not sure what the issue is. I've been Containment Director for Site-19 for over 20 years, and this is the first time anybody has told me to manually submit an access request, let alone in a hard copy. Normally, I just assume L5 classification and forget about it, but there is no listed clearance level, and I've seen no records of an ETTRA investigation into this document on my end. I'm pretty sure I've never heard of a Department of Notional Divisions either. Curious if this is some sort of bug or if I'm just out of the loop. So please send me an SR-01 request sheet at your earliest convenience, and check the department directory. You have to see if you can get me the contact info for the current head of National Divisions. I'm guessing it's some sort of recent internal restructuring. Council's been doing a lot of that lately." We're then given a follow-up, which reads, "Still haven't received the SR-01 I requested, and still cannot access the file for SCP-8190. I confirm there is no clearance restriction, yet I can't seem to bypass the splash screen. Moreover, your response times are abysmal. Need I remind you, these tickets have 48-hour windows before they can auto-close due to inactivity. Please update it or assign it to someone before then. We have just 18 hours left. Also, I forgot to include, this is my last ticket, but the ACS classifications for the anomaly are currently visible to everyone. That isn't normal, right? So why would ETTRA lock the contents of the file aside from classification? It's not really a big deal. There isn't much to learn from it anyway aside from the radars and some other esoteric class. Simultara? I had to look those up. There was nothing in classification guide about the ladder. The third ticket reads, I've heard from a few colleagues dealing with computer troubles that apparently their tickets have been going unanswered for some time now. Conceptual has been given without SCPnet access for 2 months. What gives? Are you guys that backlogged? Are you making a point about user error or personal accountability? Because people can't doodle how to fix their things if their laptop don't connect to the remote network in the first place. Get off your asses and bring some toner cartridges. I know about a dozen printers that need servicing. If there is an issue with our email filters or mailing groups, I want to know. You can reach me at exit 31843 at any time. I figured Ames would be giving you more downtime after the migration, but I guess not. The situation is a fiasco, so whatever you're dealing with must be pretty bad to not even acknowledge that we exist. My original ticket is Aspire, by the way. You probably knew that, but it felt like a good idea to acknowledge that just in case anyone comes down on me about how nothing seems to be functioning like it should. The next ticket reads, Wynn spoke to Director Rourke about this communication problem, and he told me to keep a timeline of events and to continue submitting tickets as issues develop. So if you're wondering why I haven't given up yet, it's because I don't have the option. Don't worry about the SR01. It took me some time, but I managed to dig one up from the archive. We haven't needed to use these in 40 odd years. It even has a space for an inkpad stamp, made me rather nostalgic. I filled out the form and everything, but without knowing where to bring the thing, it's just going to take up some space on my desk. It would be great if someone from IT could point me out in the right direction. All the directories I can find are outdated. After this, we're then given a response from Director Fritz, from the Department of Notional Divisions, which reads, Thank you for your interest in SCP-8190. We have received the required SR-01 form. Thank you for following standard protocols to strive within Foundation guidelines. Your request is currently being processed. We will contact you when this is no longer the case. Regards. Marissa responds with this. Did one of you pop by my office to pick up the SR-01? You guys are the only people I mentioned Notional Divisions. I mentioned Notional Divisions too, but I just got the email last night saying that they received the form. I'm back in my office this morning and it's definitely gone. I know it's a step in the right direction, but I just realized there was no digital copy in the archive. I couldn't make the photocopy because the printer was down. Then I forgot entirely, so I might have just used the last SR-01 in Foundation possession. Oops. The next message reads, Good afternoon. Are you Director of the Department of Notional Divisions? I can't find you anywhere in our building directory. I saw your entry on the company-wide glossary of departments, but I don't really understand what it is you guys do exactly. The IT department was no help either, although they haven't been much help at all lately, if I'm being honest. I like to update my directories and contact info, as is required for all departments to do so, yours included. Plus, that makes it easier to communicate with each other. After there was no response from the Department of Notional Divisions, the messaging then stopped, and then it returned. Director Fritz responded with this. Thank you for your patience as we received your documentation. We'll be pleased to hear that your request has been authorized in accordance with Foundation guidelines. Note that our department does not choose who is approved or denied. We only act as an intermediary. Attached is a photocopy of the approval for your records. Apologies in advance. The document was inadvertently mistaken for refuse. This misunderstanding has been rectified. Sorry to hear about your technical difficulties. I recommend reaching out to technical support. I'll append their contact info to this email for your use. After this, we are then given the actual article part of SCP-8190. SCP-8190 is given the object class imperative and the hazard level as irrelevant. The Special Containment Procedures read, Site-19's Automated Intelligent Management System has tasked the following departments with investigation into SCP-8190 phenomena. The Department of Notional Divisions is assigned to SCP-8190-A. The Department of Asset Acquisitions and Accountability is assigned to SCP-8190-B. The Department of Cartography is assigned to SCP-8190-C. The Department of Internal Investigation is assigned to SCP-8190-D. The Department of Notional Divisions has assigned itself as top priority directive, identifying and understanding the true nature of SCP-8190 Prime. No further actions or guidance will be provided. Information that may be of use to the administration must be immediately relinquished to the project's directing body. The individuals providing this information are to submit for involuntary anesthetization before returning to normal duties. The following departments have restricted or modified access to credentials for SCP-8190 and all related documentation. We see both the Departments of Tactical Theology and Procurement and Liquidation both have recused access. Cartography has limited access, and the Decommissioning Department has ironically been decommissioned. Logistics has recused access, RIASA has limited access, Miscommunications has recused access, and both Department of Non-Existence and Department of Internal Investigations have limited access. The Department of Deletions is under investigation. The Department of the Temporal Anomalies Department has recused access, and the Departments of Municipalities and Asset Acquisitions and Accountability have limited access, while the Department of Notional Divisions has past part out access. I assume that means full access. This information is subject to change on a regular basis and thus may not be accurate at this time. If you and your department would like to access this file, please complete Form SR-01 and submit it to the current head of Department of Notional Divisions. SCP-8190 is a collective designation for a number of bureaucrat hazardous effects potentially impacting all systems in Foundation management within Site-19's employee hierarchy and core functions. SCP-8190 appears to correlate directly with a chain of sections from the Foundation Employee Handbook, First Edition, from which the rise of related semiohazardous qualities were first noted having spontaneously manifested across Class C personnel and Employee of Interest James A. Harkness, referred to as Person of Interest 8190. One physical copy of the First Edition Handbook is still in existence, held in a locked glass display case located within Site-19's atrium, featuring a commemorative plaque celebrating the Foundation's progress as an organization dedicated to maintenance of the Veil. At the time of the handbook's printing, Foundation collective infrastructure has represented about 0.4% of all of what it does today, with employees stationed at less than 20 secure facilities worldwide. Following the development of novel detection systems for anomalous phenomena, the remaining handbook was analyzed, revealing larger than average Akiva radiation emissions. No other anomalous properties have been detected. The Akiva radiation levels have not changed since our initial measurements were taken. Although the Foundation's records indicate Person of Interest 8190 was employed by the organization for almost 3 decades, specific details regarding his employment history are missing from the database. This discrepancy was not detected until his recovery, which prompted internal investigation into the AIMS consensus system that was ultimately futile. Recovered materials and post-action interviews with Harkness implied that SCP-8190 primarily impacts the original Code of Employee Conduct, though more recent evidence suggests the entirety of the guidebook may be susceptible. Affected individuals are unable to deviate from the guidelines discussed in the relevant sections and will experience retroactive changes in reality that ensures this is the case. In the rare event such retroactive changes are not possible, affected employees will vanish. A fascismal construct filling the role of the lost employee shortly thereafter. Constructs are capable of emulating human behavior and completing most duties required. Other impacted statements or sentiments include the necessity of coffee in the break room, certain members of the administration being unable to close the doors to their office, any spontaneous appearance of employee groups and photos despite none being taken. We're then given an excerpt from the Foundation Employee Handbook, First Edition. Employee Guidelines. Basics. On your first day as a Foundation personnel, it's important to familiarize yourself with the way your organization is well organized. Everything from contacting your supervisor to ordering tests, performing said tests, and disposing of waste materials, they all have procedures to follow. Not only that, but they all have hardworking people just like yourself behind the scenes. It is integral that we all do our part. That includes knowing when to pass the baton to the next person. This keeps yours to your site, moving smoothly like a well-oiled machine. The Foundation employee axioms are an effective means to remind everyone of the roles they play in our workplace, with the hope that the Founder's guiding light shines through us, even in the dark. All employees have a purpose. They are the foundation of the Foundation. All employees report from an assigned secure facility. Each secure facility has a site director. Each department has a director of operations. Every on-site employee is assigned to a department. Every employee has a voice and a right to be heard. Every employee does their part, allowing others to do the same. Employees will behave in a manner becoming of them, or they will be replaced. Now you might be thinking, this is great, but how do I clock out for lunch? Luckily, we're discovering the punch clock system in the next section. We're then given a Did You Know section, which reads, Did you know? Look for Sammy Stipper to help find helpful tips and information throughout this book. Sammy knows more than you might think. And Sammy is just an animated character of the Foundation logo. The breadth of SCP-8190's effects, the status of Person of Interest 8190, and subsequently any other hypothetically affected employees were ultimately lost for an indeterminate amount of time. Person of Interest 8190 was discovered accidentally, found working with SCP-8190-A some 14 years after the last time his ID badge had been used. Person of Interest 8190 is not outwardly aged during this time inside the anomaly, and was discovered by National Division's agents during a routine structural analysis of Site-19. SCP-8190-A is an extra-dimensional space resembling a rectangular borehole located between the substructure of Site-19. Access to SCP-8190-A is only possible when passing through the door of the Site-19 atrium and adjacent rooms, which lead to a sheer drop with bare concrete walls roughly 150 meters in depth. A nondescript staircase can be found along the outer perimeter, with each landing containing the identical corner along its descent. This office is designated the Department of Redundancy Department. At the time of discovery, SCP-8190 was observed staffing the office on all floors. Upon entering the offices, personnel discovered SCP-8190 filling out Person of Interest 8190 filling paperwork in an identical fashion in each landing. Despite the conditions, he appeared disinterested and preoccupied, unable to respond or otherwise react to the presence between receiving, signing, stamping, and depositing documents, which arrived via a pneumatic tube aside from his desk and continued downward to the floor. As personnel descended further down the staircase, the offices were seen growing more recursive, leading to increased travel times, odd variations of layout, and redundant repetition of phrases. Upon reaching the room, personnel discovered a tessellation of the previously described office, staffed by many copies of Person of Interest 8190, all of whom were working on large volumes of similar paperwork in a persistent loop. As the staircase continued downward, the matter of the space became metastable and unable to retain its form as it shifted between a variety of objects and structures upon contact. Personnel were not able to safely proceed further into the anomaly. At this point, they were recalled. Further attempts to communicate with Person of Interest 8190 or request an extraction team have not been attempted. It is unknown which Harkness is the original instance, or if an original exists at all. Members of the Department of National Divisions are, however, able to observe the infinite recurrence of Person of Interest 8190 and the infinite confluence of paperwork he provides. A hatch is to be installed in Janitorial Supply Room 03-A, disguised as a sewer maintenance access panel in the event further communications or interventions prove necessary. We are then given an update message, which reads, Upon Foundation acquisition of Person of Interest 8190 following his escape from SCP-8190-A, the space has remained otherwise inactive. Each office has been abandoned and the space itself possesses no further recursive phenomena. Harkness is to undergo rigorous interrogative services to determine the extent of his knowledge of SCP-8190's properties. This interview is in the first addendum. Interview 1. POI 8190 was led into the 8th floor briefing room and planted at the center of a long table. A swollen manila folder and a stack of papers seemed to fight their way free from the tabletop. He glanced away from them, uncomfortable. Dr. Quaid arrived soon after, sat opposite with minimal ceremony, and opened the file on his lap. He breathed the man lightly, nothing, noting almost surprised how presentable he looked for someone who hadn't eaten in nearly 15 years. The person of interest said nothing. Quaid pushed through the small talk and steered the conversation towards practicalities, getting the man settled back into the Foundation. When POI hinted, awkwardly, that he'd prefer to return to testing kill hazards on himself, Quaid blinked and treated it like an offbeat joke, folding the suggestion to choices: back in the borehole or behind the desk. There was a standoff of silence. Quaid attempted to be pragmatic, cataloging multiple placements that matched whatever skills the man had. He mentioned how staffing had shifted since the migration to the AIMS and raised the controversial possibility of conceptual studies. Careful, he said, because the record noted an incident where the person of interest dissolved a person. The person of interest snapped back that it had been an accident, then tried to explain his brief stint as a liaison to a particular sounding narrativist division. He deflected with a dry joke, asked my author, and for a moment the director showed no reaction at all. When Quaid admitted he'd never heard of narrativistics, the person of interest pressed. No openings anywhere? Quaid suggested a reinstatement as drain requisitions clerk and a macro engineering and design, something bureaucratic and dull. The person of interest scoffed off as that he'd been an IT systems engineer. None of his former posts would be waiting. Quaid closed the folder with a smile and slid a business card across the table, asking the POI if he knew what the director actually did. The exchange slid into a parable. Quaid described his department of industrial divisions as an institutional apex predator, finding imitators, quiet adapters that skim off the surface of the resource risk and deciding to handle them. The POI, half sardonic and half bitter, brought the department a redundancy department and spoke on being left behind after an inspection that never returned. Quaid blamed bureaucracy and red tape. The director circled back to the offer. A desk job flagged in suspicious departments. A completion bonus for each dossier cleared. When the POI asked plainly whether he would be allowed to leave the building, Quaid hedged. Technically yes, but with restrictions, and with a storm falling outside of the window. Finally, the hand extended, Quaid offered the role. The person of interest accepted with reluctant humor and rose, muttering out the oddity of his past offices. He mentioned the department of Denied, the one that had rescued him, and Quaid, exasperated, informed him gently that it didn't exist. The POI's disappointment landed like a small private tragedy. Quaid ushered him out, promising the new office would be much more comfortable than the last. And the meeting closed on a note that made and then the meeting ended. After this, there's another excerpt from the Foundation Employee Handbook First Edition, one about clearance and security levels. Information security and you, clearance levels. You may have noticed that brightly colored numbers located outside containment chambers throughout your orientation tour. If so, did I. If not, keep in mind that if you typically wear prescription glasses, it is required to do so while on-site or working in the field. If you believe you may need corrective eyewear, take advantage of the Foundation's robust vision insurance plans. Our newest facility, Site 19, even has an on-site optometrist. Navigating your assigned facility and handling anomalies is just like driving a car. You must be careful and observant of your surroundings at all times, and don't crash the car. It could end the world. Now, we don't want that, and you don't either, so it's important to keep those numbers visible and well understood prior to entering any containment area. These numbers represent clearance levels, and everyone has one. That's right, everyone. And what do we mean by that exactly? Clearance level 0. This level of clearance is given to everyone and anyone within the Foundation. Level 0 is reserved for declassified documents which may be disseminated to the public. We've never done it and don't plan to, but it's good to know. Level 1 is all Foundation personnel, excluding D-Class. Unless you're reading the section for the first time as part of onboarding, if so, welcome to Level 1 clearance. Level 2 is a majority of personnel upon request, after submitting the SR01 form. You can skip the request process if assigned to a relevant project or promoted to a supervisory role. Designation-specific temporary clearance may be granted in the event increased clearance is denied. Level 3 is given to site admin approval or higher required. To have your L3 request approved at clearance level 1, it must first be approved by your site director, by your direct superior. You in turn must request approval from their direct superior, etc. This will continue until a request is processed by a level 3 employee. Level 4 is site admin and higher eyes only. Heavily restricted to site-specific admins unless extenuating circumstances exist, e.g. critical site failure. Level 5 clearance is given to regional counsel or admin or equivalent rank. Restricted to the highest members of the administration. Regional directors, counsel, the administrator, and the founder. Level 6. If you see a clearance number in your facility, contact your supervisor. If you see this clearance number in your facility, contact your supervisor immediately and evacuate the area until an all clear has been given. We're then given a quote from Sammy Skipper, the Foundation's sort of animated character thing. See something you shouldn't have? ID won't leave your mind? Our memory management specialists work tirelessly to invent, discover, and perfect non-invasive, non-lethal procedures to help. Thanks to our recent advances in amnestic research, save the stress of burdensome knowledge. And unsure of what is hazardous and restricted? No problem. Visit a Foundation medbay and have our trained clinicians take a look for you. SCP-8190-B refers to the collection of anomalous PA system announcements heard throughout Site-19. Of course, the facility has not required the use of an address system since 1989, and thus does not currently possess one. Qualitative analysis suggests document announcements are a similar fidelity to those made in the pre-existing 1984 Tanny Wildcat PA system installed within Site-19, though with significant ontological distortion. No connection between the original equipment and the manifestation of the announcements has been found. Further investigation revealed that the voice of the individual heard speaking during SCP-8190-B matches that of person of interest 8190 in all but one instance. Select transcripts are as follows.
Hello? This thing all I want. Can anyone hear me? They also said, damn it! They said, your finger on the button. How much time does it? How much? Right, okay. Right. Anyone, please, my name is James, and tell me this. I am, or was, or will be, a network engineer for Site-19. Or what's something else? Is there a design? Sorry, do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's been getting harder and harder to stay on track ever since those pricks muddled my head. I mean, muddled my head. No, I agree with this. Like the function and the force. Here I find he said I should. Stop me. Why would you do that? I told you before, so let me into it. There's something down here. It's not here. And this is all everything else.
Fell before and down again, the pocket in the ground, too late to turn around. Stick me in a paper shroud, two pieces back together, all together, employee of the month forever. Take the photo of my good side, put it on a shelf. The rest is on the clock till the end of time itself. After that, none of this will matter anymore. Wait until you see who's working for.
Note: Site 19 security investigations into the broadcast ultimately led to the discovery of a hatch within janitorial supply room 03-A. A brief period of administrative leave was granted to Hartness, allowing him temporary passage out of the anomaly, where he is assigned to a new role. Acquisition of the Department of Notional Divisions soon followed. Hartness sat hunched over the desk, one leg bouncing nervously under the weight of a dozen folders stacked high around him. He thumbed through the layer support with an expression caught between confusion and dread. A knock on the open door frame startled him enough to raise his pulse. He looked up to see Director Quaid standing in the threshold, a manila folder tucked under his arm. Without a word, Quaid stepped inside, dragged a chair across from Hartness, and just sat down, loosening his blazer as he set more casual tone. "James," Quaid began, voice almost polite, "how are you settling to the new assignment? The office treating you well?" Hartness gave a half smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Not sure this really counts as an office, and honestly, the bigger issue is..." He faltered, words slipping away. "Damn it, lost my train of thought. Alright." He straightened a little, awkward. "Mind if I draw while we talk?" Quaid blinked. "What?" My hands always used to be moving when I worked in redundancy. Hard to focus otherwise. Feels impossible to think without for my fingers to do. After a pause, Quaid relented and fetched a stack of paper from a cabinet and slipped a black pen into his suit pocket. Sliding both across the desk, Hartness nodded gratefully and began to doodle. Shapes, lines, patterns, just enough to keep his fingers busy while they spoke. He went on. "I read through the materials you gave me, looked at your prior evaluations, but I don't think I'm identifying departments correctly in practice. Like this," he lifted a blue folder and tossed it down again. "The Ethics Committee. Real? Fake? And this one." He gestured to a white folder. "The Anti-Max Division? I can't tell. Half the time I don't even know these places exist. I'm supposed to make decisions on people's lives with that." Quaid reminded him that there worked impossible things often happen often. Sometimes you have to just trust your instincts. Hartness shook his head sharply. "Your livelihoods are on the line. My gut isn't enough. One of my briefings was literally a 6-hour video of an empty lecture hall. The 3-hour 47-minute mark, I think I heard someone cough. That's what I had to work with." He paused, voice softening. "Makes you reflect on things, realize how little you actually know." He admitted he wouldn't understand the Department of Notional Divisions at all. Never heard of it until recently. And now he couldn't even say how many people were in it, or how many people were just construct masquerading as people. Quaid acknowledged difficulty. Constructs, he explained, were indistinguishable from their human counterparts, and the Foundation had spent years failing to find a reliable way to tell them apart. But he added he had a theory. Maybe Harkness himself was uniquely capable of doing this. His anomalous resistance might allow him to feel differences others do not. Quaid only smiled and opened the door opened the folder he brought. The data says otherwise. You haven't misfiled a single department yet, and your speed could improve, but your hesitation is expected. The next tone shifted. He asked whether Harkness's doubts came from his time downstairs, the lawn exile in the borehole, or from his old department, the one officially listed as non-existent. He pressed him for details, asking how they'd freed him. Harkness grew sharp and defensive, then weary. He described how they appeared impossibly at first, flickering in his vision until finally they approached him directly, waving, testing if he was even aware. He begged his body to move, to respond. Years of silence, years of exile, and suddenly the impossible became real. I should be dead, he said flatly. But instead, I got the short straw. Accidentally joined the Foundation, accidentally survived. Quaid tamed her refrain to resilience, but Harkness brushed it off with sarcasm. He recounted how they'd eventually reached the PA system through one of his rescuers, who still remembered Site 19's wiring. The explanation unraveled into his trapped metaphysics. From sexual building blocks, temporal soup, the very idea of pressing a button reduced to its role-based essence. Somehow and impossibly he'd made it work. He had wanted out. Wanted something more than the endless trauma of his assignment. And those handlers had wanted him out too. They'd been afraid. And those rescuers had wanted out too. They'd been afraid. Afraid of what? Quaid asked. Harkness didn't answer. He just stared amused. Then he leaned forward, studying Quaid closely. You know, I think I finally figured you out. Your body language. The way you talk. The false praise. You're a construct. Quaid stiffened. Why would you think that? Because I can see them. You told me that, remember? Harkness grabbed the beige folder lying between them and dumped its contents across the desk, and the paper scattered. Everyone seemed a blank. He looked Quaid in the eye. Well? The room hung in silence, and finally Quaid said, calm but firm, you really shouldn't have done that.
Hush. Keep your head down. Okay, quickly.
Hello, Site 19. This is a message from your friendly neighborhood. The Beholder's Eye is one of many. That big guy in the center, though. Watch out for that one. He'll get you. But seriously, sorry about Art. We did our best, but we didn't know what would happen. Of course, it knew what would happen. It knows now, and always did. Tia, the Bureaumancer arrives. The Beholder's Eye. Time is an ocean, my friends, and as we're casting off.
After this, we're then given another excerpt from the Foundation Employee Handbook, this time about facility navigation, which reads, finding your way around the assigned facility can seem like a daunting task at first, but fear not. Not only will you receive a detailed itinerary for your daily activities, which includes step-by-step directions, you'll find the paths themselves color-coded for your convenience. Compasses are available upon request. Green zones are safe for passage by all personnel. Blue zones pass through non-hazardous containment areas. Yellow zones pass through potentially hazardous containment areas. Orange zones pass through confirmed hazardous containment areas. Red zones pass through extremely hazardous containment areas. And black zones are restricted to essential personnel on a need-to-know basis. We're then told that SCP-8190-C is a collective designation for an indeterminate number of anomalous structures associated with SCP-8190-derived phenomena, defined as a candle science secure facility designated Site 19. At least one Site 19 has a traceable timeline of construction and use. Most facilities of this name have manifested as an extension of SCP-8190's effect. Though each instance is unique, SCP-8190-C always takes the form of a sprawling complex built primarily out of concrete and brutalist architecture. Some idiosyncrasies are present, typically in the form of excessive repetition of space or disparate mismatching of features created without apparent cause. The one confirmed is hypothesized that all SCP-8190-C instances are connected to one another, most often discovered through extensive networks of maintenance tunnels, sub-basement areas, and ventilation shafts. Connecting infrastructure has been shown to generate in straight lines between facilities when feasible, making the identification of these passageways possible to the trained eye. Though not immediately obvious, thus care must be taken to ensure proper orientation of one's surroundings. Today, over 64 confirmed instances of SCP-8190 have been identified, each of which possesses its own employee roster and extensive SCP object inventory. It's identified as much as appear to be a former network of a Foundation infrastructure in an intelligent pattern, resembling an incomplete sigil or thaumaturgic seal, which spans roughly 28% of the Earth's surface. The network is subject to steady, ongoing path of least resistance construction behavior comparable to single cell eukaryotes such as slime molds. The Department of Cartography is assigned the task of mapping and exploring instances of SCP-8190-C for an unusual phenomena. To date, nothing of note has been reported. All facilities are fully operational and vital to containment of several anomalies. Because of this, the Department of National Divisions has integrated SCP-8190 relay phenomena into the Foundation's overall containment structure. We're then given another excerpt. This one reads, Theological Guidelines Subsection B, Part 4. When the founder birthed our fair organization as a concept, tilled from the soil ideas with his mind, there was a great and momentous sound from the skies above. A thunderous force fell forth and visited, thanking him for the glory of containment. It said that the force invigorated and guided him to create the bedrock on which we now owe our great normalcy. In that moment, the founder's guiding light lives through us all. This unseen force was control manifest. A great being made service of humanity. The founder took the being's hand, and with it they made the endless strides in favor of the Veil. Upon his death, the founder spoke to his closest advisors, that one day he shall walk the earth anew, emerging from the sea on the back of that great power once more. We wait for this day, for containment to take form. What is divine, the great bureaucracy? It manages our facility, our department, and even your thoughts. Right now, so you can be free of such burdens. Isn't that wonderful? SCP-8190-D refers to the Site-19 Department of National Divisions. This department does not appear in Foundation records prior to 2015, nor does it have a known base of operations. Instead, opting to reserve conference rooms and other shared spaces for meeting and executing functions related to its intended purpose. Operatives employed by the Department of National Divisions comprise a mixture of actual employees and physical constructs. Though entities which manifested in SCP-8190-D's presence are perfectly capable of imitating human behavior. SCP-8190-D's primary mission, according to its own records, is the discovery, triangulation, and supposed detainment of anomalous or otherwise parasitic SCP Foundation divisions and departments. The extent of their operations and the veracity of these statements made by them in relation to said operations is currently not known. SCP-8190-D's primary mission, according to its own actions, is the identification of SCP-8190 Prime, the deity believed to be responsible for the creation of SCP-8190, and therefore of SCP-8190-D itself. It should be noted that overall workplace efficiency has been on the rise in Site-19, reaching and maintaining an all-time high as of 2020. After this, we're doing the third interview. After being caught in a heated confrontation with Dr. Quaid, Harkness demands to know why all his supposed performance data was blank. Quaid explains that the reports were never real, just a placebo meant to keep him motivated. He insists that departments within the Foundation aren't simply real or fake, but are deliberately manifested by SCP-8190 itself, to fulfill its needs. Quaid claims this process is guided by a higher book, which he describes as the Foundation's Godhead. As the room shakes with reality-bending force, he tells Harkness that he has failed too many times, and the employees who reject their purpose are eventually replaced. Harkness pushes back, insisting his memories are real. To prove it, he slides one of his drawings across the table, a sheet of paper laced with mimetic effect. Quaid seizes up, bleeding and convulsing, collapsing him to the floor. Harkness takes the sketch and runs, but quickly finds himself lost in Site-19's endlessly looping corridors. Pursued by constructs and personnel alike, he uses the drawings as a weapon to force past and hold off attackers, all while wrestling doubts about whether people's meaningless, busy work still had value. Eventually, he reaches the central atrium, where his old prison, the borehole, was displayed. In desperation, he smashes open a glass case and seizes a worn manuscript, the book Dwight had spoken of. Despite being beaten nearly unconscious, Harkness clings to it, the stolen lighter. He sets the manuscript aflame. The Foundation's great scripture burns to ash, and the entire facility collapses inward on itself as Harkness braces for death. Or something worse. Suddenly, everything is quiet. There are no sounds of commotion, no angry yells or pleas. Even the persistent buzz of overhead lighting and ventilation ducts vanishes without a trace. The only audible noise left is a lone, howling wind. Harkness looks up from the pitch blackness of pressing eyes against forearms to a blinding ball of burning plasma in the sky. He's lying prone in a dusty patch of dry sand, the hot air direct sunlight finally registering as oppressive against his skin. He sits up and looks around, blinking eyes still not fully adjusted to the change in scenery, quickly realizing he has zero idea where he is. No vehicles or buildings in sight, no identifying features at all, aside from an unpaved, winding road, away from where Harkness finds himself off into the scintillating horizon. The man groans, righting himself, reluctantly fighting against the force of gravity and winning. This time, starting down the pathway, Harkness tries not to think about the last 15 years. Did it even matter? To him, the answer should hinge on perceiving the difference between two indistinguishable experiences. If he couldn't tell, then there's no point in wondering. Minutes later, Harkness's slow pilgrimage into the unknown is interrupted by the sound of an engine. He cranes his neck, looking up and around, desperate to locate the source of the noise. After a few moments pass, and a black vehicle emerges into view, windows tinted a dark shade of impenetrable. It rolls up smoothly beside the disheveled man, doors opening without a sound as security personnel emerge, equally silent, indicating to him that this is indeed his ride, and also is not an optional one. Harkness sinks into the tool vehicle and presses against the leather, which sits unpleasantly to his skin. The ride is long, and with no frame of reference other than the setting sun, Harkness drifts off for a bit in the back of the car. An instant later, he wakes up to the familiar-looking gray building, perhaps his own Site 19, or one of the many he may have occupied long ago. This is all but confirmed when, after passing the curious glass display case in the vast atrium of the complex, Harkness finds himself at his old desk in the IT department, now branded Department of Technical Support. The dust had grown considerably in time since, but it mattered little. He is real. He helps people for a living, and often, even if it often boils down to troubleshooting wireless keyboards and unplugging before plugging back in again. A young man approaches Harkness's desk, as he has been doing so for others in the office. Rather timidly, he asks the older of the two for a choice of coffee. This is the entirety of an intern's job. Asking and retrieving drink orders served up in the room next door. Harkness couldn't help but laugh, placing his head in his hands. Fuck. He orders a latte. We're then given another excerpt. Foundations in the Art of Anomalous Warfare, 6B. 1. Separate. Weaken your enemy by cutting off networks and trusted contacts. Any means of communication, both internal and external in nature, up to and including dissolving awareness of each other's existence. Force them to be helpless, and they will choose helplessness whenever possible. 2. Confuse. Disorient your enemy in a way that makes them vulnerable through information warfare. Inflicting accusations, unattainable goals, rumors of moles, or false intel suggesting coordinated attacks from one or more adversarial groups. Studies show manipulation that encourages preconceived bias within ideologically aligned social networks can form heterogeneous mimetic contagions that reinforce said bias far more effectively than macro-scale attempts. 3. Precipitate. Titless deals through stochastic internal crises resulting from a culmination of pressure and distrust. The organization will inevitably immortally wound itself with no other recourse. Intrusion and simulation will follow easily. Most willingly accept this fate. Always leave one alive to warn the others. And the last message reads, "This is only the beginning." It was indeed only the beginning. In fact, the universe was home to many. In the first beginning, there was only void. A screaming, infinite, godless void. a vast darkness upon the face of the deep. No one spoke, "Let there be light," because no one was. Darkness was empty, and it remained this way for eons. Nature abhors a vacuum, however, and thus, after some time, not peaceful nothingness, but tided true chaos, a swirling farrago of light known as everything. Just as nature abhors vacuums, it abhors chaos. Nature abhors. This is all one can say for sure. Eventually, chaos gave way to order. Order lost its grasp, and chaos reigned once more. This war was the first of many. Structures assembled in line before forcefully be taken down, reduced to their smallest possible components, then reassembled and realigned again, countless times. And yet, if you were alive to see it, it would have felt like a moment's passing. Not many were around during those days. The universe was, for all its action and reaction, devoid of life and actuality. Humans, ever the chosen children, believed this fact made them special. A thought and intelligent design. Perhaps which spoke volumes to the nature of how intelligent that design could be. Man would try unsuccessfully to rid the universe of chaos. Man would also try to rid the universe of order. Ultimately, they were more effective at ridding the universe of themselves. However, the failure would be observed throughout the millennia. It would be simulated, analyzed, and then compared. Humanity would create branches in the tree of time. Those branches would be noted. When they were notable, many would cease to exist far before they could be considered as such. And this, and always, has been considered the state of affairs. Yet, for those who feel that fit the criteria, their events could be painstakingly recorded, that trace, and from frayed ends by a great many eyes at the end of time. The Bureaumancer. Eyes which double as thin probes, a legion of fingers, sent commands through these conduits in the world bend to a single word: submit. Narratives distort and refocus. Minds manifest and disappear. Ideas emerge. Whole plot lines erase. It utters again. Collapse. Loose ends cauterized at the side of an amputation. Old pathways are rewritten by emergent rules defining the boundaries of what remains. And the final command rings out. Persist. Outcomes vanish. Rests are contained. Another world is contained. All will be contained. It peers down at the many paths below, expressionless. Another appendage extends from its body, a smooth limb ending in a rounded point. The arm bends, dozens of joints briefly visible as it snaps into an angle with calculated precision, pressing itself against the black adjacent wall of its form. The stalk sinks into the material effortlessly, which wrinkles and folds inward like dark fabric. With a click, the needle splits at the tip into a three-pronged claw, which rips a hole into the structure, revealing more darkness behind the black curtains. The entity does not respond. Instead, the extremity moves on its own, disappearing into the hole and telescoping outwards in an unknown distance. It retracts suddenly, a number of items now enclosed in its grasp. The pale, thin hand deposits its holdings before a large circular feature on the outside of its body. A single, piercing eye manifesting within the curved bounds of response. Pupil dilates, inspecting its newfound treasure, a puzzle cube, a wooden cuckoo clock in the shape of a small two-story townhome, and a twisted steel tuning fork which hums lightly on its own. The witness above these items stares for a long time, clock ticking loudly all the while. An artificial voice then echoes through the empty chamber, this time not with a command but with a promise. Numena's nearly nascience, neckties to nuisance, Newman to Nehemoth. The clock chimes. It's midnight somewhere. A tiny wooden canary emerges from the timepiece, chirping thrice before receding back into the safety of its shelter. A few minutes pass before the clock tolls the same midnight once again. After all, it is only the beginning. Admonition will return in Phase 2. Thank you for watching.